And yeah, be fine. Hey, we're back. You're on stream. If you have a camera, turn it on.
Will do.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I had to let that go. I belched. Sorry.
No problem. But thank you all for being so kind as to join us. And let's turn that on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks so much for being here. We'll start with saying hello to K9. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Hello. Hold on. I gotta look at you guys' names. I don't recognize all your faces like that. Sorry. Hello, KTN. Oh, KTN. Thank you. And for sending me that message earlier about looking that other panelist. It's awfully kind of you, KTN, and thank you for stopping by.
Great. Happy to be appreciated.
Okay. Salty Sam, back at it. Salty Sam.
Indeed.
Thank you for stopping by a second time. You were here the first time the other day. And thank you for being here. I apologize to Sam the human for letting another Sam into the chat.
It's okay.
Making your life much more difficult. Making both our lives much more difficult, frankly. But thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Zell. Zell, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being a member of the channel.
Hey.
And thank you for gifting a Hot Tier 1 gift sub. You're also paying for a gift sub that you got from the legendary Tomfoolery. Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually, you noticed that.
Yeah. But thank you so much. Yeah, that's awfully kind of you. How are you doing today?
I'm well.
Hey, yeah. And finally, we have our boy Spectre. Spectre, how you doing, buddy? My illustrious mod.
I'm doing fantastic. How are you tonight, Prime?
All right. Can we see your beautiful face? Can we make that happen?
I'm not doing that fantastic tonight.
Okay.
I am not presentable for stream. I apologize. You're just gonna have to listen to the sweet vocal fry of my voice.
Okay.
We can see you. We can see your pretty face, dude. He's actually a mod.
Is the hype train frozen for the rest of you? Because the hype train is frozen on my screen. It's like I'm just curious.
Yeah, mine's frozen on mine as well. Yeah,
Okay.
It says 135% with 0 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. That's the thing. And the illustrious Eris is back with us, gracing us with her presence, gifting us her presence, really. Eris, thank you for coming back. Let's shout out Eris once again, because why the fuck not? Eris is the head of the Calliopean Club. Exclamation for Eris in chat gives you the link to the amazing Discord server that she has been running, and also apparently she's going to be streaming. So I'm going to shout her out there. Go follow Eris on Discord. Gotta have to do it once again. Eris has put together the Amazon Lily panel, which we'll have tomorrow, and she's a fantastic human being who's just been really kind to me and my community. So I got to give her a
You've been
props.
so nice to me. Like, holy shit, thank you. So.
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And we also have one more person who just stopped in, and that person. Oh, King of William. Oh, hey, buddy. Thank you for being here.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Thanks for always helping out. Okay, so here we are. Comrade Samantha, or Comrade Banana, or no, Comrade Samantha. Thank you for being here, Samantha.
Now we got 3 Sams.
Yeah.
3 Sams.
Yeah.
You asked for it on Saturday.
We're multiplying.
What's happening today?
We are multiplying. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all for stopping by. Really appreciate you. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if we should do this now or should we wait? Because. Okay. Maybe we could just have 2 separate conversations, because I really want to have that debate with Eris about the monarchy. That sounds like fun, but I think maybe we should have like a scheduled thing and bring on some fun people to do that. But we could also talk about the royal family thing, right? The Oprah Winfrey interview.
I haven't seen it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's just a few clips. We can give you the highlights of all the parts that actually mattered. But yeah, we can we'll just yeah, we could just discuss that. But I usually don't give a shit about like celebrity news. Like, this is not a thing for me. I don't give a damn. But I only start covering it when you can relate it to politics, right? So there's a lot of race comes into this, media media comes into this, privilege comes into this, power comes into this. We can definitely do that. However, Spectre, sorry, before I do that, Spectre, did you want to? You said you wanted to talk about the frat thing before we jumped into that. Spectre. Okay, maybe he stepped away. So yeah, let's let in.
I got something funny to say.
What about like this trial that started this week
about the monarchy? Something funny about the monarchy?
The cop that killed George Floyd. Like, I'm surprised it hasn't come out at all tonight.
Well, not much has happened. It got delayed.
Yeah, nothing's happened yet. But yeah, thanks for being here. Let's let this other person in, and then okay, great. Sorry, I was a little distracted. But Spectre, are you there yet? All right, he stepped away. Well, when you turn on your camera, we can't know.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
So hopefully, yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry,
we can hear you,
turning on
Judge.
you shamed me into going on cam with how disappointed you looked. So.
No, that's fine, buddy. But you said you wanted to say some things about frats. We'll talk about that before we move on.
What a good-looking dude you are too. Like, so we are so blessed to have like your presence in your video. Like, you look so great.
Look, I was here explicitly because I felt that sometimes this panel looked way too good. So
that's why to offset that.
So
yep,
you
to offset that a bit.
You had to downgrade us, is what you're saying. You had to downgrade the rest of us.
So Spectre, you want to say something?
Right. So, conversations about consent are very interesting. I think that we should have them. That being said, I was kind of surprised that it went in that direction with fraternities, because it's not as though, like, frats are showing up to pledge weeks with, like, fucking consent forms about hazing. They're showing up with party favors and sorority pledges, right? This isn't what these kids are agreeing to. They think that they're joining a cool social club, and then the next thing they know, they're getting alcohol enemas and going to the hospital with alcohol poisoning, yeah? And they're dying. Like, at alarming fucking rates. So just the way that the conversation went, that was a little interesting to me, that we would make this about consent and hazing and the values that it has in the military.
Yeah,
Are they really dying at an alarming rate, or does it just happen every once in a while?
It happens often enough that we seem to have a news story at least like 5 times a semester. I was actually in a fraternity at school. Like, the higher ups at these fraternities understand that it's a problem, and they tell like the students not to do this, but they just keep on fucking doing it because that's the culture. Yeah. Also, the idea that kicking fraternities off campus does nothing, and that they're just going to form social clubs like off the campus. Yeah, if the people that were being assholes want to keep on hanging out, they can do that on private property, but they can't go to pledge week and recruit more people. So there's just a lot here that I felt like we needed to correct and unpack.
KTN, do you think being hazed like that?
Hold on, just want to let you know, KTN, we were getting some background noise. Maybe you're eating something. I don't know, but just let you know.
Oh yeah, no, it was a jingle bell I had in my hand. Sorry.
Okay, so sorry. The other person who was talking.
Jingle bells.
Who was the other person?
I was just saying that. Do you believe that hazing has caused some form of like resilience to be manifested by yourself? Do you feel like you're stronger to undertake certain?
Yeah, you know what hazing was, dude? You know what hazing was? I spent like my fucking midterms in a basement running errands instead of focusing on my fucking classes. That's what hazing was. Even though my GPA was a requirement for me to be able to stay in fucking school. That's what fucking hazing was, dude. Yeah, it was super fucking beneficial. I'm really glad that I did it.
No, I mean, I definitely got. I mean, I was fat in high school. I got my nipples twisted all the time. I got bean dipped constantly. I got,
Well, I'm glad that getting your nipples twisted made you a better person, my friend.
I think hazing for fraternities is super unconstructive, because what's the point of it? I think Iris was right. Education and hazing shouldn't really have like any connection. And also what they were saying about the military. I don't like that they compare the military to fraternities. Because
I'm not actually against. I'm not against hazing. I think it's useful in certain areas, particularly the military. It's just not useful in academia. Like, it's such a stupid connection.
It's like you didn't go to college. You didn't go to college to get your metal tested. You went to college to
Yeah, but there's nothing. There is actually nothing when you go to college to make you want to join a fraternity either. So you join a fraternity because you're hoping that, if you can make it through the hazing and all that other stuff, that you're going to have a fraternity of brothers that are going to last you a lifetime, right?
I mean, I think
But
that
why
the
do you need to
hazing
hate
of fraternities are like a false kind of like it's like a false proving ground. What is the point of creating a false proving ground in a place where it shouldn't actually be? It's not like if you get hazed in a college that it's going to help you like go do a walk through Mount Everest. You know what I mean? Like
But the
it
hazing,
make
the
like
hazing
what's
is
the
a
point?
proving
You know what I
point.
mean?
It's like, how dedicated are you really? Are you
Well, how
going to
dedicated are you? Like I've
dedicate-
got a
are you
lasting.
Are you going to dedicate yourself to this fraternity for the rest of your life?
I've got a lasting.
Hold on. When
Or-
dedicating no. When dedicating yourself to this fraternity means taking an enema, filling it up with fucking Everclear, and shoving it up your ass to the point where you're in the hospital with alcohol poisoning, I think that I can say that that's probably harmful.
Yeah,
And
I
the
mean, I
fact that
agree.
there are
Like,
multiple
I've got a
examples of this, and
dedicated
that this is
group
a
of friends
cultural
I've
thing
had.
that exists within Greek society is fucking disgusting. How are we even like comparing these two things?
You can have dedicated friends without having
like,
to do horrible things
anything
to each
can
other.
be carried
You know what I
away.
mean?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't hear what you said, KTM. Could you repeat that?
You could have a long list of dedicated friends without having to do horrible things to each other. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who have strong connections and strong relationships without
That's
breaking
true.
each other's
Wait a minute.
back.
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop. Like you just said that you can have friends without doing horrible things.
Not
to
even
each
just
other,
friends, dedicated friends, like dedicated, long-lasting relationships without having to fuck somebody up.
But how are you going to know who's dedicated and who's not?
Just time.
Yeah.
You know,
Merits
the
of
longer
a
you spend with
relationship.
someone, the longer you
not
spend
about
with
who
someone,
could
the more things you go
a bottle further up their butt.
When you're finding like a long-term partner, do you haze them first to make sure that they're
No, you don't
dedicated
haze
to
them,
you?
but life hazes the
Because
two of
if you don't
Life
do it with
hazes
your
the two of
long-term partners, then why would you ever do it with someone who is only going to the level of a friend? Like that doesn't make sense to apply a greater standard to your friend than your partner who could potentially be your partner for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about I'm not talking about my partner in like
I was-
I'm not talking
I
about like
was
the life
talking
partner
to,
that I walk with. Oh,
Yeah,
go
I was directing that at TK9 because he was talking about how.
Yeah, but how are you going to differentiate who's dedicated, who's not, and who is soft and who's not soft, and
How you would with a normal, healthy relationship, no?
Why do you need to be that dedicated to a fraternity, though?
Yeah,
to the
it's
point
not
where
the
you would do
war.
all that
Does
shit.
that even prove dedication?
I have a hot fucking take. If you need to like fucking get hazed and like the shit beat out of you to prove that you're not soft, you're probably really insecure and soft, my dude. You should work on that.
True.
Well, that's not true. But hey, one
It's like
thing,
all these young kids getting like advanced like degrees of power.
I jumped in. I jumped in 1 second.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Everyone, 1 second. Okay. Go ahead, Gambit.
Yeah, I jumped in 1 second because I want to understand if my experiences are true to most people. So I think fraternities are different in the Black and the white community. To me, I don't see a lot of my white friends that join fraternities still like rep them the same way after college. And in the Black community, I know a lot of people that's how they form like integral connections to get jobs and there's like a bunch of stuff. So I feel like there's a bigger post-grad like emphasis in the Black community and specifically like the D9 fraternities than it is with other Black like service fraternities or white fraternities. Is that everybody else's experience too?
I can't speak for everyone, but I know my dad was in a fraternity when he went to university. And I know with some sororities as well, I believe, they'll like have like reunions and stuff like that. And I know I've heard of people finding like job connections because, for example, you happen to like run into a buddy who's has connections in his office and can get you a job. I don't know if it's to the same extent as maybe in the Black community, but
I mean, it's definitely the case. Like I was gonna say, TK mentioned like you don't have to join a fraternity, but really, if you're in one of these like prestigious schools, half of it to get it like job, you'd got to be in these fraternities. You have to have these connections. Those connections go so far. Like Facebook, that was the whole thing with Facebook. He was so big because he was in a big fraternity. I can't remember his name, but like he started that so that people could. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook so that fraternities could stay connected, so that students and also to subvert the fraternity system.
How many
is part of
American
it.
presidents? How many American presidents have been like a part of Skull and Bones? Skull and Bones is like a secret society over there in Princeton, right? And
Yale.
All right, Yale. I have no idea what.
But Yale is a whole other layer of like of upper crust.
Yeah, just going to Yale by itself is a
yeah, like Yale, Harvard, Brown, Princeton, all those schools are just another level of upper crust like exclusivity that you can't even really like. The average person can't fathom. Well, they can, but like.
But that's my point, right? Is that?
But nobody's beating each other up.
What do you mean they're not beating each other? Of course they beat each other.
Not that we know of.
Yeah.
On a regular basis?
Of course they do.
Yeah, but those private clubs are like, they're the upper crust of the upper crust, right? Like it's just making the problem worse.
Like what Princeton they have.
And there's no what's the word I'm looking for? But there's no one like checking whether or not like who gets in deserves to get in. Like a lot of times, like the way frats and sororities decide like who gets in is just like they just like people who are like them, right?
Or like
and that ends up being a very small portion of the type of people, and it just perpetuates like dangerous power dynamics and shit.
It's a matter of who do you think is going to stand by you when things get bad.
I don't think it's that.
But it's
I don't. That's just like
I don't need somebody in a position of power over me to manufacture like situations.
Well, maybe
between me and my compatriots to like be able to form that kind of like fucking bond. That's really fucking toxic.
Plus, if anything, it could be counter.
Doesn't that mean that fraternities just aren't for you? The people that are like saying these
well,
things?
they're not for college students. They'd be for like somebody that's trying to join the military, as we've established. Like I understand why that kind of camaraderie might be necessary.
Like, still, you gotta separate those.
Yes, but I'm saying that the kind of hazing that we see, like within frats, if you wanted to make an argument that it's justified, you could maybe make that argument with some kind of like military force. There's no way that academics should have to be hazed this way. That's absurd.
I've never butt chugged Everclear at boot camp, so
I'm just gonna shut up.
I mean, if people have been doing this practice for, almost 100 years now, obviously there's some perceived value that they are getting out of this that maybe you aren't.
Yeah, I think Prime covered it. Yeah, some perceived
people have been doing a lot of shitty things for a long time.
That's just an appeal that's just an appeal to tradition. It's not.
It's definitely an appeal to tradition, but just because
it's a
fucked up tradition.
It's a matter of you have a fraternity and you want to know who is going to stand by and who isn't. Like the whole idea behind Bud's training in the Navy SEALs is this thing: who could they fuck up the most, right? And they like get 80% of the people who try to go into the Navy SEALs get booted out, and they get booted out because they panic. They get beat up, and they get beat up bad, and they leave. They want to know.
No, hold on. What's the purpose? What's the purpose of Navy SEALs training?
Yeah, no one in the fraternity is trying to go.
People in the fraternity are looking for brotherhood and looking for
I
jobs.
got my brother standing next to me. Is he going to run away because he's drowning in the water, or is he going to be able to hold his breath and be able to grab me by my waist and pull me up? And
you're elevating fraternities to the level of like storming.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but
there's no comparison between like military training and fraternities.
Yeah.
Everyone, the military training.
Can I get my point?
No, they're absolutely not the same thing. They're far and away completely fucking different.
If I want somebody,
when you're training military, you're training for a set of skills to go and defend the country, and you're training to have somebody next to you that's going to save your life. When you're in a fraternity, you might get networking and some friendship, but even in military training, you're not going to like know somebody is going to save your life until that situation happens, because nobody can really train for that. So I don't know why a fraternity would train for that.
That's what they're trying to get to in the fraternity. They're trying to get to a point where, like, I want to know if my life is on the line and I like either I'm going to sink or swim. Is my brother next to me going to panic, or is he going to run?
But then with your logic, take all fraternity members and go put them in the military. That's it. Go put them in front of a war zone, and then there you go. because then that's the only reason that entire process was worth anything. Go put every single guy who goes through the bad hazing in the fraternity in front of a military force, and then there you go. You've definitely done all that for something.
And
Because I agree with everyone else on the panel who says, yo, military, fraternity, two different things. They are not to be compared. They're two separate situations. I don't need somebody who I read books with to go out and jump out of a fucking airplane.
And
So
I think
let's
the
go-
key distinction that people
the
are
concept is the same.
Was that
It's
So-
not.
sorry.
It's not exactly the same. In like somebody's going to be shooting bullets at you, but the concept is the same. The concept
creating a
is.
brotherhood.
I
and
want to
creating
know if I'm going to be.
Okay, create a brotherhood on academics. Create a brotherhood on intellectualism.
Is just
Okay,
as
okay.
dedicated as I
So
am.
we have to let some other people in. I think was Sam the human? Were you trying to say something?
Yeah.
And then after that, let's go to Jugsy because I think he wanted to say something as well. But go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about my own personal experience. I knew my college, my undergrad college only had one frat, and that frat left a drunk girl outside of a fire station, and the fire truck ran over, instantly killing her, and they took no responsibility for that. And I've talked to members of the frat who defended the frat's actions of leaving her in front of a fire truck. And I'm not saying that this happens everywhere, but these are the kinds of behaviors. I also talked to a frat member who defended what he called the pledge slave buying process, where they bought pledges with points that they earned, and it was a slave block trade, and that's how he referred it to it.
Wait, are you just going to say frats do bad things? Yeah, sure. Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think that these ultimately don't belong in academia. That's like what I'm saying. I mean, like,
so because there's some nefarious frats, the entire enterprise should be thrown away. Okay, gotcha.
Well,
okay.
you can have
abolish the police. Okay, cool. Nice take.
Oh, Sam, finish your point, and then we'll go to Jugsy. Then we're going to try this new person, Grim.
Well, I think that like the idea that like we have to have these no oversight or anything in frats is like a huge deal, right? The fact that like frats we're putting frats to this point where they could just do whatever they want with no oversight, like Eris said, that things can happen, and that's just what's going to happen, right? That's what you're okay with?
Oversight, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you.
My question to Gambit.
Oh, hold on. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to Gambit. But Gambit, you and your beautiful face, maybe if you could show that, raise the sex appeal of my panel up a little bit. Help us out, buddy.
I am in the middle of working, but I'm gonna be hunched over on my other computer.
That's cool.
But yeah, I got you.
All right, buddy. Thank you. All right, so let's go to Jugsy. He's been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Grim. Go ahead, Jugsy.
Great. Yeah, I just feel personally, like these frats. I feel they're pretty discriminatory towards people who are not necessarily about race, but I feel they're discriminatory towards like non like cool people.
Fair enough.
I feel like it caters towards the more of the jocks or the like cool kids, and not as much of the nerds.
The socially adept, I guess.
Yeah.
You know that frats aren't exactly how they're portrayed on TV, right? You know that, Judd?
Yeah, I understand, but I just feel like overall they're not that great.
Okay. So let's go to.
I don't have like a strong opinion on it. I'm just saying the sense of that I feel.
Fair enough. Let's go to Grim. Grim? Hey, Grim? If you're talking, I want you to know that we cannot hear you. Citizen Grim.
Yeah.
Okay, we might have to skip over you. Maybe come back. Maybe they're having trouble with their mic. I don't know. But we'll skip over you. KTN, you said you had a question for our good friend Gambit?
Okay, so for Gambit and for anyone else who
so also there's also the other Sam. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up previously, but go ahead, KTN, and then Sam. Go ahead.
So my question is, where does the hazing go from useful to ridiculous? Because that's the reason, when the hazing goes from useful, people, okay, you're testing, you're running errands, you're doing stuff like that, you're doing you're doing, a million push-ups, you're, running backwards down the hallway, all that other stuff. And then you get into the stuff where it's like, okay, we're just going to stick a bunch of alcohol in you, maybe mix some gunpowder in there, and then, have you do somersaults off of three-story buildings. Where does it go from my brain says this is stupid to this is useful to test people?
So it depends, right? If you're
Gambit, come on.
he was
he asked him a question. He asked him a question. He asked him a question, Gambit.
No, you can go ahead, Spectre, but he literally said Gambit.
Anyone who's ever been in the military, who's ever gone to boot camp, that's the entire point of boot camp. Boot camp is like one giant mumfuck. They just try to fuck you up as much as they can because they want to know if you have the mental stamina to go ahead and stand firm. Like the ridiculous, where do you cross the line?
TK9, hold on. I'm very sorry. I did not hear him addressing Gambit. I believe that Gambit was asked a question. Gambit, if you'd like to respond, please go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so I think it depends, right? If you're jumping off that building to break the Guinness Book of World, no, I'm joking. All right, so yeah, we can all admit that there's stupid stuff, right? And we can all admit that fraternities sometimes go too far. I can't remember his name, Sam. I wasn't saying that we should absolutely have no oversight. I think that most reasonable people are okay with those type of things. I don't know what that looks like because a lot of these fraternities are private and they're self-policing somewhat.
A lot of fraternities take money from schools, still.
Yeah, but there could be a conversation over like how these organizations are overseen for sure. I don't think that's off the table or anything like that. I think the ridiculous stuff that happens, these fraternities deserve to be kicked off campus. I mean, I think sometimes they don't do enough. I know a young lady that was raped and they got kicked off the yard for I think 2 years. And
what about stripped of their charter?
I mean, there's no links that I wouldn't go to with some of the gruesome stuff that's happened. So, I'm not this guy that's just shilling unrelentingly for frats. I think frats can do very bad and dangerous things, and they should be punished for sure. I'm just saying,
respect the idea of frats. I just think that there should be a level of common sense that's kicked in. At some point, I've had friends who I used to drink with heavily in college. I mean, habitually. And then at some point, we were like, this guy's had enough. You know what I mean? I've taken 20, 30, 40 car bombs in a single night. But I said, I had enough. We had enough. And in a fraternity, I think there's more of a responsibility as a group to take care of your underlings and not let them drink until they die.
Yeah, I mean, we all, like anyone who's lived on campus understands that dumb nonsense is going to happen just because they're college kids who are probably just learning to engage with alcohol, just getting out of their parents' house. Like, there's going to be stupid stuff that happens because of fraternities, but there's also an incredible amount of stupid stuff that happens even outside. So, people are going to do stupid stuff all over college campus, like frat or no frat. I think there's a heightened. No, go ahead.
No. Finish your point. No, finish your point. Again, no. Let him finish your point.
I think that if you have an organization, you should be held to a standard, and there should be somebody trying to ensure you're at that standard for sure.
Spectre, if you directly wanted to respond to what, hold on, we'll get to you. We'll come back to you, TK9. I'll put you on the list. Spectre, if you want to directly respond to what the other person, what's it? Sorry.
Sam.
Not Sam. No. Sorry. ATM. Yeah. If you want KTN, if you want to directly respond to KTN, then do that. Then we'll go to Salty Sam. Then we'll go to Ghost, and then we'll go to TK9.
Right. So I actually think that this is the correct question. This is where it gets interesting because we can just say obviously, as Ghosty pointed out, he wasn't boofing Everclear at boot camp. So there, we can say that that's probably not useful hazing. Running errands, here's where this becomes an issue, right? If it's midterm week, 2 a.m., and I get a text that I have to run an errand or I'm out of the pledge program, that's still fucking hazing. And not only is it hazing that's counterproductive to the reason that I'm at college in first place, which one would assume is to get a fucking degree. Because guess what? It's actually pretty fucking expensive here. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like what I guess I'm trying to get at here is that fraternities work around the rules as they're set in some cases to still be able to do hazing. and this is a cultural problem within them. I'm not necessarily saying that we need to ban all fraternities, but they need to be much more heavily policed than they are right now if we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the hazing stuff that happens, if it's not for people, I don't like. I would say that they shouldn't engage in it. I know a lot of people. Like I wasn't a part of one of the D9. I like started my own fraternity in college, but the people who can handle those things engage in it. And if anyone, the message that we should have is if somebody is put into a situation where they seem uncomfortable or they think that something is too much, they shouldn't like stick around with things that they don't think is good for them long term, right?
But there's pressure sometimes to join these like organizations
sure.
due to the fact
For
that like
sure.
you created your friend group around like your pledge class, right? Maybe you have a family member that's an alumni, right? Like there's a lot of problematic things here, and I don't think that it's fair to say like, well, if they know what they're signing up for, because first, as I pointed out earlier, they do not. They don't show up to pledge week with a consent form for all the hazing they're going to do. They show up with party favors and sorority pledges. Yeah. So again, it needs to either be more heavily policed or like we need to ban fraternities. I would say like if we catch fraternities doing this shit, they should be removed from campus so they can no longer participate in pledge week and recruit, and that would be like step one.
Okay.
That does happen, right?
I know it does, but not nearly enough, unfortunately, due to the fact that, you know, like I said, they set up rules like, okay, well, no drinking stuff, no physical hazing stuff. And then it turns into, okay, well, how can we still mess with them? Let's make them run an errand 2 a.m. when they have a final the next day.
Let's go to well, we'll come back. Don't worry. We'll go to Salty Sam, then we'll go to Ghostly, and then we'll go to TK9.
Yeah, for sure. So I just wanted to say two things in regards to relating relating hazing to what happens in the military. So I think it's twofold. So the primary one, and I think the most important one, is that in the military, you're trying to form these bonds incredibly quickly. And because of that, you could make an argument that it does need to be sped up by hazing because you don't have the time to form these bonds. But in university, you've got 4, 5, maybe more years to kind of form these bonds in a normal and more healthy manner. And on top of that, the other different thing is obviously, I think this has already been mentioned, but in one, you're like trying to make sure that these people will have your back because your life depends on it. And in another, you're trying to make sure that they have your back because they're friends with you. Like these are two, like these 2 points alone already make it like vastly different things. That means that the hazing should be, if it exists at all, should be on a completely different scale.
Oh, god damn it. Anyway, thank you, Salty, for that. Let's go to Ghostly, then we'll go to TK9, and then after that, let's also see if we can get that Grim guy, if maybe his mic is fixed, but let's go to Ghostly first.
So one thing with fraternities, and this applies to the military as well, it's pretty much just young kids in power. You have kids that are like coming out of high school, going like 18, 19, 20 years old, who are coming into positions where they have direct like control over somebody's day to day. And that can get to a lot of people's heads where they think they can do whatever they want. But in the military, you have, you know, the USCMJ, where you can, it's just a rule set to where you can get punished for doing anything outside of bounds. And I don't think that fraternities have that besides what the college or the university implies. So I think if they're going to do anything as far as like any kind of like initiation process, it should be overseen by the college. Like you can't do it unless the college is there to oversee it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to TK9, and then we'll try Grim afterwards. And then King William, you want in? All right, so TK9, Grim, King William.
Okay, well, like I've been trying to write stuff down so like I don't lose my place. Like this to get to you, Prime. Like I speak out of turn a lot because like I feel like that I'm gonna lose my place, and this is what I mean. Like I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna say, but I wrote one thing down that I wanted to bring up, and it had to do with had to do with like when you Like, I lost my place. Sorry. When you go ahead and you're dealing with hazing, never mind. Go on to somebody else. I'm sorry.
That's no problem. Okay, yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to you. Let's go to Grim. And see if can we hear you? Start again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, right.
Oh, that's awesome. Bless up this channel. For one, kind of nervous a little. I was just wanted to harp on GSU Gambit's point, kind of about like the difference between white and black fraternities, and that's a huge thing to take within what fraternities are. I'd also like to say, like, I went to a private college and dropped out. It had fraternities, and we'd always joke about that. Our dining room was called TDR, so we said we were Tau Delta Rho, and we kind of subverted it. It was in Washington D.C., a place of political activism, and at a university there, and that like even within our own community, we could bring up a small, community to kind of position ourselves against what the idea of a frat is. But essentially, what a frat is, or a sorority, it's a unity amongst people who are trying to find like this like-minded experience amongst each other. And like how you could ban that and police it. And I know there's a lot of problems with it, but like it's a nefarious kind of like practice of what to do with it wherever you stand. I was just kind of curious about a debate I did listen to you do the other day, Prime, about your advocacy for private, abolishing private schools instead of public schools. And I think that frats at private universities are different at frats at public universities. And like you got the skull and crossbones at Yale, you have these like secret societies, kind of like other sorts of ideas of where it stands. So I'm like, I just kind of wanted to explode the debate with private versus public. I feel like in that last debate you were talking about more like elementary pedagogy and like middle school and high school, and now it's like frats are assumed with like what higher education should be. And like I think that opens up a discussion about like what technical schools are, what the military schools are, like all sorts of different school experience from like University of Phoenix. And I don't know, like maybe that's an explosion of the debate, but bless up the channel, and maybe cool to see my voice.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. I hadn't thought of as a sort of divide between public and private. Like it would seem to me that private would be more exclusionary. Yeah, I mean, it would seem to me that would be more exclusionary. But I don't. I mean, it just seems like what I've seen from all frats, right? Like, well, not all frats, but I'm saying I should say. No, I haven't forgotten about you. What I've seen from many frats is this. Hold on. What I've seen from many frats is a constant pattern of this exclusionary behavior, this misogynist behavior, this racist behavior, right? Not just the white frats can get up to that. These transphobic behaviors, like all these behaviors, that's just kind of encouraged. You got these people who aren't yet fully mature, all gathered together,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like, I think that's the first thing I think about frats. Like, I think there's other members besides frats on what a university campus is, like the ROTC for one. Like, for instance, like we're a big presence on my university campus, and how we had to other people would interact with them. But I do like this one point, and I don't even know who all is bringing it up, but the point is kind of like the university experience or college experience is not just an academic experience, because then standardized tests should just be the experience of like other education, you know? Like frats are supposed to fill this void of what the social, and I'm not an advocate for the frat. Like I couldn't care less. But like just the idea that like college's only thing, like, you know, I feel like the debate is split where people are saying like frats are bad, duh. And then they're saying, well, there's this other social aspect that is part of like the university experience, and that is like, for, you know, from
why would it be automatically assumed that frats are bad?
I'm not, well, okay, I'm just saying on the side of it, like, I don't care, I wasn't a part of one. It's not whether it's bad.
It's the same thing. It's like saying that athletics is bad.
No, I don't see. I'm vouching for frats in athletics in that they are socializing things. The internal policies of frats should be worked, but isn't that what university administrations are tasked to do?
But they're not doing it.
Here's the issue.
Yeah. Well, okay. Then if it is a situation where there's accountability to held, like that has to be held for administrations that don't deal with like the bad infractions in it. Like, I don't know how a wholesale, I guess I'd say, I don't know how a wholesale getting rid of it would be.
So my problem. So hold on, don't. We will get to everyone. I promise. Problem with this is that frats are not just like made of like individual kids within a certain chapter, right? They're much larger organizations with adults, like with more fully grown adults who run these things, right? Like these are huge. They're big business frats, right? And these larger organizations can't properly discipline these chapters, right? Like these things still keep happening. So like I'm not putting it just on school administration, though. I mean, there's blame to go all around in terms of frats, I would say. Let me I'll let KTN in, and then Spectre, and then TK9.
All right, so frats. The problem with frats is it's 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds trying to police themselves, trying to police and then using their power to kind of test the mettle of a bunch of kids who are 18, 19, who don't even know much about themselves. They don't know their limits. They probably haven't been tested. They don't know how good they are under pressure. And then you're having these guys who are only a year or two older than them come down and put all these added pressures on them. So it's kind of one of these things where you've got a group of unaccountable or unregulating youngsters trying, putting another group of untested youngsters through pressure. It's not like the military where you have an entire force of people who are around, who are older, 20 to 30 years of discipline, looking on a bunch of brand new recruits who can discipline them in the moment. I mean, in the military, if you haze someone the wrong way, they drum you out. There's no playing games. They don't fuck around. If you're on a team for athletics, maybe football is the one sport where hazing doesn't really get regulated. But at some point, if the coach thinks you're screwing around and you're messing up one of his good players, you're out of there. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to like fraternities, the big problem, I think, is you've got a bunch of unaccountable dickheads coming down on a bunch of untested, often fresh, often weak youngsters.
So we'll go to a Spectre, then TK9, and then we might actually move off of this because we already argued this for like an hour and a half. Oh, King William, did you want to jump in there too? I wasn't sure if you had your hand.
I just had a couple points to make. One is that we're talking about people coming in at 18. That's when they're getting hazed, and that their prefrontal cortex is still on the move. It's still forming. It's not fully formed until you're 20. Okay, I listened to your points. I didn't, But anyway, so they did a study to determine, why adolescents make ridiculous decisions sometimes, at least by adults. And so they put like an adult driving around in a car, and they put an adolescent driving around in a car, and there were really no differences. The teenager drove just as safely and wisely as the adult did, and so they're like, "Wow, that's weird. That doesn't show anything." And then they got the idea, well, what happens when we put another teenager in the car? And that has this way of that really puts the tinfoil on the radar of adolescents just based on where their brain is in terms of its development. And so, I think that the hazing that happens in fraternities really exploits that, and that that also speaks in some way to the supposed consensuality that people were talking about before.
Spectre.
And
finish your point, please. Sorry.
And I would just want to say I've lived in a lot of different cities, and every place I've been, including here now in Silicon Valley, I'm always hearing fraternities hazing and deaths, and also the fact that they are unaccountable. For instance, at SJSU, I had put an article in the chat about it. They were bringing it up back again in 2020. It happened in 2008, but basically a black student was found hanging in the fraternity, and they ruled it a suicide and all this kind of stuff. And it's basically wealthy white people are unaccountable legally in this country in a lot of cases, and that's just a fact. And the fraternities are a perfect example, and they should be banned just based on their history. And there are many other reasons other principles to organize around. And this thing about who's gonna really have my back when the shit goes down. Well, you're just looking for trouble, and you're always getting into shit, and then you want a bunch of friends to get you out of it. That's what that's about.
Okay, let's go to Spectre, then TK9. You don't have to flash your hand. I know it's you. All right, Spectre.
Sorry.
Right. So I'm probably just gonna do this last one, and then I have to go to bed because I work in the morning and I'm very tired. I wanted to address like what Grim and KTN touched on regarding like, oh well, why are they just left to police themselves? Why isn't the administration doing anything? Well, fraternities are kind of secret societies. That's how they start, right? And there's like secret rituals that you have to keep. You have to keep secret words. And there are a lot of people in the administration that you want to police these societies that are members of them. So they don't want to get in their business. They want to let these kids have their fucking secrets. And sometimes that translates into keeping hazing from them. And it's just accepted as, well, I went through it, so they have to go through it. Like the buck has to be fucking stopped somewhere. And we can't depend on college admins to do it, apparently. So I don't know what the solution is, but yeah, this idea that they're going to police themselves or somehow going to shame college admins that are actually profiting off of the existence of these institutions within the institution to police them more heavily is absurd. So yeah, that's really all that I wanted to touch on, and that's why these things don't get taken care of.
Okay, thanks so much, Spectre. Let's go to TK9, and then we'll see you, buddy. Then we'll move on to something else.
I was gonna say that like fraternities do not stop at the edge of campus, right? Fraternities, like even after you graduate, are there because like the whole idea behind a fraternity is so that everybody who's in the fraternity is to promote each other, right? So when you go ahead and you're up for a particular job and someone else who is in a higher position say, oh yeah, he's part of my fraternity, I want him instead of that dude because he was in my fraternity and he wasn't. And that's the whole idea behind fraternities, right? So when you come down to like this idea that somehow that it's just a bunch of hooligans on campus doing stupid shit, that's not true. The thing is like when you want to go ahead and you join a fraternity, the reason why they like do the hazing is because they want to know, is it going to stand firm? If you're going to stand firm with them, and if you don't, then you don't. And if like if you're willing to go ahead and go to like the whole fall semester with no window and no glass in your fucking window and freeze your ass off the whole fucking semester, but they still want to know if you're going to be able to overcome, if you're going to be able to go ahead and still do your classwork on top of all the shit that they're piling on top of you. That's the kind of man that I want standing next to me. The dude that is like hard. The dude that's going to go ahead and say, look, like I know you, like I gotta go to class tomorrow morning, but you just fucking put 3 gallons of fucking vodka into me. So like they don't care. It's like, are you going to be able to go ahead and do it? That's what they want to know. That's the whole idea behind the whole hazing process. It's the same thing with the military. Like people don't want to like people don't want to like put military and the hazing of fraternities as being, but they are exactly the same shit. It's the same shit. They want to know who's hard and who's not hard. You gonna stand with me or you not gonna stand with me? Like, and then once you fucking make it by that process, then you get the benefits of it, right?
Okay.
So
okay,
that's my point.
Thank you. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna move on from this topic. We've already spent a lot of time on it, so I just want to move on to something else. Is there first of all, is there any, before I do that, like we could try the royal one because I think that's an interesting topic. But is there anything else that people had wanted to talk about? Let me know now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna step out. I want to say have a great night, everyone.
Oh, thanks for being here. Sorry.
There was another.
Yeah.
There was another topic that happened in chat, but I don't.
That what? Go ahead, Gambit.
There was another topic that happened in chat about what happens in college if 2 individuals are drunk and they have sex, but I don't know if y'all wanted to go into that.
Didn't we just have a consent discussion the other night? Doesn't that just lead into the consent discussion?
Yes, yeah, it's the same consent discussion. Let's let's go to all right. Unless someone else has something, anything else?
This might be interesting.
I thought about the cop, the cop that's going on trial.
Yeah, I told you, there's nothing happening.
It got delayed though.
Yeah,
nothing's happening yet.
Then we got to talk about police brutality and then some other stuff, and it's gonna get.
But right now they're selecting the jury, so maybe a discussion about.
It was delayed though.
What?
The jury selection's been delayed.
They're not. They're selecting a jury though.
I don't understand how you guys can want to talk about anything other than the Royals right now. Like that was fucking insane. My mouth was like
no,
agape
because
the whole time.
Wait, I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah.
No, I just this is a big fucking deal. Sorry.
Dissolve the monarchy and give all the gold back you stole.
No, like I don't understand, especially as from like I'm not American, but from an American's perspective, you guys are founded on like being against monarchy, and you had like your first American, like British princess, I guess, and she's probably taken down the monarchy to a lower point than it has existed since the abdication in the 30s. Like this is a big fucking deal.
Yeah. I think that monarchy is pretty
I'm actually not sure.
Let her drag it even deeper, and then we'll finish when
No, look, I'm not saying that you should only care if you like the monarchy. I'm saying if you really don't like the monarchy, you should care even more, right?
We don't care about Britain in general, though. That's like the American spirit.
We literally fought against the British, so we didn't have to talk about this.
Yeah.
Wait, can we not beat around the bush and say what happened?
I do.
What happened? We can tell you what happened. It's pretty simple, right? Thank you. What happened is that they had an interview, and Meghan with Oprah. Yeah, I know. I'm saying it. TK9, please. I'm saying it. Meghan Markle revealed that the royal family was concerned. Members of the royal family was concerned about the skin color of her child Archie, concerned of how dark the child would be, telling her that the child might not get any like security protection, right? Wouldn't have access to any of the abilities to be of a royal because of the skin color. And then and then there's a separate discussion. There's that, and then there's plus that. There's a separate discussion that Prince Harry brought in, and like how the media, the British media, works with works with the royalty, right? Like how there's a symbiotic relationship there. I think both of those are really interesting topics. So we can tackle one or the other. But yeah, that's what happened, Gavin.
I think like I'd like to talk about the whole media part of it, because like the thing that like really got to me was like when they talked about not Prince Harry but his brother, like who married like the other woman who was like, you know, white, I guess. And they talked about her, and anytime like she like rubbed her belly, it was about, you know, oh, like the big baby bump or whatever. But when they talked about Meghan Markle, anytime she touched her belly and they took a picture of her, it's like, oh, she can't get her hand off the baby bump, like making it like it, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Does it make any sense?
Sure.
Well, yeah, there's been criticism that she was treated unfairly, right?
I mean,
I think some of that stuff was blown. I
like-
think from the press's perspective, I think that some of that was blown out of proportion. What I do believe though, is that internally, like in the royal family, there was still some like residual racism and stuff that they had, like, and British people tend to think that they're like above it and it's like an American problem, etc. But this is like being something that, you know, this is a conversation that they've kind of need to have. And I think that that was what was Harry's frustration with the whole thing, was that like his family wouldn't even like acknowledge that there was like any racial issue. They were just kind of acting like, oh, we're just colorblind, this is totally not an issue, when I mean obviously that's not not the truth. Because they were concerned about how dark, you know, Archie's skin color was going to be.
Was
holy shit.
was there any like does anybody outside of like the people in like Britain and Canada who for some reason worship these people in the 2000s?
For some reason, speak for the Canadians.
No, I
mean, no, I am Canadian. There are Canadians who worship the crown still.
Accent.
Yeah, but I think most of us just don't even know what's going on.
Former colonies that
Like,
worship the crown.
Of course,
Wait, I want to hear.
But Canada is still a kingdom too.
I get what he's saying.
What were you saying? Hold on, stop it. Well, what were you saying, Zell? Go ahead, please. Try it again. I understand what you're saying.
Did anybody like expect? Of course, these rich white, like they live in a palace. Their entire family was built on racism, was built on English superiority. Of course they're racist against literally anybody who isn't like the purest white. Like that's
Okay,
their
I don't think
entire
that's true.
industry.
I don't think that's true. Wait. How do you? Okay, why do you think it was? Okay, why do you think it was founded on the idea that like English white people are superior to other people?
The colonies.
Like, that makes no sense.
I mean, there's an entire continent right below.
You know. Okay, wait. You know that like the founding of the English monarchy was happened like maybe 600 years before colonization.
Yeah, Zell's point is stupid.
But
whatever.
At this point, like the
okay.
I don't know, that just sounds like a Twitter talking point.
It's
like,
not a Twitter talking point. It's not a Twitter talking
right.
point, because when the British went into Africa and started going and dividing colonies up, there's a quote that from one of the lords who went there and started prospecting. And one of his things he said was, "There is no Africa without Europe." So at the end of the day, they put their flag right down there and said, "This place doesn't exist until we tell you it fucking exists." So that's a fucking.
But that doesn't mean the entire monarchy was founded off of racism.
It wasn't the monarchy.
But the monarchy, the parliament, the people who showed up there didn't show up there without the consent of the king. Basically, you don't leave that country and go get. I mean, I'm a person from I'm from Africa. I'm from West Africa. I'm from one of those colonies. I have a slave castle outside of a house that my family grew up in, so I know all this.
But does the queen know it?
Okay, yeah, but I do think that it's not a coincidence.
The queen is sitting on a throne made of gold from the country that I'm from, the Gold Coast.
Wait,
the Queen is also everything she's built on, the palaces, it's all from there. They didn't have gold and fucking on those wet, dry rocks.
Okay,
so
the thing is, you're ignoring like there are some things that I think it's important to talk about. Like I don't think that it's a coincidence, right? That colonialism started once capitalism started overtaking monarchy and feudalism, right? Like this is something that started to happen in the 17th century, particularly with England. What happens also in the 17th century, right? Like the monarchy is overthrown, and suddenly there's a parliament, and the parliament cares about capital interests. Like that stuff is also very connected. So I agree that the monarchy certainly it's not completely innocent. Okay. There is nothing about European culture that is completely innocent when it comes to colonization. But I think you're connecting. I don't think there's an inherent connection between the concept of monarchy and I mean, like plenty of some of the most powerful African nations had monarchies. So I don't think that there's any like connection between that.
Only allowed to exist because the king didn't want to fight his lords anymore. That's why he let them go out and have a parliament.
So
wait, can you make that point again?
The only reason there's a parliament in England is because the king didn't want to fight his lords anymore.
That's not true. It's because the king had his head chopped off.
Okay.
The Magna Carta?
What? This is so ahistorical.
So
it's insane.
Can we like move past this point? So obviously, Britain and like basically all of Europe gained from colonization, and a lot of their wealth is founded off colonization. But like just to say the monarchy was founded off of racism is just ahistorical. Like this is just a nonsensical point. I don't know why we need to spend like 10 minutes on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Let's go to Dr. K.
Yeah, it wasn't founded on racism, but this is the same monarchy that had Prince Edward. Like, it is a really, really racialized monarchy. And to say that that there isn't, a justification of racialized hierarchies playing into the long-term sustainability of this system, it'd be foolish to try and claim otherwise, right? That said, I think that Britain is long overdue to just fucking kick their asses out. Like the Italians have kicked out their monarchy, the French have got rid of their monarchy. Like it's an outdated system, and the British need to get with the modern times and yeet the monarchy.
Okay.
Never had the monarchy.
I think the English, what the English really need to do is to honor the promise of the Magna Carta. Okay, like the Magna Carta was what gave us things like if you get arrested, you have to you have a right.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure how this relates to what we're talking about right now. I'm not sure exactly how that relates.
You don't understand how the Magna Carta relates to any of this?
That's not the Magna Carta.
The Magna Carta was for the aristocrats, right?
Yeah, it wasn't for the regular people.
Yeah.
The Magna Carta is like the basis of all English law.
Yeah, for the law.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh boy.
No, it was literally like
Magna Carta is like the basis.
Okay.
It's the opposite of what you're presenting it. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
What I want to talk about is whether or not like the monarchy can be reformed or it needs to be abolished.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we can get to that. All right, we'll do that. So Citizen Grimm and then Spectre. Spectre, you hold on. Stop. Citizen Grimm and then Spectre.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Right. I actually
no, Citizen Grimm and then Spectre.
Yeah, who? I had the idea that since the Magna Carta was brought up, the Derek Chauvin case I think is like the one of the foremost political cases. What's in the jury system out right now, and I was thinking, do you think Derek Chauvin would be charged if it was a English legal system rather than our American system of jury by peers? And I'm thinking, what is the problem with jury by peers?
The jury by peers comes from the Magna Carta, dude.
Okay, sorry.
I'm saying the English jurisprudence system is more than the fucking Magna Carta. You know, like
no, it's not.
Sorry, let's not argue this. I don't care. What's your point?
Yeah, who cares? But like, is jury by peers the best system? Like, if, and then I was thinking, who would be Derek Chauvin's peers? Probably his other racist, I don't know, advocates in the police department. That's kind of like a mess up system if he's going to be tried by his peers.
Okay, let's go to Spectre, and then Nine Tails. I think the more interesting conversation. Oh, Salty Sam, I see your hand up there. I think the more interesting conversation might be about like whether we should have the monarchy or not, because yeah, I mean, fuck those guys. But I think it might be. I think there's actually good cases on either side. So anyway, Spectre, Nine Tails, and then Salty.
Right. So the Derek Chauvin case, that's interesting. I guess we can talk about that maybe next if Prime wants to. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, something different.
I think that it's much like it is very interesting to talk about whether we need to do like reform or just like abolishment with the monarchy at this point, because you can definitely point out that it does provide benefits, like they bring in more money than they cost as far as tourism is concerned. They're good for like foreign relations with like, you know, the countries that they previously colonized, which is kind of cringe, I guess. But then on the other side of it, like if you're going to reform it, like what do we mean by reform? Like there's the institution of the monarchy. There's the people that kind of like work around the monarchy that Megan was talking about in the interview that were also like really more of the problem than the royal family itself, except for when, you know, I assume it was Prince Philip or Charles who was, you know, a little bit cringe, just like, Harry, the baby is going to be brown as a fucking potato or something like that.
It wasn't Philip. It wasn't Philip. Interesting fact.
Okay, so it was Charles. We know. And anyway,
it's got to be Charles or Camilla. That's like my guess.
Yeah, but so I agree. I would honestly say that you would have to make a really strong case that it's beneficial to keep it around, because yeah, it's just like we had Princess Diana. Now we have this with Meghan, where she was like, you know, she literally said in the interview, right, that if she was like reading the news, she probably wouldn't have made it through it. And that, you know, just breaks me a little bit inside to hear.
You can respond to that. Oh, sorry. Oh, once you're done. Sorry, I thought you were done.
That was pretty much it. I'm just monologuing at this point.
You can respond to that, Eris. Then we'll go to Nine Tails, Salty Sam.
Oh,
Martel's finest.
There's so much to responding. I know, like when I was watching, that it like listening to Megan talk about her experience, it broke my heart like completely. I don't know how you can watch that and not like shed a tear. And the whole time, what was so funny was that the British press was so obsessed with the privilege that both Meghan and Harry had and how hypocritical they are and how they're living this like super fancy lifestyle when the majority of Brits are like, you know, living working class, etc. And I can understand that argument, but they mentioned something that to me meant so much, was that like you never know what someone is going through. So someone could seem privileged on the outside, but you do not know what they've been through. And it's why it's so important to be compassionate. And it just reminds me, and when she was speaking about that, I was like, holy shit, like this is why they would have been such great assets to the monarchy, because to me that's what a modern monarchy represents, right? To remind us of those kinds of important values and bring people together regardless of their politics. So I just think the way it's all happened is super tragic, and the monarchy lost like two great assets.
Okay, so let's say that we do go the reform route then. Let's say that we do go the reform route then. Like, what would we need to do? Because like I pointed out, this happened with Princess Di. That would have been another great example for her to like come out about. I think she actually did come out about like eating disorder stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So she was also doing that. So it seems to me that the royal family and the apparatus around it systematically excises people that have the benefit that you're talking about. So how do we go about reforming that if we're going to do the reform route?
I think they did make some reforms. The problem is they didn't make enough. But I think that they're a better institution than they were, I don't know, like 100 years ago. They have the ability to change. They have the ability to improve. The fact that they like someone brought up Edward VIII, who, you know, was like a Nazi and stuff. He literally got deposed. Like he was forced to abdicate. So I think that they have the ability to learn and to grow. And I definitely think that that's a possibility. And there's just, to me, they're like, there's no reason to just get rid of an entire institution, though I'm sure now people are completely pushing for it, which is really sad.
Well, they've been pushing it for a
Really
very long time. So let's go to a nine tail, Sati, Sam, then KTN and Zell. Zell, yeah.
You know what's funny is, as a Canadian, we kind of take their presence for granted. Like, I've hardly ever actually pondered how much power they have over Canada, and like, would they help us if we're in need? Do we help them if they're in need? How does this relationship really work? I think Commonwealth kind of means that we both help each other out. But ultimately, I don't know how much power the Queen really has. I know she can interfere with like the passing of a bill, and there are some things that they get the Queen to also sign on. But aside from that, I see like a lot of our reverence to the monarchy to be a huge waste of money. And like, we could better put it into things.
Money,
Pardon?
In Canada, we don't send them any money. We get all the benefits without any of the negatives. Like the for her, like, and the
Canada gets the benefits of the United States.
I mean, the money Canada spends on
we
like
get the benefits of everyone. That's why we're so great. Like, but
I meant
I
just want to be clear. I meant like the statues we make and stuff like that. If we could spend that better.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do spend quite a bit on lieutenant governors, which are due to the monarchy. They are the Queen's word,
Right.
essentially.
I
We
was
pay
trying
them
to think of
almost
that term.
we pay them a significant amount of money actually yearly, and all they do is sign on bills. They do have the ability to veto, but we the salaries for each lieutenant governor in 2011 to 2012 was $125,000
but they're supposed to
a
guard
year.
the Constitution. You don't think that's
Well,
important?
No, their
I don't think we
job-
need them to.
Their job is to sign
I
the
don't trust
bill.
politicians to do it.
I mean, they're
Are
not.
you actually like pro monarchy, or are you just taking up the contention?
No, yeah, I am.
position?
I'm a constitutional monarchist.
I mean,
okay, could I
damn,
could I
sorry
finish?
for your loss.
Oh yeah, nine tails.
I mean, as a
Nine tails,
as
finish.
a
Nine tails,
Canadian-
nine tails.
Oh, he
finish
knows
your
what
point.
he's talking about. I do want to hear what he's saying.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, like the lieutenant governors are for the Americans here probably don't know, because as much as Canadians will know about yours, lieutenant governors are essentially the Queen's mouthpiece in Canada. There's one for each province, and then one at the federal level, who each are required to sign on the bills, because the Queen can't come to every single province and sign every single bill. So they are essentially knighted by her, or not knighted, but they are her mouthpiece to sign the bills. In theory, they can actually annex any bill anywhere in Canada. They can just say no to it, and it does not pass. They've done this a few times, but it's very rare. But we do pay them, so it does cost money. It is part of our constitutional monarchy in that the monarch, the Queen of England, is still technically the head of state here in a way, but it's only in name only. So they do cost money, so there is an argument there. Now, as a constitutional monarchy, and I do actually like our system, so in a way, I do agree with Calliope, that I think our system is actually a little better than the American system, and having an outside force to look into it is good, but I don't know if we need the lieutenant governor's position or the Queen explicitly. I do like the idea of an outside force like England looking in on us to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I think that America could actually benefit from that.
Can I
One of the
please,
biggest
fuck
benefits of that, one of the biggest benefits of that is that, like, because our prime minister is not the head of state, it means that our prime minister doesn't necessarily need to be respected the way a head of state often gets respect. It's why you will never see, you will see the prime minister get yelled at in parliament. People will call him names. They will degenerate him, like that kind of stuff that you just do not see in an American government system. That kind of like respect that's given to the president, right? Even when there's someone like Donald Trump there, does just not exist in a parliamenary system with a monarchy.
We'll go back to
so like there is that benefit.
we'll go back to Nine Tails. But I will say, Aris, and you already took the words out of my mouth. When I was going to jump in, I was going to say that's literally the from what I've seen, and I've heard a lot of these monarchist arguments. That is the best argument you have. Like the best argument is that you don't get like a cult of Trump in England, right? That doesn't happen because people are so busy worshiping this family that effectively, it doesn't have much power within the government, right? It has very little power within the government and society. So people who demand worship, right? Like, or sorry, who individual citizens who like to worship their leaders, and there's a large population that does. The just conservatives just love worshiping authority, right? They can get that all out on the royal family, who can't actually decide things, and the prime minister should be a public servant, seen as a public servant, and treated as a shitty public servant. So
he's the first among equals. That's the attitude.
I like it a lot. I think that's the best argument you have. But go ahead, Ninetales, finish your point.
Yeah, and I was literally going to pivot to this right after I finished saying that first part. Is this is an inherently conservative organization. It's always going to be conservative. It's not going to be progressive. It has no motivation to be progressive. It is trying to maintain tradition. It's trying to maintain the status quo, if not the absolute monopoly that England still has over territories like Canada. I don't see why Canada's always belonged to the natives. We can do the natives a huge favor and say, oh, all that crown land that nobody's even living on because it's just crown land, let's let the natives take some of their land back. So as far as like being a progressive goes, I want institutions to have accountability and transparency. And so I don't think the monarchy represents either of those things or has the facilities to do that. So I say get rid of it.
Okay, cool. Gambit, if you could do me a favor and mute yourself, it'd be quite useful.
Oh, I'm not muted?
No, but thank you so much. Okay, so we'll go to Salty Sam, who's been waiting quite patiently. Then KTN.
Yeah, so I guess the main problem I haven't heard a resolution to in regards to having a monarchy is obviously they do have a degree of power and a relatively high one with a lot of abilities like Zell was talking about with the ability to veto bills, and they have to sign all these different bills. And that's all given to individuals who are kind of more arbitrarily chosen in the sense that it's just essentially kept in the same family. And I don't understand the argument for essentially electing, even though it's not even an election at all, really, the members in that way. So I guess to sum it up, essentially, I don't understand why it would be a benefit to have someone with as much power as the royal family to be just passed along bloodline instead of like voted in, for example.
You can have an elected monarchy. There's been some arguments that have been made that the amount of power that the president has in the United States, that it basically is an elected monarchy.
It's not.
Yeah, you can look it up. Like, there's been some really
a monarch rules for life. Ours doesn't. It's not.
That's not. Monarchs don't necessarily have to rule.
An elected monarchy is an oligarchy. Yeah, we have something like that.
Also, are there any arguments in favor of the system of how it's done in England right now?
Yes.
Which was just saying what Eris was just saying, right? Previously.
Is that an elected monarchy though?
No, not talking about that. She was talking about like the system as it currently stands, saying how the head of state is different from the executive branch within England.
Yeah, I was mainly talking about like, is there any benefit to having a like essentially, I guess, genetic monarchy instead of an elected monarchy?
I mean, I can get into that. Like, there's different forms of monarchy that I think like all have like different systems. There's like tapestry and stuff. But I guess the familial, like the inherited monarchy system, is useful because the person's being raised from birth, so they're like preparing for a specific role. B, they're less likely to become corrupt because their family is so intertwined with the heart and the soul of the nation, that they're always gonna be choosing the nation over their own familial interests compared to like the average politician. Okay, Prime's like shaking his head at me. Like, and I agree, it doesn't always happen, but in that case, then you rebel against the monarch, right?
Hold on, but
elected
a Rasputin.
Hold on. Are you Are you saying like, oh, sure, we'll just put a system in place that demands a violent revolution whenever it goes wrong, right?
No. Okay. No, so the style of monarchy that I personally prefer, right, is where you have the representatives of the government.
Hey, we had interruption here. We're back at it. Yeah, please refresh the page if you aren't. Hold on. Yeah, we'll say refresh the page in chat. But we have a bit of interruption. Someone with a very tiny penis wanted to interrupt here, but you know what? Fuck you. We're too good for that. Anyway, we're moving on. So let's get back at it. Who was talking previously?
I think it was me. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point, Alice.
Okay, so the representatives are kept in check by the monarch, and the monarch keeps the representatives keep the monarch in check in turn, and this creates a system of balance, like similar to like the idea of the United States, like the senators keeping the members like in check, etc. But the reason why I think this is particularly effective, and this is much more similar to, I guess, like a system that was briefly done in the 19th century. Because when you have like just a pure democratic rule, especially when people are getting elected every 4 years, there's an incentive structure that means that politicians, and you're seeing this with environmental politics, where there is no incentive for politicians to give a shit about long-term stuff. And a lot of things a lot of long-term things are very important, particularly the environment. And I don't think and I think in this case, right, if you went by like my system, the monarch would be able to step in, and say, no, there is a problem with the environment, and we do need to take it seriously, because they're caring much more about that long-term effect. So there's that. Then on top of that, there's the oppression of the minority by the majority, right? Democracies are great. I mean, we don't really have a better system, okay? But it often leads to situations of genocide and like
Monarchies
racial
oppress everyone, though.
inequities.
How are
And
trans people in the UK
I disagree.
doing? Trans people in the UK are like doing the worst around the world, in my opinion.
Okay, I
So
don't
like,
think.
it's
Yeah,
a
but there's
regressive country.
because of TERFs. I don't think it has to do with like monarchs,
Oh,
right?
but why
So-
isn't the Queen intervening? Where's the Queen in this?
Well,
Isn't
I
the
do
Queen
think that the
for
Queen should
trans
intervene
rights?
in certain things, right? But she doesn't, because of like this, like they're not living by the system that I personally would have subscribed to, because the Queen largely has only a ceremonial role. I would personally prefer the Queen to be more active. And have in general like a more active role, to be guarding the soul of the Constitution and the larger heart of the nation itself. So I think those two things, when they're like in tandem, creates a very, very balanced system. And they both keep one another in check. So you don't need to have a situation. You don't need to have a situation where you rise up and have like a revolution. Like on average, they're literally going to be forced to abdicate by the majority rule of the people, etc.
Yeah, a monarch is much easier to oust than a democratically elected official.
Are we? Yeah, are we? I missed a lot of
you
it. I just
shitting
got
me
back.
with
Are
this
we
stuff?
like advocating for like?
Yeah, she's
communism, or-
no, she's advocating for
It's
monarchy.
someone who likes to be stepped on.
Sorry,
It's all
hold on.
good.
Sorry, we got it.
You can watch the stream before you come on, GSU.
So okay, so we'll go to KTN, and then we'll go. I thought we had someone else in line. KTN. We'll go to Ghostly, then we'll go to Dr. K and Ninetales.
Yeah, I mean, to advocate for a system where we basically create a kind of a godlike figure, because all right, fine, this person isn't, the family. There's like an entire like line of people that are apparently going to be held accountable and apparently have the interest of the nation going forward. But for them, the nation is them. The nation isn't the people. They are the nation. They're the ones, because it's my line that's going to continue to rule or continue to dictate. So I don't think that the idea of them being, having the interest of the people is true at all. And then on top of it, what I think Ninetales was saying, I don't know if I got that right, your name, but the idea that they're progressive, like they had 3 or 4 chances to become a progressive, a progressive family. They had Diana, they had Meghan Markle, and I think and they had some scandal with Fergie, but I don't think that had much to do with them being progressive. But in general, they don't want to change. And the idea that we should excuse them and then let them have incremental change is I think it's kind of silly. Like it's just an institution that should just die because they don't want to change. And then for me, the fact that the people are socially captured by it, they're enthralled to it, they love it. And the other part to what Meghan Markle was saying is, the family might have not have been as racist, but the entire public of England was like racist towards her. So it wasn't just like the family that was saying little silly things. It was the general public went to when your country has to turn off in the mentions of the internet the word, the N-word or monkey. That should tell you something. You know what I mean? So
that kind of speaks to that speaks more to a problem with the society and less so a problem with the monarchs. It seems.
But why can't the monarchs stop the society from being that silly?
Oh, I agree. I wish
monarchs are going to somewhat follow.
And I think that was a huge criticism that Prince Harry had, right? That he felt like that the government, the people's representatives did step in and called out the racism, but the family wouldn't, right? Because they're so worried that their goal is to be completely apolitical, and so they were seeing it as being a political thing.
Why
that's a very legitimate criticism of it.
Why should you be apolitical on something that's moral? You're supposed to be the moral. You're supposed to be the epitome of the moral, the heart and soul of your country.
No, I agree, and the reason why that they're struggling with this is because of the pressure of anti-monarchists who don't want the monarch to give up.
Nothing to struggle
with that one.
Iris, out of curiosity, what's your nationality?
Oh, me?
What's
Me?
on Iris?
Are you talking about like my ethnicity or my
No, I say your nationality.
country? Okay, I'm Canadian.
Oh, makes
I
sense.
actually was raised in South Africa, and I swore an oath to the Queen. So this is just me keeping my promise.
Damn, sorry for your loss, man.
You got cut.
I mean, leaving both Israel, a country of war where it's going to be forced conscription, and then leaving a country like South Africa that has a violence like crazy, and then being welcomed by an amazing country like Canada. Yeah, I'm going to take my oath seriously.
I wonder what nation caused the instability that caused South Africa to get to that point, huh?
I was just about to say that.
I have to say,
Wait,
we
wait,
gotta
wait,
hear
wait.
your life
Wait, you think-
story. We gotta hear your life story from South Africa to Israel.
No, we really
don't.
don't.
Like that's cool.
We really don't.
Okay, you can
Not
you can
right
follow me on
now,
Twitch,
but
and
I'm
I'll talk about
saying.
it on my own Twitch channel.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
dude,
cover
shut
this.
up.
one.
I'm a little confused. You guys don't think the British colonized South? It was the Dutch, right? So
It was initially the Dutch and the British, right?
I'm not sure the
And
Dutch and
apartheid was
okay.
created to satisfy the Dutch. So like
The
the
British formally established the colony and formally established the country. Yeah, that's
Okay.
why they still have to play the monarchy.
Fair enough. All right. So we'll go to Ghost, who's been waiting quite patiently, and then we'll go to Dr. K and Ninetales.
So for Eris, I think the main problem with a monarchy system is you're sort of forcing kids to grow up in a system where they become leaders, where they might not have otherwise chosen to be that. I think a volunteer system where people choose to lead is a better system. And if you have a problem with like election cycles being 4 years, I mean, you could always argue to extend them to like 10 years or something if you want somebody to focus on long term. But if you want a system where the minority population, as far as voting goes, isn't like misrepresented, then the only way to do that would be a unanimous direct democracy, which is pretty anarchical. So a monarchy system isn't going to accomplish any of those goals.
I think those are some legitimate criticisms, and it's why I don't think monarchy is the solution for like every country. There are other really good solutions that you can do to fix that problem, but I do think it is a big problem, and I hate us just venerating democracy as this like ultimate good when it does have a lot of consequences that are non-progressive, right? That lead to the oppression of minorities. I'm a member of a minority myself, who's been historically oppressed by both democracies and and monarchies. And yeah, like I don't think that those two systems like are often good when they're just allowed to perpetrate themselves completely, without any kind of balance, right?
No,
And right now, especially
but
what
a
you have in those
democracy
democratic
is the will of
systems,
the
there's
people,
no
right?
balance, there's no oversight. Like
A
the only
democracy is generally the will of the
But there's
people.
no
So
oversight
if the
with
will
yeah,
of the
but
people
what if
want
the will of the
to
people are
progress, then they'll vote
transphobic?
for
What
it.
if the will of the people are racist?
Wait, but that's the
Exactly.
problem.
You need
with
you need someone who will
political
protect
system.
the trans people, like monarchs.
But that's
It's
what's
so much better when the monarchs are transphobic,
Are
though.
you
I'm so
really
happy.
sure?
That makes me
no
feel
one to hold
better.
them accountable.
At least in a
That's it.
democracy, you have the potential for change. In any kind of like authoritarian position, there's not going to be that progress.
Yeah, but you can have change in a system that balances one another. Again, right? The monarchy right now is very different than the monarchy that existed 100 years ago. If you know anything about the House of Windsor, they have been the reason why the British monarchy has survived when other absolutist monarchies like the French monarchy, the Russian monarchy, the Spanish monarchy, all of those monarchies have
they were on an
collapsed. And the reason
island.
why the British one survived is because it was willing to change. So just because it doesn't change every 4 years doesn't mean it's not progressive. It's actually the most progressive, like from a historical like perspective, right? Like I think you guys are thinking, a little too small.
Political.
No,
And that's
actually,
why I
like
said
if
you
we're
could
talking
always
about
argue for longer election cycles, like maybe 10 years or 20 years or something. It doesn't have to be every 4 years. That's just what America has chosen.
Yeah, but
Mm.
political systems can be progressive. Theoretically, you can have a very progressive dictator. Doesn't mean the political system in itself is a overall good.
Let's go to Dr. K, Nine Tails, and KTN.
Oh yeah, dude, I fucking hate monarchies, man. I absolutely fucking hate them. I mean, all right, so first off, let's talk about like the most powerful and the most famous absolute monarchy that's still standing today, the House of Saud, right? Like, no, absolute monarchies are absolute trash. Now let's get into the deeper part of why monarchies are trash, right? So the
Wait, Dr.
queen,
K, what if I make you my
I'm
queen?
talking right now, not you, Eris. All right, cool. We good? We
Yes,
good.
Your
All right.
Majesty.
Thank you, bitch. All right, queen is an unelected symbol of hierarchy, right? She symbolizes the deference to yielding your autonomy, your democratic norms, right? She is a symbol of this. More so, she is a symbol. Like, you cannot be, in fact, a secular nation while you have a monarch. You cannot be a accepting nation while you have someone whose entire point is that they are ordained by God, a Christian God, to rule over a country, right? Like, how are you supposed to be inclusive to the Hindu people who are moving to England because England ruined their homeland, right? Or the Muslim people who are moving to England because England ruined their homeland, right? How can they be integrated into the English experience while they are ruled over someone who is absolutely, I don't care, person who DM'd me. How can you expect that deference when you are yielding to a person who is the symbolism of Christian God's right to rule over these people, right? Okay, so that's my first big hatred of the monarchy done. It's anti-democratic, it's all that good stuff. What else do my notes say? So even if it makes money for the country, the average British person should not have to pay for a luxuriant lifestyle to someone who has no role in government and no reason to be caring for their self-interest. The idea that monarchies, care about their people in any fucking way is an absolute farce of a statement. Like, the list of times a monarch just absolutely shat on their own people for no fucking reason, like, goes on and on and on and on and on. I could go about it all day. Russia is famously an example of that for Peter II. What else? Let's see. We have the Italian monarch actually helping Mussolini to get into power.
The Spanish monarch, if you didn't know, just recently, the Spanish monarch.
Let them eat cake, Spanish monarchy, like, and the idea that
Okay,
like just
no
this
offense, Dr. K, but
unelected
you
person should
just
be able to
demonstrating
rule
how
over you is just
uneducated you are on
an
the subject.
absolute
Like
joke.
Marie Antoinette never said them eat cake.
Whether she said it or not, she was fucking over her people and letting them starve. Yes?
No, that she had absolutely no power. It was her husband who was. Like, what are you talking about?
Her husband then was doing that exact thing. Whatever.
No, but yeah, just recently the Spanish monarch
Yeah,
just
they had
jailed a
they had an
rapper
absolutist monarchy, which
because they
that
spoke
I'm
out against the
against.
crown.
Sorry.
Absolutist, constitutional, whatever. It's bad for me, honestly. The House of Lords, for example, is an undemocratic institution that derives its legitimacy in part from the monarchy. So, like, I'm not a fan of it, never will be. And just because America has problems does not mean that democracy is a flawed system, right? If you're going to shit on democracies, you have to defer against European democracies, right? If you're going to be making that comparison, right? So try comparing yourself maybe to like the Germans, for example, if you're going to be shitting on democracies, okay? Like not your flawed mutated child.
Let's go to Ninetales, KTN, and then Zell.
So while I'm hard pressed to think of why a monarchy would ever become progressive, I can think of a few reasons why it won't. For one thing, the status quo just represents the longevity of that monarchy. If things change, then the underpinnings are in question of these things are naturally in question too. I think there's a little bit of naivety when we say, well, for sure it wasn't founded in some sort of racist ideals. We can look at just the philosophical basis of this group of people who can only be of a certain bloodline are the most fit people to rule us, to make decisions on our behalf. That's kind of blank supremacist, if you ask me, just in that inherent ideology right there. I'm not accusing people like Cass of being that way. I just think philosophically the foundations must have that in it.
It doesn't need to necessarily be like that, right? Like it could be adoption. And also on top of that, just because it's from a bloodline doesn't mean it's like necessarily racially pure or whatever, like according to like white supremacist ideology.
I don't want someone having ultimate say over over my life because they were chosen by somebody with a ridiculous amount of privilege and power, and what seems to be very few means of accountability and responsibility. Another motivation that I want to point out is that these monarchies don't just happen because they needed a political system. It happened because a certain amount of person owned enough land, owned enough force, usually military force, to reign supreme enough that nobody could actually challenge their will. And at some point, this just became codified as like a nation state. Prior to this was the result of bloodshed and killing other people who wanted the exact same thing. And this being established now doesn't it's not established because it was ever just. It was established because it's one. And then when we look at the broader hegemony, which is the control of other nations by the military, economy, and stuff of a single nation, then we see that Britain stands to lose a lot because so much of the Navy and everything does what it does because it maintains the hegemony that has been done for centuries under the sake of the Royal British Navy and all that stuff. Therefore, I think that you're going to have to overcome a lot more than just a monarchy. You're actually going to have to overcome things like the military-industrial complex. You're going to have geopolitical situations that devolve. And I think that this is actually a reason to not have monarchy because it just fucks everything up to the point where when you go to change things back because you're a progressive, it's impossible not to it's impossible for things to just be clear cut. Things have become so embedded and so rooted that the literal landscape of the entire world will change if you do that.
Okay, let's go to KTN, and then Zell and Grim. I had his hand up.
Yeah, man, I agree with Ninetales. Just the bloodline, the feudalism that started before, the idea that they had to keep, it's not like their progressiveness is going to be the next generation oh, let's add someone new to this bloodline so that we make it more democratic, we represent the people. It's like, no, we're going to pick these 5 people, we're going to pick these 6 people, and oh well, are they progressive enough? Probably not. How do they present? What family are they from? And this is something that they won't deviate from. It's not, Meghan Markle was the biggest deviation from it, and before that there was Prince Fergie, I think, and I think she was still kind of royalty. So for me to be convinced that somehow these people are going to be somewhat representative of the people that they rule over, or they're going to somehow be benevolent to them, or it's unfathomable. If you just look at the evidence, it's not there. There's nothing there in that system or in those people that tells me that they give a fuck about anyone they rule over. They love the pomp, they love the circumstance, they love the fact that everyone loves them, and they don't do shit for them except for make them feel good and give them something to look at.
Well,
If
the
you want
reason why
celebrity,
the queen
America
is
has
so
celebrity.
popular.
We've got
Oh.
celebrity without any of that bullshit.
Okay, but the reason why the queen is so popular in Britain, even if the monarchy itself is not popular, is because she lives and breathes duty, right? Like it's being drilled
Duty
into
who?
her that her life is not for herself, right? That her life is for the community, for the country, for that
But
duty.
what
She
good has
spends
that duty
so
done
much
for
like
anyone?
on funding charities, right? Like nothing she does is for herself. So
Okay, but has it helped the people in that country objectively? How does the average person
oh,
say,
okay.
because the queen is here, my life is better?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's so many lists of charities that they've
Charity,
and the way
it's been
that they've
proven that
funded and supported and
it's been proven
causes
that
like that
charity
they have
doesn't do
promoted.
everything for
On top
everybody.
of that, how useful it is to have like the alternative is just having like random actors and musicians as celebrities like the Kardashians, that are not beholden to the people the way the monarch is. So instead you have
But the
someone like
people have to
Princess
pay
Or
for
Diana.
that first.
actually
Wait.
social safety
Okay,
nets.
so then you have someone like Princess Diana, okay, who is dedicated to that sense of duty and actively, regularly advocated, okay, for both the recognition and the destigmatization of AIDS, and and literally led to the UN making landmines illegal and against the Geneva Conventions. So, like, there are tons of things that they can contribute as
How did
just
the
being
monarchy treat Princess
public
Diana?
figures, right? And the
How did
fact
the
that they're
monarchy
beholden
treat
to the
Princess
people.
Diana? You
She
pick
was
a person the monarchy treated like shit.
Wait, I didn't hear the first part of that point. Sorry.
How did the monarchy treat Princess Diana? This
hated her.
person you picked as an
Okay.
example of their shining beacon, they treated like shit. That should tell you the monarchy isn't worth shit.
Plus, like,
No, I think it's an argument to say that instead Diana should have been queen or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think
the
it's
thing is,
necessarily an argument against the monarchy itself. It's just saying that it's very flawed, and I agree it is very flawed.
Wait, but why is it better again? Why is it better than democracy? Like even with the charity work, you said like they donate a lot, but that just sounds like the lack of social safety nets. Why would you want somebody with a lot of wealth, your system, poor people in your system, to be dependent on just somebody with a lot of wealth?
Um, okay, wait, that's a weirdly loaded question, so I don't know particularly how to
It's not
answer some of
even.
that.
It's
Wouldn't you
not.
rather have the people kind of dictate where that charity's money is going towards
Yeah.
instead of the state of the monarchy actually
Not
dictating which charity?
not
It's
not
like
in our
arguing
not
like,
in our
oh, Bill
political
Gates should be
system.
the
Wait,
one to
wait, wait. Let me
donate to
respond. Let me
Social
respond.
Securities.
I would not prefer, right, where it's every 4 years, and those are the only people that every 4 years the people making those decisions. And basically, you're electing the people who are making these decisions are people who are good at getting elected, not necessarily people who are good leaders. Right? Those are two very different skill sets, and you
Whereas
end up with
queens
people
were
like
very good at
Donald
coming
Trump
out of
or
the
Bill
right
Clinton.
pussy.
but those people that are elected every 4 years are good at being pressured. They can be pressured by the people, and they have to pay attention to what the people say. The queen could just tell you to go fuck yourself.
Okay, but they're beholden to the people, okay, in
They're
that
not.
4 year span, right?
In
So
that
they're
4 year
never
span, they're
thinking long
beholden to
term.
people.
They're not beholden to the actual like what the people really need long term. They're beholden to what the people want on a short term basis. And
First of all, the other
that's
part to
literally
it,
what leads to populists like Donald Trump.
yeah, but you're taking democracy's flaws and running with it. Because guess what? Democracy is what got us civil rights acts. Democracy is what got us voting rights acts. Democracy, guess what? Would they have done that in England?
They did.
They did.
Yeah, like there have been tons of monarchies that have led to like lots of like human rights. I mean, one of the most technically oppressive monarchies was the Khan of the Mongolian Empire. Was basically like the first empire to inspire the concept of religious tolerance and religious rights. Like that stuff still completely exists without democracy. Like trust me, the majority of the people can be racist. The majority of the people can be really bigoted. And what happens, and I don't want a monarch with no oversight, but at
But
the
it's
same
less
time, I
likely
don't
that the
want wait,
majority.
no, I don't think that's true. Wait, I don't
If
I don't want the majority of the people. I don't want the people with no oversight either, right?
Yeah, we know.
Because that leads to tons of shit. I mean, it fucking leads to like tons of Jews being gassed. Like that can also
No,
be
not
So
necessarily.
we
Oh,
gotta let's go move down the road here.
Germany is not.
So,
a,
Germany is not a
democratic
democratic
institution.
Like I've been waiting with
Zell.
my hand up.
Hold on,
too long.
I did call you before. I called you previously, Ninetales. So the other people have been waiting longer. Zell, Grim, and there was someone else. Oh, Ghosty. Let me go back to. Count. Is George? You got your hand up? Okay, it's hard to tell.
I did have my hand up a lot longer than some of those people. But
Okay.
whatever.
Well, yeah. Well, then that's it. I decide who goes. I decide.
Also, didn't the British monarchy expel all the Jews from the island?
All right, sorry, stop it. Thank you. Stop it. Hold on.
okay.
We're moving on. Let's go, Zell.
I mean, okay, if you want to make that argument, so did basically everyone. You can't really use that against anyone in the 1900s because that was kind of everyone. But back to it.
Talking about the 1300s.
Sorry. Well, yes. I thought he was referring to the
She.
to the. Sorry. But either way. First, I want to say that sorry about earlier derailing because this is much more interesting conversation than what I thought this was going to go towards. In that, yes, I think that personally, the democracy that Canada has is a significantly stronger democracy because of the constitutional monarchy. Because we have that oversight, as I said, it is significantly stronger. I actually think that end of it, I've always thought should be stronger. I think that the lieutenant governor should have a little bit more power sometimes, so that, their paychecks were actually worth something, rather than expelling them. But if they were going to continue with their current reign of being useless, I think that Canada needs to get rid of that end. But ultimately, I think that Calliope's been mostly right on this. Then I don't believe that it should go as far as the monarch having like almost absolute power, but I do agree that I think that, for example, America could benefit from having somebody above who isn't elected, to have that power to say no to some of the shit that some of the states
That's a
do,
dictator.
especially.
Oh God, I want to
No.
puke.
You're just asking for a dictator.
So,
Well, we
so it's
clarified
Canada.
about absolute power.
Yeah, like again, it's not. They have to have like even if when a lieutenant governor strikes down a bill, they have to list a reason, a constitutional reason. That's why it's a constitutional monarchy. So it's almost a Supreme Court, but not chosen by somebody in the government. In our case, if a province were to put through a rule or a law or anything, and it was against the Constitution of Canada or Bill of Rights, etc., then that could be stricken down. In the same way that the Supreme Court's supposed to do that, but has become a political industry. The Supreme Court, in a way, is a dictatorship because they can say yes or no to any law that they want. Completely.
I don't like the Supreme Court either.
Well, yeah.
It's all good.
Okay,
Yeah, and
but
it
I'm
has to
saying
get
like
to the Supreme Court. It takes a while to get there.
Right.
It's not like it gets there right away.
Oh,
It takes
I
a
do.
process. Multiple courts, multiple. Like you don't just say, "Hey, here, hold this. Tell us yes or no." You know what I mean?
But I mean, then you can get things. You can get pretty much anything at least to the steps of the Supreme Court. But as we saw with Donald Trump, you can still screw up.
It's taking them 50 years to try to strike down the Voting Rights Act. That's a long process. 50 years? That's enough buffer time. The Queen, tomorrow.
Right.
And also, the Supreme Court isn't like inherent to democracy. That's just a balance of powers that you can establish within a government system.
Correct. And that's why Canada even has a form of a Supreme Court. It's not as powerful as the American one. Honestly, I just like I'm almost a purist globalist in that I would prefer that every other country has a stronger form of intervention on a country that's doing right. Like I would, in my opinion, think that other countries should be aggressively stepping in on Britain right now with their attacks on trans people. I think the same thing with some of the states in America. I think that outside forces should be able to more aggressively push against these human rights violations. Especially in places like China, especially in places like how the Native Americans are treated in Canada in some places. So that's my sense on it. I think that the first step to that is having these things like a constitutional monarchy where a monarch from another place technically has power over it.
How do you
my
think the
point.
people who abuse the monarch or abuse the indigenous people of Canada, like, who do you think commissioned them to go there in the first place? Like,
do you mean like the initial
like
colonization
the monarchy is the enabler of much of Britain's imperialism and exploitation of people.
That's
yeah,
bullshit.
I mean, I don't.
Bullshit. If you want an
No, what
accountability,
enabled that is like capitalism and
yeah,
greed.
actually, Canada
Yeah, I
is
hate
a,
capitalism too, bro.
Canada
Like,
was
what do you want?
Canada
Okay, and
was
I also
actually
just
a
want to push it
product.
back against, like, I don't know, people weirdly laughed when I mentioned that, like, just because someone's democratically elected, it can also lead to the gassing of Jews. Like, I mean, you should look up the 1932 election and what happened and how Hitler rose to power. It did not come out of a monarchy. So,
No,
like,
it came out of a pooch.
I'm not saying that genocides haven't come out of monarchies. Plenty have, right? But plenty have come out of democracies too. Like they've come out of, we haven't figured out a system that does that. So my idea is just to create a system that's balanced, right? To try to lessen the chances of something like that happening.
And yeah, Canada was actually more like companies from Britain, like mercantile companies from Britain coming here to buy land. That was kind of how Canada formed, less the monarchy and more the companies like the Hudson Bay Company and others. And then if you want to go with, you're saying that that's capitalism's fault with imperialism. I don't know if a lot of Asian colonialism and imperialism, not so much capitalism or or democracy. It just happens. People, that's the human nature, it seems, and we seem to be drawn out of that as there hasn't really been major border shifts recently.
Wait, and I want to push back, Eris. What do you mean by the German 1932? Like, how is that a stain against democracy? The incumbent Paul von Hindenburg, he won against Hitler.
There were multiple elections that year, right?
Sure.
And it's really funny, right? Like Bernie Sanders actually made that comment, alluding to the fact that you can elect someone that's really dangerous. And I totally agreed with him. Like, the fact that they elected Trump. So there were multiple elections that year, and that's how. The Nazi Party ended up becoming the most powerful. No one technically wins outright in the German elections, at least at that time. But because the Nazis ended up with the most powerful wins in those elections, Hitler ended up being appointed as chancellor. And you can look it up. There's a Wikipedia article called Adolf's Rise to Power. You can Google that right now, and I can post also another link in chat.
With a bad authoritative person in a democracy, they are there for 4 years. If you have a bad repressive person in a monarchy, they can be there for 70 years. And guess what? His unelected son is coming right after.
Right.
Wait, and even still on that election, how is that a stain against democracy? The
Yeah, but
reason
you
why
can you can force them to abdicate.
the
Like you
reason why
guys are arguing against a straw man. That's what's kind of like annoying, right? I don't mind having this debate. I love having my ideas questioned. That's why I want to hear. I don't mind growing and changing and getting rid of this ideology if it's the wrong one. It's just you guys are not actually arguing against my ideology. You're arguing against absolute monarchy, and that's just not. I'm already convinced. I'm already convinced.
No, I'm trying to push back Nazi Germany. Even still during the election, the reason why Hitler rose to power was because Hitler's officials, once they won some of the elections, they intimidated other party officials to eventually get the king or whatever it is, the Fuhrer, to abdicate and give Hitler the throne. The same thing can happen under a constitutional monarchy.
What happens in say England when somebody abdicates the throne? What happens then?
Next in line.
Yes.
Yeah, the next person in line.
It doesn't mean the monarchy goes away or suddenly dissolves overnight. It just means that somebody else gets to be the person, gets to be the head honcho. So let's not pretend like
Sure,
abdication is going to
in
be
a
a solution for
hereditary
anything.
monarchy, yeah.
Let's move on down. So let's go to Grim, who had a hand up, Ghostly, Nine Tails, then back to KTN. Oh, and Dooby, sorry, Dooby, I'm not sure if you want to jump in on this at some point, but whenever you want, all right? So go ahead, Grim.
I'd like to say maybe what about like fake constitutional monarchy like Mubarak in Egypt? And, like, is that an example of constitutional like hierarchy, like a chosen person? Like, I feel like the voice of the chosen person is often like just someone that the US hegemony likes to say, oh, here's your voice, and I'm yeah, that all.
Okay, so I do want to push back. So basically, Hitler didn't win those elections outright. In the German system, no one actually wins the elections, right? They have multiple, and then you get to basically form a coalition.
I'm not talking about Hitler. I'm talking about Mubarak.
Oh, no, okay, I'm responding to something else that was made in chat, okay? Yeah, sorry. But what this is actually like a huge misconception that's often like spread. So like, I don't blame you for having this idea. Like I used to have it too. But what he did was he got like such a huge share of the vote, more than any other party. So he did win the election, right? And it's funny because when Bernie Sanders like went and tweeted that out initially, he got shat on like by everyone, like, oh, it's like, oh, he didn't technically win the election, blah, blah, blah. But he basically did, like in that system, in the system that they had. So like, I don't know. It's the same thing saying like, oh, like Donald Trump didn't win the election because he didn't win the majority of vote. It doesn't matter. In the system, he did win. So like, point and all.
Okay.
That's wait. Okay, go ahead. But I want to do that after.
Sure. Okay. I think someone. Oh no, Ghostly. He's been waiting quite a bit. So we'll go Ghostly. KTN, Nine Tails, Marks, and then George. I see you, George.
So I guess basically I just want to give a statement and then a question. I still think that democracy is the best course. It has its flaws, of course, but it's still the best system that we've generated to progress for more egalitarian system. But I guess, Eris, I would ask that in a constitutional monarchy, what would stop somebody? I guess you've already kind of answered it, but I've had to note up. What would stop somebody with like a white supremacist mindset or like a dictatorial mindset from changing the Constitution to fit their needs in your system?
Okay, if the majority of the people do not support white supremacy, right, then their elected representatives would force the monarch to abdicate, right, which has happened in the UK system like a few times. So, and it happened quite recently in terms of UK history. So, like, and I mean, he was a white supremacist, so that actually like directly answers your question. If both the problem happens, if the majority of the people and the representatives are also white supremacists, then they're not going to keep them in check, and then you've got the problem on your hands. But that problem would have existed without the monarchy, anyways. So to me, right, having both a monarchy and having an elected representatives, it's just like an extra fence to make it less likely to happen, even though it still could happen. But there are other potential fences. Like there are other good solutions too to that same problem.
Okay. KTN, and then Nine Tails, then I said someone else. Marks, and then George.
Yeah, I mean, what you just talked about, Iris, is, earlier you said you didn't like tyranny of the majority, and then, you want this double layered, this double layered system where the majority isn't tyrannical against the minority, and then you want the monarchy to also. What if they're both the majority? Like, what if the monarchy is in line with the tyranny of the majority? You know what I mean? So I think that once again you're going to end up with the same problem, and it's not
Yeah,
going to
no,
help.
I agree.
Worse.
That's a legit
So,
criticism.
for me, I was actually trying to put up a sign. If people are advocating for an accountable body or I mean, how about just globalism? How about a global world body or a UN with a military something like that. Because for me, if that's accountability, that's the best accountability.
I'm
There's
open to that. That's a good idea too.
There's a
It's just
central,
not happening right now.
military that has no allegiance to anyone, not one country, not anyone. But I'll be called a globalist cock.
No,
So,
I grew up watching Star Trek, right? So I fucking love that shit. It's like my ultimate dream is like, a Star Trek like Federation communist utopia that does not involve a monarch. I just think that a monarchy is a good solution, particularly for right now. Especially what's going on around the world and all that stuff. And I'm sure other countries can think of other solutions to it. But yeah, especially for Canada and for a lot of Commonwealth countries, I think this one's a good system. Though I would have preferred to have Harry and Meg as my king and
yeah,
queen.
but you preferring to have Harry and Meg, again, is the thing I talked about earlier. The monarchy had its chance to be progressive, and they spat at every single chance they had to be progressive. So what's going to come after them? This hoorah might last 5-10
No, you're right,
years.
and that's why I'm having an existential crisis right now.
Yeah,
It's very
this
sad.
hoorah might last like 5-10 years, and then they'll go back to business. Harry, the queen will die because she's 90 something years old. Charles will get his kingship. Harry, the next son, forgot this. The next son will be the prince. William, and his two kids are probably going to grow up in the same bullshit too. They're going to start courting at 13, 14, 15, looking through families. They're not going to say, hey, there's a king in Thailand, maybe his daughter is going to be perfect for our son. You know what I mean? They're not making that decision to be progressive.
I actually wish I wish they would go back to the old system of making like alliances through marriages, and that they would marry like the king's child of Thailand, right? Right now they're doing this thing called marrying for love, and I think that's very selfish, and I don't like it.
Yeah, but the love is still within the context of marrying the right kind of person.
You're actually wrong on that, right? Because Kate Middleton, who Prince William married, was railed against as a commoner, right? Like she wasn't an aristocrat or anything like that. She came from like a technically middle class family and had no aristocratic like lineage. So that's not true, right? But I do think at least like there's a class argument that they're often going to be marrying like within their class.
Fun fact: 10% of all British people are related to the king. Correct?
I have no clue if that's true.
Well, I think one of the kings did so much.
There's no king though.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, if you go back far enough, everybody's kind of related. So, I mean.
Our good friend, to you, Aris, our good friend Joe, the solicitor in chat, asks you, what about a dual power system that has a president rather than a monarch? I'm not sure exactly what she means by...
Yeah, I think that's just a semantic issue,
okay.
right? So like you could have a president. I think there are a few parliamentary systems, like Israel has that system where they have a president that's I think elected every like 30 years, something like that. So you could have that. I don't personally like it because I don't like gathering the same amount of people from the same people from like the same population. To me, you're just gonna end up with presidents that are in a Republican Party or a Democrat Party rather than people who are like beyond like the temporary needs of politics. But I do think it's better than the current situation. I do think if you had something like that, rather than the president itself being like the head of state in the United States, you wouldn't have had this whole situation with the storming of the Capitol and Trump and all of that, right? Like they probably would have forced an election very quickly after Trump got elected, after all the shit that was coming out.
Okay, let's go to Nine Tails. Then was it Nine Tails? Then Marks, then George.
Yeah. To the extent that we can't run a democracy perfectly, especially hearing the idea of globalism, I don't see a problem with somebody who has nullifying power, I guess, but very limited teeth outside the scope of their job to help keep things in check. However, this is somebody who should be held more accountable for their position. They're more indebted to the people they serve, not less, and they need to be as transparent as possible. Furthermore, they can't just be somebody who was born into the right family. They need to. We need to compartmentalize this. So, somebody who nullifies a bill on science will have to be a scientist, and somebody who tries to change a bill on economics will have to be a neutral, whatever the fuck that means in today's world, a neutral economicist, and I don't even like that. I think people are empathetic. I think people are able to articulate their needs. I think people are able to become educated if we do a better job at that. So I'd much rather see a system that capitalizes on the fact that people are empathetic, people are rational, and that we can actually appeal to the masses instead of just give up because it's too hard.
Yeah, I don't think people are rational. It's probably the divide that's happening.
Why not?
I think I just don't think that the average person, like humans regularly vote against their own interests. And we're not these beacons of rationality that the intellectual gods of the 18th century think we are, right? We're beholden to our emotions, to tribalism. And I think the best systems in general, I think the best systems are ones that acknowledge our faults and put up lots of fences to prevent us from hurting one another.
Okay, so the flaw in your reasoning is that we developed the prefrontal cortex to develop our ability to reason. It made us superior in things like the woods and our ability to use tools and stuff like that. So denying our evolutionary feat and what brought us to become who we are today is, I think, a little bit nearsighted. Sorry, I know I'm trying to think of better terms than nearsighted, by the way, chat. So I know that's ableist for those who that bothers.
Myopic or solipsistic, maybe. But to your point, Ninetales.
Can I finish though, please?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
she was still
I
talking.
was not done.
Go ahead.
So yeah, like in general, I think what you're looking at is a capitalist system that encourages people to be individualistic, where people can't have the capacity to think collectively when that is our culture.
Okay, let's go to Marks, George, K10 after. Oh, Dooby, do you want to jump in at some point?
Not just yet. I need to absorb what just happened.
He's very proud.
Ninetales.
Doopy's gonna go and
Ninetales.
support my position, and then everyone's gonna be scared off of it.
No, look,
right?
Ninetales just apologize for being ableist and nearsighted people. This makes me want to offend people. Like I need to absorb that.
I give you the nearsighted pass. Don't worry.
So thank you. But Dooby, we'll get back to you. But Eris has definitely is fully realizing your argument here. She's creating monarchists left and right. Quite impressed with you, Eris. I mean, not me.
I'm a meritocrat. I'm not a monocrat. I'm a meritocrat and a technocrat. Sorry, technocrat.
So let's go. So let's go to Marks, George, and take KTN.
Yeah, so Eris, I'll hit the Nazi thing last. So a lot of points are made. I believe one of your points, mistake me if I'm wrong, was that the monarchy, since they're bred and like trained to be in this position, inherently there's more of a chance that they'll be more beholden and charitable to the people. I just disagree with that. For one, I believe that sure it can happen, but one, not a lot of people want to be leaders of their country, and two, because of the mass amount of wealth and status they have over people, it doesn't really force them to become benevolent towards them. For example, Peter the Great, even though he did a lot of good things, he didn't necessarily care for the Russian population, even though he's a monarch.
Okay, we can X out all the Russian monarchs. Like I don't like them either. So let's take them out.
Sure, but that's like it's a monarchy thing as well.
Yeah,
Monarchies
but they're
don't
all
have to be beholden
absolutist monarchs, right? So
absolutist monarchs, yeah, but that doesn't. Your inherent point was that monarchs are bred, or not bred, sorry, but are trained to become beholden to the people, and that's a fault of monarchs. Like I said, they don't have to. That's my point.
yeah, no, I agree they don't have to, but that's exactly
That's
why.
upon the point. I think
No,
you
but
should.
that's exactly why I don't
on.
believe in an absolute monarchy, because
But that doesn't.
something's likely to happen doesn't mean that I think it always will happen. So I think
Wait,
that's why I believe in balance.
wait, sure, but you can say that about democracy. We can all assure that democracy can vote in like racism
Yeah,
or
I agree.
whatnot, but that doesn't mean. So it's a mute point. Okay.
No.
As
That's
far
why I agree. That's why I don't. That's why I don't want an absolutist monarchy. That's why I don't want an absolutist democracy.
yeah, I'm not saying you do. That's the thing. I'm saying
Don't
that
want to bring it up.
I'm trying to explain the point that monarchies are bred to be more benevolent to the people, it seems highly unnecessary to me. At least to me, historically, oftentimes they're not. If you want more people that are like this force that's like benevolent and this force that is against like the tyranny of the majority, you can have extra balances of powers, more representative style of democracy, maybe something along the lines of like Supreme Court, or people have often said that you could get rid of election time, not election times, but that thing, so that once you vote somebody in, they don't have to be voted out, and therefore they can decide what they want.
Well,
They
look at
sort of
the
like that
Supreme
system.
Court. I mean, who
Yeah.
is appointed to the Supreme Court?
Wait.
The the
Wait.
president.
Yeah.
That's like, and who is, and in Canada we have senators. And who appoints senators? Right, the prime
Yep.
minister. So it just like you have, and you end up having like the whole system of the United States was based
Can I
on
finish?
no one
Okay.
having. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I thought you were finished your point. But yeah.
No, because
No, he
sorry,
was
I'm going
super
off. Yeah, I'm going off for a while. Oh, I love you. I love you too, Dooby. But yeah, my main point is that the Supreme Court is a bad example. But like I said, you can have officials without term limits. As far as your Nazi example, what was your thing again? It was that democracy voted in killing the Jews. That was your point.
Yeah, that makes it sound so stupid though. Like,
No,
but
it's not like
but I
it's
swear
not.
it sounded smarter than that. God damn it.
No,
Gina
it's not.
Carrera.
It's
But
not stupid. To me, it's simplified. So you're right. Like Nazi Germany, like they won the majority of the vote, but the appointed chancellor, still the chancellor decided who was appointed. And I'll post this article in chat. The chancellor really, really did not want to appoint Hitler because he feared him. But overall, Hitler and intimidation from his forces convinced him, and also the former chancellor convinced him.
yeah,
So I wouldn't even.
he won the elections. Right, he had the
No,
most
no,
political
but he
power.
didn't. No, he wasn't going to. He
Oh
wasn't. The
boy,
chancellor
let's
wasn't going to
not
appoint
go
him
too
because he
far
won the
down on this,
election.
please. It's gonna take
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah, I feel like I already disproved that. I did post the
Oh
links
wait,
in
I'm gonna
chat.
vote. I'm posting this link in chat. My main point was that just because he won the election, the chancellor didn't want to appoint him. That's the thing.
Okay, you can get me on dumb political opinions, but you can't get me on history.
Okay.
God damn it. I'll
Let's-
post
I posted it. I posted it in chat.
Let's
You can look at it.
go to George. Was it George and KTN? Titan. Oh, sorry, Salty Sam. You did have your hand up. Titan. And then we'll go back to Ninetales.
Cool. So, hey everybody, George here. So, I just wanted to push back against the idea of, like all Brits love the Queen and they do so out of duty or whatever. Like that may have been true like during Gilbert and Sullivan times, but I definitely don't think it's true today. And I just wanted to show a study that was done 3 days ago that supports my point. So I'm gonna throw it up on my video here. If you look at the study here, you can see that, I mean, for 65 plus, of course, 84% support the Queen. You can say, yeah, for the geriatrics out there, that's definitely a situation where the support's strong. But if we look at like 25 to 49, right, that number goes down to 62%. And I would speculate a lot of that support is just because people like, kind of the pageantry and palace intrigue of it all, much like they like a reality show, and but when you look to the 18 to 24 demographic, like the support goes down to 42%, which is less than half. I mean, I would argue that a monarchy, almost any monarchy cannot survive with 42% support, especially like when the constituents have a. Well, I'm not done. So especially when the constituents like have the agency to like express their support and like vote, and whether or not like the monarchy continues. I'm just throwing out that I don't think that the the support is as ironclad as it sounded like you might have made it seem.
God hates the
I don't
Queen.
think that the support of the monarchy is ironclad, especially after the interview last night, right? Like I think the British monarchy is totally in danger of completely collapsing right now. But the Queen herself beforehand always had like between a 70 and an 80%, minus that period during the Diana years in the mid when Diana died. Had a very high popularity rate because people really admired her sense of duty. They admired how consistent she was, how much she admired the Constitution, right? And how hardworking she was. Whereas other members of the royal family, like Charles or Philip, have not been as popular.
Okay. Moving on down the road. So that was Mark's. So I said, I believe I said KTN. And then Salty Sam, and then Titan, the Ninetales.
I basically forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Salty Sam, Titan, Ninetales.
Yeah, so I guess one point I wanted to raise is I think a number of people were talking about how with monarchs it seems to be the case that things that they can be corrupt more often than an elected official. And I think I'm not exactly sure of this, and if someone has the numbers to disprove me, I wouldn't be particularly surprised and I'd be interested in seeing them. But I think it could just as easily be because of kind of sampling bias, because obviously the monarchs that you're going to remember are always going to be the most egregious ones. And I guess if there's an occasional one who's like exceptionally like impressive in some way. But if like to actually say that a monarchy would go wrong more than a voted in official, you would have to like actually compare like kind of all the numbers instead of just kind of going by anecdotes, because obviously we've talked about how bad people have been voted in, like Hitler and all these, and there have been other cases, of course. So you would have to actually kind of look at the numbers, especially since at least in the past, monarchies were a lot more common. So we have more of a pool to kind of draw on for examples of it kind of going wrong.
Okay. Thanks. Next, I said KTN, and then did I say KTN and Titan? No, I'm sorry, I gotta write this fucking thing down. KTN and then Titan. We'll just do that.
Well, if you want to talk about like monarchies, if we go all the way back to like Rome, they did that actually. They had a monarchy, and then they had the senatorial system, and both of them were corrupt. And I can agree on that. I could agree that both systems can be easily corrupted. But at the end of the day, it's way easier for the opposition to fight when it's democratic and actually get to the streets than it is for the people to fight the monarchy, because the monarchy has absolute power over the military.
Well, without checks and balances, a democracy would be just as likely to go wrong as a monarchy. So it at the end of the day, that just comes down to checks and balances. And I think the other problem, the other bias that's coming in here is that monarchies are more common to not have those checks and balances in place, whereas democracies generally, because we transfer to them because we want to keep kind of a more fair way of doing it. Generally, they will be instituted with these checks and balances already in place. So, for example, like if you're voting in an official, and if the official is coming in via monarchy, and you agree that both are just as likely to be corrupt, then the only difference between whether they stay in power or not is whether there are checks and balances. It doesn't actually matter if it's a monarchy or not. So it doesn't seem to be the case that that would particularly change anything.
I think like just in general, what I hope at least I've done, like I don't know if I doubt if I don't know if I've convinced anyone to be monarchist, but I do think it's important to look at the criticisms. I think there are some legitimate criticisms to democracies. We treat it like it's this beautiful, perfect system that works for everyone, and I don't think that's necessarily true. Um, and that there should be some needs and checks and balances on that itself. I mean, you just look at the way we've spread democracy, so-called democracy, like around the world, and it just does not work for everyone. Some of like I mean, like some African kingdoms were incredibly powerful, and incredibly progressive and had amazing histories. And like we don't, it's not the only kind of system that necessarily can be progressive. And yeah, I just think that you guys need to be a little more open-minded. Hating on it.
I'll say this. Then we're gonna continue down. We'll go to Titan. We'll go to Ninetales. And we'll try Dooby afterwards. See if he has anything to add to this. But my only problem is that like it's having a monarch, puts in the public consciousness that some people are better than others. Saying that you're just some humans that and it may not be what you're trying to do here, right? I get that's not what you're trying to actually create, but it normalizes the idea that some people are born to rule, or some people are just made differently than others, right? That they deserve this higher place in life, and that's my problem. Like that problem I just can't get past. The other thing about like taking the head of state out of the political realm, that is perfect. I love that part. That's the best part for me. But like putting that idea, no, like all men are created equal, and women, all persons are created equal, as the goal we should be striving for. And this takes us back. What do you think about that?
Okay, so I think ethically and legally we need to keep by the idea that all men are created equal, but I don't think that that's true in nature. I think there are some people that like some people are just born with not racist human beings. There are just some people that are born that are smarter. Like there is intellectual privilege. There is like that's a real thing, right? There is social privilege. Some people are born just better at socializing, right? There are some people that are born like with better leadership skills. Like that is a genetic reality too. So
okay,
but
now
why
we're in
ought
it.
the
Now we're in
monarch?
it. Here we go.
Why
Here we
ought the
go.
monarch though? What
Here we
gives the
go.
monarch this?
Here we go. So the monarch
what
is not.
what I'm saying is not controversial, right? I'm a scientist.
So,
right?
oh my
Like,
God, so, dude, stop. But yeah, so
I just want to reiterate that I don't think that that's something that has to do with
Yeah, it
anything.
just
I know
comes
you're not
across
saying I know you're not making a racist argument. I understand that. And I know that, so I'm not going to put that on you. However, there's plenty of more fun to be had here. So all right. So you're saying that what? Are we going to genetically engineer this family to produce better people? Are we saying
That's
that
actually a
what
great
kind
idea,
of
Brad.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Oh,
This keeps getting better. So we're going down this road. Oh wow, this is wonderful.
Wait, everyone forgot about the Pope. The Pope is an elected official who's there for life, who's supposed to be, whose word is absolute. Now, that's a good example because
Yeah,
remember,
that's a good point.
the Pope was accountable. He was more accountable than, no, he was the one that lorded over the kings and queens. So,
and
you
they were
gotta
terrible.
remember.
That's why Martin Luther.
Hey, hold on. I'm not saying.
Motherfucker finally went to Iraq. How about that, though?
Okay. So go ahead. Finish your point, KTM.
No, and like I agree with you. They were horrible, but I'm saying that's another system where we have somebody who was basically, they're supposed to be God's word on earth. You know what I mean? This person is there for life, and even before then, before the current iteration of it, these guys were basically like political. They were political players. They had their job for a little bit. Then they, had some kids or got murdered. Like did all these kind of wild things that the Catholic Church decides to be really mum about. You know what I mean? But now, we have these people that their entire job is to be these figureheads until they die, and once again, their word is absolute law, and they're supposed to be better than everybody else. So, it doesn't really work out that well.
It's okay. So I'll just say the popes were the fucking worst. The popes of the past, they weren't even less accountable. They're fucking worst. So I guess you agree, sure. Then just so we all know, that's why like one of the reasons Martin Luther rebelled against the church, right? Of the excesses, the wild parties, the raping of children. This is all very much known centuries ago. This is what the Catholic Church does. Just putting that out there. Fuck the Catholic Church for all the terrible things it's done to the world.
And then Martin Luther made another. He created the Church of England and made another monarch. His equivalent is the Pope. in England.
Yeah. So yeah, but so all terrible. My point is,
Prime,
yeah.
Prime, do you think that I was born to be able to sing like Mariah Carey?
I understand that different people have different skills.
Because
So
God knows I've tried.
I get that different people have different skills. Yes, sure, right. But that's different from the act of equality, right? We can understand that leadership comes with power and responsibility. Just because people may have different skills, and some people are better leaders. Sure, I'll even say that some people are better leaders, right? But along with this status, it's not like we're just like team leading on a project. That's not what we're doing here. We can understand that, right? We are talking about running people, running a country, and deciding on people's fates, and be giving a certain level of respect and deference that's beyond anything else that happens in our society. So it's not the same. And
No, but I don't think you and I disagree there, right?
Okay.
Because I think legality-wise, I don't think that people should have more rights than other people just because they're more talented at certain things, right? I always joke about my communo-monarchist theory, right, where everyone's equal under the queen, without an aristocracy. But the idea is that it's about seeing the monarch not necessarily as being better, and if that means calling the monarch something else, calling it like symbol or president or whatever, I don't care. But it's not that they're better; it's that they're not really technically human anymore. Like they symbolize like the soul of the nation, like they symbolize the heart of the Constitution, and they no longer have the rights that other people have in order to seek their own personal happiness. All their life is dedicated to duty, and I do think that is, and like I think that that's something that I really fucking admire. And when you look at it, like, because right now the only leaders that we get access to are people who choose to be leaders. And in my personal experience, I mean, I don't know if I haven't seen any research on this, so feel free to link me some studies. But in my personal experience, right, is that people who like being leaders or who choose to be leaders are often really shitty ones, right? Like, and it's often the people where power has been thrust upon them, as Shakespeare once said, that end up being the great philosopher kings. So you're shaking my head. You're shaking your head.
because
this is crazy.
Yeah,
why are we talking about monarchy as though they're living like fucking Mahatma Gandhi? They're not living these chaste
Mahatma Gandhi
just obscure what
we can see the excesses
whatever your fucking opinion is on Mahatma Gandhi. I don't care. The point is he's not somebody that lived a lavish lifestyle full of hedonism in a fucking palace. That's how these people are living. They're not living close to the way that the average person in their kingdom is living. So just talking about them like they're living a life of duty, they're living a life of servitude, and they're for the people, and
the British monarchy is 100%. Did
you
not hear?
In your opinion, I fail to see how they have any kind of experience
because they wanted their freedom.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you want to give them,
wait, hold on, wait 1 second. Just clear. It's like when it's not like they are like going around to all these engagements, these meetings, these rallies, these fucking parades. They got to show up here for this photo op, and they're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing this because they have a duty to, because they're basically forced to, right? So saying that they're just like living like full hedonism in their palace with fucking sex orgies and shit, it's like you just don't know what you're talking about. These people have zero fucking freedom.
I don't agree. Honestly,
we can see. Hold on, stop. We've already seen the excesses of the royal family. We see them get what happens when you give these people a certain level of privilege. Now, I get it. Like it's a gilded cage. You're right there, Dooby. Certainly, right? And they certainly don't have the power that they used to. Sure. But that's the royal family as it's constituted now. If I'm not mistaken, and I want to be sure I'm not mistaken because I want to straw man you, Eris. You're talking about giving them more power, though, right? To be leaders, they'd actually have power, correct?
Yeah, but not absolute power.
So okay. Oh well, there you go. Yeah. So that version of the family would be a danger. So we see the excesses when you give people this level of power, right? Imagine like the fucking Trump family somehow working their way into a monarchy, right? Like that's a thing that can happen, right? Like
He already has a gold toilet.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
I would serve the guillotine in that case.
Yeah, but we putting a system that demands a violent revolution rather being solved in the political realm. So you're saying that they can be forced to abdicate, but what does that actually mean when they have if you're saying absolute power, right? If you're saying they have absolute power, then what does that mean? Force them to abdicate. What does that actually look like to a person that has control of the military? Like,
wait, but she said that she said not absolute power.
oh, I'm sorry, not absolute power. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she said not.
I'm sorry,
More power,
knew
but
that.
not absolute power.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what?
Yeah,
I guess
actually, so the system that I would have, right, is where is the elected representatives run the day to day, on average, right? So you end up with them doing 70%, and then the monarch does like say 30%.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. I hope you understand. That means nothing.
We would have to have a whole stream to talk about like the details of that, and all of that. But that would be like the basic summary.
Okay, well, I think the details matter. And again, we still haven't actually addressed my point. Or finished addressing my point anyway. That no problem. About it encouraging the notion that all people aren't equal, because exactly they aren't, right? On this system, they aren't equal. Some people are special within that system. I don't believe that anyone is special. I believe some people do have skills over others, certainly. I mean, we all have different skills, things that you can do that I can't do, and vice versa. But that doesn't mean that we should elevate a family to be anything more than anyone else. I'm saying this very badly. I'm not being very eloquent, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, right. I guess like it's probably, I can see the problems with that, and I think that's a legitimate criticism. But I also think like humans, so far, I mean, I hesitant to say inherent, because that has a lot of philosophical implications. But humans have a tendency to like some kinds of hierarchy. Humans like having role models. They like admiring people that they see as quote unquote above them. And even in the most unequal societies, even in a situation like Twitch, right? Like there are the people that are more respected. There are the people that are looked at, and you want to hear their based opinions, and you want to hear like their great ideas and all of these things. That's just like it's really common, and to me it makes sense, instead of having a system where you have like the celebrities, Kardashian style people.
They have no power. They actually have no power though. Like celebrity culture and that way have no, but they don't run the government unless you elect them like we did with Trump. But they actually don't have power to actually decide things in people's lives. People can give them power over their own lives and listen to what they say.
And I think they do in other ways. It's not as direct.
Can they mobilize the armed forces? Can they mobilize the armed forces?
My monarch would never mobilize.
Oh no, celebrities, can they mobilize the armed forces?
No.
No, okay, so they don't have they don't have any power. But
I don't think that you need them to be able to mobilize the armed forces to be able to have any kind of impact or power.
That's
like
true.
I think that's very extreme.
Even in your hierarchy example, like we humans can establish like how their own hierarchies run, like how they're operated. So like even still, like why should there just inherently be this monarchy? Like we can all say like the Senate, whether or not there's a hierarchy between us, like a senator has more power than me, but even still, like we elect the senator in, like why should a monarchy, just because of their genetics, have that type of power?
You can answer that question. Then we're going to go to just let we're going to go Titan. We're going to go to Ninetales. George, Rose, who's just joined us, and then back to TK. Or sorry, KTN. Excuse me. Go ahead, Eris.
I'm sorry, do I get to respond?
Yeah, yes, please
okay.
respond.
So I just want to reiterate, right? I mentioned that in the chat as well, that I'm advocating itself like for like a balanced and a constitutional monarchy system. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's inherited. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's not elected. It doesn't, like, there are so many ways you can pick a monarch, right? I mean, you can have the Hunger Games and put whoever wins the Hunger Games to establish that as a monarch, right? Like there's tons of ways to do it. And they're like, you can go through lots of history of humans have thought of the most amazing ways to pick their leaders. So I just personally lean towards the hereditary one, but I'm not very steadfast in it. I can easily, I think that there are a lot of other great ideas. I just see the benefits of it, like particularly in this situation. But I do think that you can be a monarchist and be really against hereditary monarchy.
Fair enough. Titan.
So I just don't understand the notion that you had that, like, you said that you want to breed leaders effectively out of a nation state, and yet you also said that like some individuals are going to be exceptional. Like those are directly contradictory for how you want a person to run a nation
Wait,
state.
can you say the first point? Sorry, you were really quiet.
You're a little quiet.
Basically, you said that individuals were basically bred from birth to be the leaders, which makes them the most qualified. Yet you also
I actually didn't say bred. Yeah, that was a word that other people use. I didn't use that very purposely.
groomed. That's
I
effectively
said
what
raised. Yeah.
groomed. Okay, because that's what they're birthed
Okay, sure.
for. Yes, so they're
Yeah,
being
though I
groomed.
associate grooming with pedophilia right now, so I don't like that term either.
Okay. Raised, fine, raised, sure.
Yeah, raised, thank you.
Heavily implied raising. And I feel like it heavily contradicts your notion that like individuals that are going to be great will like rise to their station in life of like public servitude that we have in a representative democracy currently. I think those are directly contradictory from one another.
No, I don't. I think some people are born with natural talents, right? But I mean, how many people are born with natural talents when they're not harnessed correctly? Obviously, nature and nurture. I mean, I'm not an expert on biology or child rearing, so but from what I am understanding, the standard among scientists is that like it's a balance of nature and nurture, right? So I think that it makes sense, especially when you think about the most impactful years of a human's life when it comes to their abilities as an adult is in those first few years between 2 and 4 years old. That's when it's decided if they're going to be successful, when it's going to be decided on average when they're going to whether or not they're going to be a criminal, like whether like tons of those things are decided then, even though it feels shitty, that's the truth. Those years are really important. So it makes sense like why you would to me like it makes sense like why you would at least be focusing on a few specific people like from birth in order to make sure that going to turn out pretty chill.
Just kids from your family.
Wait, then how are they going to be the voice of their people?
Okay, I've repeated that I'm not like I'm not completely obsessed with hereditary.
If you're effectively going to isolate, all right, if you're effectively going to isolate like a sect of individuals and make them like lead a nation, how are they supposed to be the voice of their people? Like they're directly meant to be not a part of the common.
I never said that they were going to be isolated. So
That's effectively what it's going to do. I don't know how you're going to like educate somebody in their formative years to like have the notion of being a leader while also having them intermingle like everyday classmates.
Okay, I can see the consequence that like if someone's raised in a certain way, I think that that's a good argument against that, right? Like that it will separate them, and that might create like a conflict.
Well, it's going to make them dismissive. Even to further that, it's going to be even further dismissive of trying to have them be the representative of their people, because effectively people don't have the right to vote. There is no equality amongst individuals. This means that they have to basically delegate their resources as the ruler to the largest sect of the population. That's going to be aristocrats. That's going to be people that are heavily wealthy in society, because they're the people that have control.
That's a jump I think that you're taking.
No, that's going to be where the control is, because there is no equal accountability that individuals are able to levy against these individuals unless it's going to be an armed uprising. That's the only equalizer here.
Again, you're arguing against a straw man, right? Like
that's the only
I have not advocated for absolute monarchy, right? Like I've said repeatedly that I do think it's very possible that there can be bad monarchs. I can name a billion of them. But in those situations, I think they should be forced to abdicate the way Edward VIII was forced to abdicate when the British Parliament found out that he was consorting with Nazis, right? So like yes, you're arguing against a straw man there.
Okay. We will go to Ninetales next, but I forgot Ghosty. You did have your hand up previously, so we'll go Ninetales, George, Ghosty, Rose, KTN.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm laden up. Okay. Yes. So I think it's a little bit inconsistent to say like you're afraid of the irrationality of the masses, and then say like, okay, well, we're going to have a person who could be irrational, but we're going to give them all the power and hope for the best and hope to God that they don't use their power to avoid abdication. I think one of the most crucial flaws of this is that you're treating irrationality and attributing it to the masses, where irrationality cannot be a homogenous ideal. Irrationality is inherently unstable, so you're going to find people with many different ideals altogether. Therefore, finding a cohesive action against a minority group would be probably more difficult, if anything. When there is homogeneity, so let's say prejudice, for example, there has to be a rational reason. So in a democracy where this could be possible, we still allow people who are irrational or irrational, and I'm just going to broaden that out to people with mental health issues can participate in the system. That they can all participate in there, and then they can address the rational reasons for why that prejudice is there. Whereas in a monarchy, sorry, excuse me, you intrinsically have like a means tested system, so you can't have like anyone with mental health disorders, you can't have people who like have any sort of impairments, so it's kind of ableist to begin with, and they can't participate in the system at all at that point, and any degree to which they can will be severely limited. um, I
That's a
think
good
it's
point about
very
the ableism thing. I hadn't thought about that before.
I just find that democracy enables the participation more than monarchy does, and I will admit that like constitutional monarchy is not like absolutely that case. Just want to make sure. Yeah, so in general, I think if you're going to like, if you're trying to like control the masses or like trying to account for the masses, you have to keep in mind that like if the majority of people are a certain way, then chances are your monarch isn't going to be somebody of a minority class. And there are more minority classes than there are the majority class in certain ways. So it's very likely that you're not going to be able to have a leader in this position who actually represents the minority classes anyways.
Sure, but the average person is caring about their family, their own sense of happiness, right? Whereas the monarch's job, or whatever you call them, is to safeguard the Constitution. Um, so to me, like they're just more likely. They certainly can be faulty, but they're just
But
more likely to be making, I guess, the more compassionate, the more, I guess, the decisions that are more closely aligned with the constitutional ideals, than
okay,
necessarily like mob rule.
so yeah, you said earlier that you didn't like. Oh, sorry. Crap, my stupid brain. You said that you didn't like how somebody can just basically win by being popular. But here's like the inverse, right? Like somebody can pretend to have like very good intentions and pretend to do all this, but they could still have nefarious purposes. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
somebody has like the idea that like, okay, I have the skills to be a politician, so I'm just going to walk into or sorry, to be a monarch, I guess. So I'm going to walk into the monarch application office and hope I get selected.
KTN, mute yourself,
How do we
please.
read
Mute yourself,
how
KTN.
do we read people's intentions and read what's in their hearts and minds? We can't, which is why I think voting at least like eliminates the individual differences that are much harder to control than the collective differences.
I think those are legitimate criticisms, but that's exactly, to me, those criticisms are exactly why I don't like absolute monarchy, and it's also why I don't like absolute democracy. I think they both have their benefits and their negatives, and I think I think they actually work really well together to keep those negatives at least on like the lower chances of being a bigger deal.
I just want to point out
Like,
one more thing.
sure.
Abdication and term limits are basically the same thing, right? Like if a politician wants to be reelected, that's basically the same motivation to serve the people as like not being abdicated. So I don't think I think if you're going to mention that you can do abdication and that puts pressure on politicians, I don't necessarily think pressuring people to do it with violence is the best way to do it. Um, there is a synonymous thing in democracy, which is term limits and reelection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by the abdication comment. I don't really know.
Abdication is like similar to mutiny. Is that as far as I take it? Sorry, I should have looked it up.
Oh
Isn't
no,
it?
yeah, abdication is when a monarch steps down. So usually, if a monarch is forced to abdicate, it just means that they accepted, they accepted basically being forced to resign.
Oh,
So it's
you
like a
were
more
joking about
amicable
the mutiny comment. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's the confusion.
by the way, I love your sweater. You have
Oh,
to,
thank
tell me
you.
what
I have a lot of these pink sweaters. It's my
yeah,
favorite color.
it's my favorite color in the world, that kind of pink.
So let's move on, move down the list. So we have George, Ghosty, Rose, KTN, George. And then once we get down the list,
Yeah,
we might
that was
move on to a different topic because we've been on this for a while.
Totally. I just have three quick points about what's been said. Number one, the royal family of England literally shelters pedophiles from justice, right? So I think that there's definitely some hedonism in monarchy going on. My second point is that anyone who thinks that monarchy is great because families groom strong leaders should take a look at the track record of monarchy throughout history, right? Like Nero, Caligula, Tiberius,
I don't know
Commodus,
anything about history.
Vlad the Impaler, Edward II, George IV, was it Ptolemy the 14th? The list goes on and on. Like Ptolemy was literally a spoiled child,
Yeah, I can
right?
start
And then
naming
the third thing.
monarchs, so it's like, yeah, you're.
Well, sure, but my point is that it's definitely not like like it's not a surefire thing that
one's argued that, though.
happens reliably throughout
Just like
history.
no one would
Well,
argue
I kind of feel like it is.
is surefire.
So what?
Well, it's not surefire, but the difference is that the societal system is based upon like it's based on the prediction that you can reliably create rulers out of dynastic families, and that's not been shown throughout history. But I just want to get to my third point. My third point, just to kind of back up what was said about this, is it's a natural truth, right, that people are differently abled. But that doesn't mean that they should be differently valued in society, right? Like people have natural talents to excel in certain things, but that doesn't change their intrinsic worth to humanity. And like we should respect everybody as a human being, and everybody bringing a unique perspective and a unique contribution to society who wants to. And just because somebody isn't good at something, or it's just because somebody is skilled at something that you don't find valuable doesn't make them not
Well, that seems like a misunderstanding of what she was saying. Well, because I've argued that before too. It's not that they're worth less. Right? They just have a different place in society. So if you imagine society as like a machine, right? They're a different cog somewhere, right? And their cog is important for a lot of reasons, but it's not the cog that steers the ship, and that's okay. Like both are needed.
I don't know, Dooby. I just think that everybody should be free to pursue their own self-actualization.
I've heard that argument somewhere else as well.
Yeah, me too. But all right, moving on. Let's go to the next person on the list. I believe that's Ghosty. Ghosty, Rose, KTN.
All right, so I'm learning constitutional monarchy, not absolute monarchy, like in real time as we're talking. So I'm guessing that a constitutional monarchy is essentially, from what you've argued, is the king and queen or the monarchy kind of being a representation of it's like symbolism, right? So is there any way to kind of bypass the symbolism, and whatever duties they have could be done by other people who are elected officials, but also I still can't get over the forcing the burden of a monarchy onto one family, whatever the duties of that family are, because you said they would have to get rid of some rights, I would assume, but also I still think democracy is the best system to have people who are brought up like maybe poor or downtrodden to reach the ability to affect governments, to represent where they came from, and monarchs don't really have that option in the long
No,
run.
I agree with you, Ghosty. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about democracy, right? Like that someone that anyone who believes that they can make change, if they get enough support, they can go and actually make that change. It's just I just also know that there are also potential lots of negative consequences to it. So that's why this idea that I have is a solution to that, right? And it's one of the many solutions, but it's a solution to, like, trying to prop up increase the chances of the positive effects of democracy and decrease the chances of the negative effects of democracy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a monarchist like Eris, but I think that a lot of people do kind of glorify democracy, right? When it just has so many fucking holes. Like you just said, oh, just about anybody in a democracy, you can be a kid from the ghetto, and you can work your way up and be the president if you guys support. Yeah, but you can also, like we've seen in the past like 5 years or 4 years, whatever. You can also be some dumbass billionaire's son, right? Get popular on TV, get a bunch of idiots to vote for you, and hey, now you're the president. Now you're in charge of the nukes, right? So it's the democracy isn't as I think shiny as you guys like to pretend it is.
Yeah, guys, like think about the type of people who become the most popular on Twitch, right? Or become the most who were the most popular at your high school. Were they the most ethical? Were they like the smartest? Were they the kindest? The they were they the most educated? Like maybe, right? But often they're not. Like because popularity and what makes people like you and great speeches. I mean, Obama had I mean, I'd argue he was one of the best politicians in terms of like selling himself socially, of a lot like of modern time. But the policies he enacted were very different, right? Than the way he sold himself. So and he still got reelected because he was really fucking good at campaigning. There's a there's a whole book just written on the social skills of Bill Clinton and how if any person in this room meets him, even if no matter how much you hate him, you meet Bill Clinton, you're gonna like him, right? He just has that power. A lot of politicians have that power, right? Where they're just so good at getting people to like them, to sell ideas, all of this stuff. And that doesn't necessarily mean that someone's a good leader. I think the consequences of just putting a monarch and giving them absolute power are demonstrated throughout history. Like, I mean, you can look at Russian history, French history, etc. Um, but I don't think that that just means you throw out the baby with the bathwater, because I do think that there are some positives something that I like about a constitutional system is that I really think that it brings out those positives and takes away a lot of the negatives.
Well, I mean, that argument can still be used for democracy, right? Like, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, there is some negatives with how the United States runs their democracy, but the democracy as a concept isn't exactly how the United States is practicing it, right? Like, we have representatives, and representatives can also lie. Monarchs can also lie. Like, none of this is getting like.
But that's why, to me, Ghosty, like the people who are keeping the elected representatives in check right now in the United States are people who are voted by the same body, who are beholden to the same political parties. So somehow, right, the
No, but
senators,
at least in democracy.
1 second, right? So at least in so the Republican senators are supposed to keep the Republican members of Congress in check. That was the goal by the founding fathers, right? Like that's why they have the whole system of senators. But does it work? No, because they're still beholden to their parties, right? Because they're elected from the same groups of people. So it's like, to me, like you have to have, and they're also done every 4-year kind of election cycles. So to me, it's ridiculous to expect a group of people to keep another group of people in check when they're elected in the exact same way from the same bodies.
Yeah, you would rather have people who aren't elected but are kind of raised from birth to be in that position.
No, I would just want them to be elected in a different way. Now, the founding fathers actually agreed with me because they made sure that the senators are elected in a slightly different way, right? Like where it's yeah, like I don't want to get too deep in that system, but obviously it's a little bit of a different system. But I just don't think it's different enough, right? I think there needs to be more differences. So I would encourage people here to brainstorm other ideas of ways to.
I want to move on down. I want to move down this list because we've been waiting a long time. So I want to go. No problem. No. Let's go to Rose.
All right. Hello. I'm just going to introduce myself briefly because it's the first time I've been here. Right?
I just want to say hi to you, Rose. I didn't get the chance to introduce you. Thank you, Rose, for coming in. I know you want to be a part of this panel, so thank you for being so kind. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, my name is Rose Rist. I'm a progressive political content creator. I do YouTube. I've been forced to do TikTok and stuff as well, but whatever. That's just a brief introduction of who I am. I am Swedish, which is something I guess that separates me from a lot of people here. And that sort of colors my view on this a little bit because while I am an avid fan of democracy, America's democracy is exceptionally shitty. So, a lot of the issues that you guys are pointing out here aren't necessarily intrinsic to a lot of, democracy as a whole, but very colored by, the American perspective, I suppose, which is fine. But that's just something I'm going to point out here. The thing I've noticed mostly with this debate so far is that we're focused too much on specific sort of like examples or flaws that have occurred in a historical perspective before when it comes to monarchies. Now, this is the wrong way to go about it for two reasons. Number one, Eris is a historian, from my understanding. And number two, when you propose a model like this without having really like a detailed policy that you can sort of like go through and check if, these things are really adjusted for, it's fairly easy to say, oh, well, this won't happen to my system because think of a control on the spot, or maybe you've thought of it beforehand. And it's, sort of hard to like get at it in that way. So more of the arguments have to be made, I feel, have to go for the more of the philosophical underpinnings of monarchism as a concept. So before I get into like the main argument, I guess I want to bring into this debate that hasn't really been discussed before, I have like two pieces of rebuttal I want to give to Eris. Number one, before you seem to suggest in saying this Mariah Carey example when it came to singing, I want to say that and having that in regards to like leadership being like, okay, well, some people are just like destined to rule, I suppose. Using singing as an example betrays a very narrow understanding of the type of skill sets and the abilities necessary to be able to lead. Something like singing is far less polygenetic, such as the like leadership skills, the communication skills, the reasoning skills, and all these other things that you will need to be a good leader. So it's not
oversimplification of an analogy, right?
Mm-hmm. And I suppose the fact that it's more of an oversimplification also makes it like a lot harder to be able to, I guess, identify who is the best monarch as well in that sense, because there's a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration and things that can't just like be measured in the same way as singing can, for example. The second thing I want to talk about is you seem to suggest that the people who are in power right now are people who want to be in power, and those type of people aren't often the best leaders. So this would suggest that the person who would become the monarch wouldn't necessarily be put in that position like voluntary. They'd be kind of coerced into that position. Is that correct?
I think that's one of the benefits of it.
Okay, so one thing I can say quickly on that is that I don't know how just it is to sort of like force an individual into a specific position of power within society, because that person may have their own dreams and their own aspirations and their own things they want to do with their life. If they go resentful of the fact that they've been put into this position, that might be reflected in the way that they take actions. And you might have a whole host of negative things coming from that way. So while I understand that in a lot of the cases, people who want to take power, they can abdicate if they want. So it is kind of voluntary then in a way. So you're still selecting for people that want to be rulers, I suppose, because they can just abdicate.
Not really.
If they don't.
No, not really, right? Because abdicating, like quitting, is very different than signing up, like than not signing up. You know what I mean? Like it's still accounting for some kind of like measure. There's a lot of people who would, if a leadership position is thrust upon them, if you just put yourself in that position, you're more likely, you're less likely to say like abdicate versus being likely to just sign up to go into politics. Like that takes a very specific type of personality.
I suppose I would say that's more like marginal than the characterization you made initially, how you're going to like rid yourself of all these people who are just, seeking to get into positions of power. But, yeah, in a way, I guess that could still be the case, but to a lesser extent than I would have thought initially. Now,
none of these things are absolutes. It's all about lessening chances, increasing chances.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. A bit of the problem with not having like a specific policy and concrete things we can look at, how we're kind of like doing this in a more abstract way. And that's not to your fault. Obviously, it will take a long time to have a discussion where you have like a very clear, like, the monarchy policy or whatever. So yeah, I'm not going to fault you for that. Now, the thing I want to talk about initially is a troubling sort of like the fact that monarchy attacks on the key principles that a lot of our, general societies right now
is based on, and that underpins a lot of the other functions we have in society. And that being the principle that if you are to have any power enacted upon you by another party, you should have some say in that party, who makes it up, and what sort of power it enacts on you. This principle is something that, is like reflected in things like just, like day-to-day functioning. If you decide to like work with some people and you decide, okay, we're going to have like a bit of a management structure here, like who's going to be in charge of what within this, like a school project, for example, right? At the end of the day, it's still something that's done democratically. If most of the people within that group just don't like the current project manager or whatever, then well, they can't be the project manager anymore, and this is also applied to our society as a whole when it comes to democracy, right? We agree that every single person has, like their own, I guess, intrinsic rights. And one of the reasons why we write it democracy is because we feel that, okay, if the government is going to restrict my ability to do things, I should have a say in what the government does and how it restricts my ability to do that. And this monarchy then completely overrides that principle, because essentially one person is given power where they're not held accountable to the public, and the public doesn't really have much of a say in how that power is enacted upon them.
They're
And
held
that
accountable.
sort of, sorry?
They are held accountable, just in a different way.
Yep.
So it's creating a diversity of how we hold our leaders accountable. And by increasing that diversity, we make it like that it's more likely that they're going to keep one another in balance, and rather than both be incredibly flawed at the same time.
I'm gonna need to be a bit more concrete on that, because that seems like a very fluffy answer. So in what ways
I don't know
does
how it's fluffy.
so in what ways does like having somebody that's put into power non-democratically increase accountability that the people have over that person?
Because just the nature of a constitutional monarchy, the elected representatives, who are representatives of the people, which is a democratic system, can force the monarch to abdicate in certain situations.
Yeah, so I think what she was getting at is the monarchy system keeps the democratic system in check, and the democratic system keeps the monarchy system in check. So it's
Okay,
they're playing off of each other.
There is accountability. It's just a
reduce the,
diversity of that accountability,
reduce
which
the flaws of each of them.
Okay, well then it's fair to assume that the other thing can happen, right? You said that they held each other accountable. So then would it be possible for the monarchy to like overrule or do something about the actions or the policy suggested by the democratically elected representatives?
Yeah, but I do think that what that is something that can be decided on based on what you think is like the best for a society. So, for example, like I would say that I would never want a monarch making day-to-day governing decisions, but I do think that a great power that a monarch should have is to be able to force an election. So when there is fear that an election was, say, what's the word I'm looking for, but was heavily influenced by a foreign power, right? If there is a fear of that an election was unfair, or potentially if someone is elected that is now actually breaking all the promises they made to their people, which we've seen regularly, the monarch can force a re-election, and basically force them to adhere to the Constitution. So, like, what you put in that Constitution is going to be completely depend on what that monarch adheres to, right? Like, I mean, you could put in the Constitution really fucked up shit. But this is all assuming that the Constitution has things that we all that the majority of the people of the country admire and look up to. So in a way, it's inherently kind of democratic, right? It's just democratic in a more long-term way, and in a diverse way, rather than just pure direct democracy.
Yeah, the way I see this panning out, I suppose, is because of the lack of the specific policy things. We can't see, for example, okay, the monarch has a power to do this. So when you ask for an example of the way in which a monarch can overrule like a democratically elected representatives in certain ways, you're going to go to the example of like forcing a re-election, for example. But I'm sure there are other ways, I suppose, within a system where the monarch would be able to do, like means that would be less generally liked. So would the monarch ever be able to be like, this, like the democratically elected representative pass a policy and then the monarch is like, no, I don't want that. Is that a possibility? Is that something the monarch has the power to do?
No, I think like what I would probably have to think about this intensely. Like maybe I would allow like the monarch to have only two times that they can do something like that. So it's like a really big constitutional issue when they do, or maybe I wouldn't allow them to do it at all, but would rather just focus on forcing re-elections, or making a speech, like something like that, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be so specific.
All right. Well, I suppose for us to be able to do this argument more, we're gonna need, I guess, you said like a basic question is, will they be able to like repeal publicly like the policies? And you said you weren't exactly sure. We have to think about it more. So I think like those questions
Well,
would
like
need to be
an
answered more
example that I can
fundamentally.
think of that I think a
Mhm.
monarch would particularly be really great at um is when say someone gets elected based on a few specific principles, and then they get into office and they completely reverse those principles. They don't go along with it at all. We've
Mhm.
seen that happen a lot with democracy, right?
Yep. But
So
the
to
thing
me, in those
that's sorry,
situations,
okay, how much?
the monarch could at least force that person to be following their constitutional duties.
Wait, how much
Mhm.
like do you think like democracies don't deliver on their campaign promises? Because it's well above 50% for like the past 70 years in America at least.
I mean, there's been plenty of instances of it happening. Is that really a
Also,
question? Like that feels like a
also
truism.
50% allows a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
But
Eris, would you argue for a more like longer term limits for like say like in the American system, like for presidency, like maybe like 50, 40 years? Like
Okay,
if they were elected earlier, like when they were like elected at like 30 or 35?
Um, given how much power the president of the United States has, I would say really no. Like that's a huge no. If the president becomes way more ceremonial and more like say the monarch, the kind of monarchy I'm describing, then I'm more open to it. But the amount of power that the executive position has right now in the U.S., it's like, yeah, that's
Uh,
basically an absolute monarchy that just gets elected.
I really think you're overestimating the power of the executive. How do you think
Really?
the president
I
has?
think
Yeah.
people underestimated it.
Executive
I
orders
think
are pretty.
and I think Democrats got it
Yeah.
kind of shown in their face by how much they really relied. I think Americans realized how much of the controls of the presidency was really just based on like tradition and not in actual hard law. Like how much of that shit did Trump just completely destroy?
Wait, off of tradition, what did he destroy? A lot of the
So
stuff he interpreted in the Constitution, sure, but that's not destruction of
wait, you don't
Well,
think that like
well, let's
wait,
not get on to like a Trump
yeah.
debate or something
Yeah.
like.
wait, I have a
Let's
brief question.
let's focus
If I'm allowed
on
to.
sorry, KTN has been waiting. So let's go to KTN. And then
All
we'll go
right.
back to you, Rose. And then we might
Mhm.
wrap this up because we've been on this for quite a long time.
Yep.
Yeah, so get back to something that was spoken about earlier. People voting against their interest and for their interest, I would say that they vote against their interest in the long term and they vote for their interest in the short term. They make snap, they elect officials by saying this is what this guy's gonna give me right now. This is the thing he's showing me right now. And it might be something
Yeah.
symbolic, something small, something quick. But then in the long run, when whoever they voted for gets to do what they really wanted to do, then that's what happens when you vote against your interest. Or they also don't actually read what's in the policy and they always go into saying, all right, well, the policy says this, but then what does the policy do over time in the long run? And then like back to what you're saying about monarchy, if you're making if you're creating a world or creating a leadership that is somebody who is going to be this kind of above everybody, like wise elder or kind of oracle like type person who um who who vetoes the will of the people on a regular basis. The least you could do is make this person extremely poor, giving them a Mother Teresa type, you know what I mean, a Mother Teresa type lifestyle, so that they don't get to enjoy any of it. You know what I mean? But then it also goes back to what the young man was saying earlier, where at this point you're just forcing someone to do a job that they're not going to like, and that might make them, very, very, bad at the job eventually.
I
So
don't want
where
them
do
to completely hate their job, right?
where do
Like I don't
where
want
do where do you pick these people up if you don't want them to be born in? You don't want them to be born into it. You don't want them to be dynastical. Where is there a school for these kind of people? Is there like an apprenticeship for these kind of leaders?
that's a
Because
good idea.
you don't want to do the thing where pick them out of birthing pool.
I want to
You want
pick them out of Twitch
they're
panels.
elected. You know what I mean?
So
I mean,
I want
but
to pick them out of political Twitch panels. And right now, I actually think I would pick you, KTN, because you seem very rational and calm. So yeah,
I would.
I vote for
I
that
would.
for my monarch.
I mean, I would no. I would. I would, I mean,
Wait,
yeah.
are you saying you would abdicate?
I mean, I would be a tyrant. I'd be like, so I already know what I'd do.
No, I don't believe that. I don't know. I got a good feeling.
I mean, I would. No. You see, I wouldn't be a tyrant to some people, but I would be a tyrant to some other people. So there would be things I, of course, would that, at a whim, be like, no, this thing I think is unjust. Boom. But right now we're in a state where people think that impinging on their ability to do bad things is impinging on their liberty. So, yeah. So, but where would you get these people? Where would you, if you're gonna propose this system, you got to propose the feeder to these actual people. You know what I mean? Do they come from a school? Let's get real Star Trekky. There were those systems where they had leaders who went to some kind of school of leaders, or
Yeah.
some school of kingship, or
No, I think that's a really cool conversation to have, to decide where you do get monarchs from. I think there are benefits to doing hereditary monarchy, but there's obviously huge negatives. And yeah, I would love to have that conversation, but I know Prime wants to move on, and yeah, that would be a whole panel itself. But yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and on that note, don't worry, we'll get back to you, Rose, in just one quick second. But on that note, one reason why they did it hereditarily, right, was to have a clear line of succession. If you don't have a clear line of succession, right, if you're choosing it, let's say from this school, right, just for example, we're using a school idea. Let's say the valedictorian is the one who gets it. But what about the second in line? There's a name for that? What's the not valedictorian? The second one is
salutatorian.
Salutatorian. Thank you. Yeah. What about that person? What if that guy's like, no, I am better. No, you cheated. I'm gonna have to take some action, right? If there's not a clear
So
line.
you think that it's more likely to cause chaos and potential civil wars?
Possibly. I mean, it
Alice
depends on the
intrigue.
details. Devil's in the details, but I could definitely see that happening, right? That's why these rules were so very, very specific. If you go through the line of succession for the royal family, it's extremely specific as to how it goes.
No, yeah, you're right. That's why primogeniture is the best thing to get in CK3. It really fucking sucks when your kingdom gets split amongst your kids.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Fair enough. All right, Rose. Let's you can mix it up again, and then maybe we'll turn to something else.
Yeah, I have just a small question. I think that this debate overall suffers just from the fact that we don't really have a hardline policy that we can look at and really look at the nuances of, because we might be able to notice things there that we don't notice in this conversation when it's very abstract. I'm just gonna ask one question about a specific aspect of what the policy might be. Maybe that'll create some interesting discussion point or questions that I can ask further. Is it possible for the monarch to be removed if they don't break the constitutional thing? So if they're just being an awful monarch, they're not being good to the people, but they're just not breaking the constitution, but they're doing everything within their power to be an awful monarch, as long as they don't.
Oh, they would need constitutional monarchy. They would need constitutional justification for removing the monarch. So I mean, I would put in the constitution that the monarch has to, have so and so and so and so requirements.
Okay, so it's entirely possible that as long as they just dodge those constitutional rules, they can do everything, I guess, that doesn't exceed that to mess over the people, I suppose, if they would want to, and they can't be removed.
I mean, that's a really shitty constitution, so I wouldn't want to be in that country anyways.
Okay, so you believe that it's possible to draft a perfect constitution that 100% streamlines the ability for any type of individual to act.
Not a perfect one, but makes the chances of that happening less likely. I mean, that's kind of an appeal to futility fallacy to say that just because you can't achieve a perfect constitution but
the thing is, the issue with that is that the difference between democracy and monarchy in that case is assuming that both parties are doing a similar thing where they're just skating below the sort of laws that would just remove their power initially. The thing about democracy is that the people can notice that and they can vote them out next time. The thing about a monarchy is that the people can't do much about that because they're there as long as they don't break the rules.
No, but they could also do the exact opposite. So,
which
I feel like the main difference
between
choice. That's the thing.
I feel like the main difference between a constitutional monarchy and the way that she's laid it out, and democracy and the way that the United States does it, is term limits. Other than that, or maybe like executive power, but other than that, I don't really see too much of a difference. As long as you're not arguing for like line of succession through like heritage.
I mean, but the issue, as much as I understand it, like the thing under Eris's system is that somebody's elected as a monarch, and then they're just there as long as they don't break like a constitutional law, and then they can be voted out by the democratically elected representatives. So as long as they don't do that, they can do everything else within their power to, be a bad monarch, I suppose. However, with a democratically elected official, they also have laws that they can't break, or else they'll be like impeached or whatever. But the thing about them is that if the people notice that, hey, these people aren't acting in our interest, they can be removed in the next election cycle, which cannot happen with a monarch, right? We need to rely on the monarch to break a rule for us to be able to get rid of them, and that's like a lack of accountability that I find very troubling.
Isn't
But
that
the way
a good
but the
thing
way
that
that
they
she's
can
describing
continue?
it, the way that she just is describing it is it's pretty much like monarchy is just like a word that can be replaced with like president or like prime minister or something. So it's still I
mean,
still
we
feel like
still
it comes
vote
down
on
to
the
term
president and prime
limits.
minister. Yeah, but we still vote.
Yeah, well,
on the,
she's saying that like you can vote in for the monarchy. They would just have like severely longer term limits than like 4 years.
I mean, they would have a lifetime limit as long as they don't break the constitution, right? But with the current prime ministers and presidents we have
I
right
didn't
now,
necessarily
even
think
if we
that.
like them, we still have the opportunity to vote them out for you. And then there's a term limit thing, but that's not necessarily intrinsic to this debate, I don't feel. But we're at least given another option, like with like Obama, for example. Let's say there were no term limits,
Okay, Rose,
and
I
like
challenge you
Obama
to
happened
a
after
full
4 years.
formal
They're just
debate
like, hey.
sometime because we're gonna kill Prime right now. I can see
All
it in
right.
his eyes.
I actually
The
know,
soul is leaving. Right, but I charge you. I challenge you to a formal debate sometime about this. That'll
All
be
right,
fun.
wonderful. I will write that down and get into contact with you.
Yeah, that would be
I
good.
actually
Are you
want to get rid
in
of term
CC?
limits
Like we can do it
because
there
of
sometime.
So let's go to Clearest.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so real quick, there's a couple of things I wanted to mention before we finish like, the topic, and not necessarily this has to be a closing statement. I firmly believe that the Winston Churchill quote of indeed has been said that democracy is the worst form of all government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. I honestly believe that. I think America is basically an economy of ideas, and basically you're going to end up with the best solutions ultimately over time. And ultimately, when we talk about monarchies and abdication and things like that, that's not an abdication is ultimately a voluntary thing, which is still a solution that is still available to any politician that's in office. There's no reason why any politician doesn't necessarily have the ability to just step down and quit.
Nixon.
Sorry?
Nixon.
Right, Nixon, for example. So Nixon stepped down. All it really takes is some level of humility and fear of consequences. I don't think Trump had that, and I think that makes him more dangerous than Nixon. But ultimately, when we talk about abdication, that's basically just one. That's one way to get these people out of power. And ultimately, like I said, it's voluntary, and it's a function that we already have in a democracy. So if we want to talk about pie in the sky solutions, ultimately the best forms of government, I don't see how a democracy or how a monarchy fits into the conversation whatsoever. I think it's silly. So,
all right. So thanks all for being here. Let's try a different conversation. Thank you, Tom Foley, for stopping by, buddy. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, what?
I have a suggestion for a topic.
Try. Okay.
So like recently, like I think last Friday, Venezuela introduced I think the $1 million Bolivar note, which basically accounts for like 52 cents in the U.S. And basically they're experiencing hyperinflation as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So what do you guys think should be done on like an international scale? Because like it's pretty conclusive right now that Venezuela is just not going to recover without international aid. Like, what do you think America should do? What do you think the UN should do? Like, do you guys have any solution for that?
I mean, I hope the U.S. sweeps in and takes advantage of them in any way we can.
Oh my god! Can you drop a link somewhere so I can look at something?
We elect Lula now that he's been his charges have been dropped.
Does anyone actually give a fuck about Venezuela? Like, really?
Is that
Venezuelans, probably.
Wrong country. Oh my god!
Oh,
I'm
let's
so
go
bad. By the way, I'm terrible at geography. I'm so sorry.
Dooby's
Ghost, I dropped
xenophobia
the link.
showing?
It's just a shithole country and a sea of other shithole countries that's having a bad election, bad time right now. Who cares? Like really? Like,
I mean, I think that hyperinflation, from what I know of it, is like an insanely hard problem to solve because it's kind of just completely fucked.
Yeah, no, it's
I-
impossible.
Wait.
Like they literally cannot solve it without foreign aid. It's impossible.
I know I've heard recently, because I've been doing a lot of investing recently, and I've been doing a lot of research on it. That there's talk of the Fed would generally try and prevent hyperinflation by hiking up interest rates, and I believe the way that works, this is going to be probably a pretty contrived and simplified explanation, but I believe the way it works is when you hike up interest, you decrease spending, and when you decrease spending, you are decreasing inflation because inflation. The reason we haven't actually seen inflation in the U.S. yet, after all the stimulus and all that, is because money that's been put into people's pockets isn't being spent yet.
Yeah. But that's the thing though. Is that's not even like the core of like the problem. It's the problem is that their country is not worth anything. Shut up, Titan. The problem is that the currency like it just isn't. I'm sorry.
Hey man, you
after
feel
I-
a shit topic.
Yeah, we have to have a
Right.
big up
That's your
topic
game
that
on mine.
everyone can
no one gives a
jump in.
fuck about this. Venezuela's had inflation. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't
Who
know.
cares?
Yeah, this
I don't
is
know.
No, it's
Take
not.
another
What's
fucking
your thought is what
180
you think
countries.
should be done with it. That's the thing.
I mean, one
After I
thing we
make
can
this
mention-
point, then you can decide your shit topic, Titan. All right, but after I make this
I
point,
don't, wait,
but
I don't
that's
need
not
to have
even
a
the core.
topic to know you're bad.
That's
Okay,
not
you
even
picked
the
a bad topic. All right.
That's not
All
even
right.
the core of the problem though. Like country like Venezuela is like their currency is just devalued so much because 90% of their economy was based off of oil, and then oil prices have been going down since 2014. Shut the fuck up, Titan. Since 2014. So even if they were to increase interest rates, like to get their imports back up, they could,
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go on. Finish your point. Your very boring point. Go ahead.
you know what? Fuck that.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
I want to talk about helping countries. How about we help Puerto Rico?
What they really can do is to like expand their economy more and to like make it worthwhile. I mean, from
Wow,
what the link
they shouldn't just be all oil.
yeah, no, exactly. They should have like other things to do or like I don't know. I don't know
They never
anything
thought
about
of
their.
that. Dude, you figured out Venezuela. They've never thought about that. Just don't do oil.
They don't.
Yeah, I mean,
figured out what Chavez could never do. Holy shit!
Because what it's saying is that the link you sent me is that whatever their currency is worth 52 cents American.
Yeah.
So I mean that's pretty bad.
No, that's
I
the
mean
thing. They don't have the capital or they educate. Their populace doesn't have the education to switch to a more like robust economy. Like that's basically it. That's why I said they're basically fucked.
Well, everybody
people are migrating away from
I think you answered your own topic there, Mark. They're just fucked.
I
Alright,
gotta
what do you
hop
do?
off, guys. It was really nice talking to you all, and yeah, you should follow me on Twitch. Yeah, thanks for having me here, Prime.
Before you go, just once again, I gotta shout out my good friend, Eris, who's been so kind to the channel. Once again, exclamation point Eris in the chat lets you know how to get to the Discord server she runs, Calliopean Club. You will find reasoned debate there, reasoned kind debate, not chaotic, not like some other Discords out there, like mine. And also, of course, Eris will be streaming on Twitch. There's her channel right there, so go follow her in both places. We love
Thank you.
Eris, and thank you so much for everything you do for the channel, buddy.
And thanks for having me.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Okay, we were roasting Marks.
Yeah. So this is the fun. I know this is not a very interesting topic, but I think there's like 3 points, I suppose, that just like educational, just
Sure.
things generally that people can know about. So number one of the major things that when we look at Venezuela that is important that we do is like recognize why Venezuela's in this position today, as not to replicate in the future. One of the things that I don't think is talked about quite enough is the devastating effect of the United States sanctions on the Venezuelan oil sector and the way that had downstream effects on the economy. Now, Maduro is far from an economically perfect leader, and he made a lot of very, very grave mistakes when it came to the state of the economy right now. But that's an important thing to mention, especially when we bring it to the lens of sort of like international action in that state. Second thing, something that Marx mentioned that I just want to build off of a little bit. Another major issue with Venezuela is that even if they got a bunch of domestic investment that they could put into education and stuff like that, we see a massive emigration of educated people away from Venezuela because just the general state of the economy is so poor. They can attain a higher quality of life basically anywhere else with the same level of education. So they're migrating en masse, the educated people. And that's deeply troubling, of course, because Venezuela is spending on these resources on educating these people. And then as soon as they're educated, they just dip, right? And the third thing I can talk about is that Marx mentioned exchange rates, and some other people did as well. Another thing that could be done on an international action is assuming that we had like a coordinated effort to try to improve Venezuela's economy, is that even though it would be like, I guess, like a loss for an overall international community, I don't know if I'd be favoring this. This is just like a potential theoretical solution. You could buy up a bunch of Venezuela's currency, thus appreciating the value of the currency because there's more demand of it because there's less supply. You would have to buy up a shit ton of currency for that to be the case, but that is a possible solution that you have. So just some economics theory there. I don't know if I would be in favor of that, but that's one possible solution if we do care about improving the Venezuelan economy, which I guess some people on the panel are not very concerned with. So,
Well,
yeah.
no, I'm actually in favor of fucking it up even more so the U.S. can go in and take advantage and buy up some shit.
I can't.
But I have a much more interesting topic for you guys if you're interested.
Sure.
It isn't about inflation and monetary policy that you're going to Google really quick and pretend you know anything about. So Switzerland is recently banned.
First of all,
Switzerland has recently banned Muslims from wearing the niqab and burqa in public. What do you guys think about that?
Oh,
What was the reasoning behind
Wait.
it?
that's a really good topic. So good that I'll probably use it for one of my closed panels. But yeah, they did do that. So as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong in the details, please. As I understand it, it was led by some sort of far right either organization or political movement within Switzerland, and they had like signs, like posters up all around, like with a woman within a burqa of sunglasses, talking about like with saying that like stop extremism or something along those lines, right? And I don't know what the rest of the campaign looked like, but if that's where they started, I'm sure it wasn't very good. The rest of it was pretty shit. So my opinion, so I've watched a lot of ex-Muslims on YouTube, right, talk about this issue. Not this specific, the Switzerland vote, but like just the burqa in general. And they look at it as a tool of oppression, like a full stop, a tool of oppression. I'm split on it because look, some people say, like, who am I to tell a woman who says that like she enjoys wearing the burqa, that like it gives her some sort of solace or whatever, right? Like that's not actually how you feel, right? So a lot of those ex-Muslim women specifically are saying that like before, when I was wearing either the burqa or the veil or whatever, right? This I would have said the same thing, that this is this is actually giving me more freedom or something, right? But once they got out of Islam, they saw that this was actually a tool to keep them within their place, so that they wouldn't tempt men and all that. So am I in favor of banning it? I'm in favor of religious freedom. I'm in favor of, even though I despise religion, and I'm in favor of people being able to do what they want with their own bodies. So if they want to cover up their own bodies, I mean, shouldn't that also be something they get to choose too? I don't know. That's my thoughts.
So before you guys get into it, I actually am gonna head off for the night, I think, or for at least like an hour or so. I might be back later for still streaming.
Well,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
I look forward to watching the stream later and seeing what you guys think about it.
Exclamation point Dooby in chat to get to his Discord. And it will not be so kind to you. But it'll be a lot of fun. Please go check out the Policy Discord server. Thank you, Dooby.
See you later.
So what do you all think?
Imagine banning facial coverings in a pandemic when you have to wear a mask.
That's a good one.
That's a good
I agree
point.
with Prime, and like I don't see any utility of this law other than simply just being like Islamophobic. Like I don't see the utility of it other than being Islamophobic. Like that like
Yeah.
it's not banning facial coverings. It's banning like the specific gear, whatever you want to call it, specific like wardrobe. It's not like banning ski masks and facial masks and Halloween masks. Like no, it's banning a specific religious garb. So like I don't understand. So I think definitely coming from like an American perspective of like freedom of religion, I'm like, where the hell would you like regulate that or ban that without it literally just being Islamophobic?
Maybe I'm just salty, but talk about a boring topic. Everybody here is lefty, and everybody here is going to agree that this policy is bad. Maybe I'm just salty, but this sounds like it's going to be a subject.
I
So,
think it's
keep
a
going.
good policy. I think that women should stop tempting men, and I think that it's a
Wait,
good thing. I
no,
think
if
that-
women can stop tempting men, then it should be the complete opposite of the policy. You should want them to enforce wearing full body garb.
Oh, they're
Tom,
not
are you
enforcing it?
memeing right
No.
now? Are you doing a Jordan Peterson?
I think he's memeing.
I know, but like
Well,
his
I
meme was
mean,
up.
kind of.
Okay.
I think
All
that
right. Well,
women
Tom,
should
go ahead.
stop tempting men so much, but I suppose I wouldn't want the government to enforce that.
Okay, so I really want to focus in on this.
Wait, why do you want the government to enforce it? The government's like an arbiter of morality, and you think it's immoral. Why are you against the government enforcing it, Tom?
I also think it's immoral to lie. I don't want the government to stop everybody and find out whether or not they're telling the truth all the time.
What does that do with lying? What?
You just said that you think that the government is supposed to enforce morality. I think
Yeah,
it's immoral to
codified
lie. I
morality.
don't want the government to enforce whether or not or arrest people for lying.
Okay. Does anyone want to respond to that?
I agree.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I have a direct response to Tom's position, but the government doesn't enforce morality. That's ridiculous. No, absolutely not.
So like men and women, and I'm not gonna go like full, I guess what do you call it, red pill or whatever, but like the more I think about this, okay, the more I think that like women use their sexuality like as an advantage over men a lot of the times. But then if they're called out on it, it's kind of sexist, right? Like it's wrong to point that out. And especially like we'll go full Jordan Peterson, like especially like in the workplace, like a woman can wear like a very low cut shirt and you walk by and she obviously she wants you to recognize that she has nice breasts or she'll wear like tight pants and she wants you to see that she has a nice butt, but you walk by and you're like, hey, really nice tits today. Like you're gonna get in trouble for that, right? Like that
Tom,
now this is sexual
Let's
harassment.
talk about Venezuela.
Oh, God.
No, hold on.
Go back to the inflation, guys.
Good topic. I like this topic.
Oh, boy.
Wait, I have a question for you. So what you've done here, I mean, I agree with some level of the descriptive statements you've made about like the world in general. However, I feel like one of the things that you've done here, it may just because you weren't given enough time to speak, is something similar to what Jordan Peterson does, is you've done the analysis, you've like sort of like picked apart like different, these are different mechanisms in society, and you have sort of suggested that there's a
prescriptive statement.
Without the prescriptive statement, right? So do you have a prescriptive statement in that regard?
So not really. What I would say is that like if we, and I went over this on my channel recently, but like I would say that overall we kind of all consent to like a certain amount of like sexual harassment and things like that, and that maybe we shouldn't make the biggest deal out of it when we say like, well, we're more likely to get sexually harassed the more that we wear clothes that are sexually revealing, right?
Oh boy.
And so this is kind of like saying like we get in the cars, we know that there's going to be car wrecks. We don't want there to be car wrecks. But just because there's car wrecks, we don't stop getting in cars, right? We know there's going to be sexual harassment the more sexually revealing clothes we wear, but we're not going to stop wearing sexually revealing clothes.
Oh boy.
I mean, yeah. So there's the sort of like, I guess, long end like utility side, the utility of wearing revealing clothes versus like the negatives from it. But then there's also more of like the principled underpinnings, like the freedom to wear whatever your clothes and being able to, you know, respect your right to not be like, you know, have your like sometimes personal autonomy when it comes to like assault, but also just general like well-being, you know, violated by people harassing you. I think a useful prescription to this, it would be that like analyzing like where this really stems from, and where I would say this stems from is the fact that the social gender role of a woman is seen as the arbiter of sexuality in, you know, our current society. So the way by which you would address this, you would suppose, would be through things like intersectional feminism, through things like reducing gender roles in society, and just generally reducing the influence, expanding what it, you know, means, or what it's okay to be a man or a woman or whatever. Basically targeting the root cause of this, which is the gender roles, because I don't think there's any sort of like inherent, like, I guess, supposed biological cause to, you know, one group of people being, you know, like harassing people with sexual clothing, and when they wear it, then it's not as big of a deal. Like it stems from gender roles mostly. That's at least the way I look at it. So my prescriptive analysis.
Are you talking about abolishing gender? Is that the prescription?
Well, no, that's an extremely long-term goal. I think the short-term things that we can really do in our day-to-day lives, I suppose, to or over a series of decades, because this isn't something that's going to be solved over day-to-day, is sort of keep going in the way that the gender role of woman has changed over the past few decades, right? In the 50s, what it meant to be a woman was extremely narrow, right? The type of clothing you wore, what type of life you led, the way you spoke to people, how your appearance was in general, that was extremely narrow. And then over just like, you know, like a few decades, the definition of that has expanded massively. One of the key ways we can look at this that I talked about on stream just like a few days ago is, for example, the clothing that you're allowed to wear, right? Some people can even make the argument that nowadays there is unisex and men's clothing, right? So we've seen a massive expansion in the definition of what's okay to be a woman and what type of behavior is acceptable. We have seen an expansion to a lesser extent, I would say, for what it means to be a man. And we need to keep going in that regard and act, or sort of apply more just general progressive cultural values when it comes to gender. And then in the long term, through the effect of the gender roles becoming, you know, more fluid and less concrete, we will see a reduction in the fact that one specific gender is labeled the arbiter of sexuality, and therefore issues like you've identified would arise less.
So
yeah,
I'm gonna jump in here for a hot second. Don't worry, we will get to the rest of you. So Tom, buddy, pal. So. First of all, let's start off this way. This idea that women will be more likely to be sexually harassed depending on their clothing. First of all, it doesn't matter what a woman is wearing, right? Within our society, yes, she will be harassed, unfortunately, right? This society and all
Do you
others.
not think it's more likely if they're wearing
Hold on, let me finish my point. No matter what she is wearing, no matter how quote unquote pretty or fuckable she is, right? She's gonna be harassed. This is a thing that happens within our society. And then, but we can understand that even if a woman was walking down the street completely naked, we get that doesn't actually give anyone the right to harass her, to touch her, to assault her, right? Can we agree that?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I
I'm
agree with
not
both of
putting
those
those words in your mouth. I want to be clear. I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I'm just getting that point out there, right? So we can understand that that's the case, right? So when we go down this line of reasoning, saying that, well, you know, you kind of are tempting, right? Then that's excusing the abuse, right? That this is your fault in any way, in any shape or form, that she has invited this, right? Or maybe men can get their act together, right? And understand that women aren't their property, that women aren't there for them to comment on, to argue on, to rate, to put down when they reject their sexual advances, and certainly not to touch inappropriately, right? And again, I'm not trying to put all those words in your mouth, but I'm saying that this argument leads down that path. That's my response to you.
Sure. Okay. So I feel like we're like conflating sexual harassment and like sexual assault here, right? Like once you start touching somebody, it's a little bit different than sexual harassment.
No, I'm
specifically
including
talking
all
about
those
sexual
things under the ban. That's why I listed all those things, like all those things. Sexual harassment, once again, like doesn't matter what the woman happens to be wearing at the time, right? She could, in fact, walk into a room naked. That doesn't give anyone the right to harass her, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not saying that it gives anybody the right to do anything. If I leave my doors unlocked, it doesn't give anybody the right to break into my house. Now, if you come up to me afterwards and say, "Hey, dude, maybe you shouldn't leave your doors unlocked anymore," I wouldn't be like, "Hey, that's victim blaming. Don't tell me not to leave my doors unlocked. I'll leave my doors unlocked if I want to. It's my decision," right? You can say like, "Hey, well, you're more likely to get broken into if you leave your doors unlocked. Like, it makes it a little bit easier for people." Or you might be it make it seem like you're inviting people to come break into your house, right?
No.
No.
Interesting analogy.
Yeah, so real
okay.
quick, also, if you leave your doors unlocked, that's actually technically a lesser
Wait,
charge.
can I
at your,
address?
just 1 second.
There's too many people talking.
If you had locked your doors, that is breaking and entering. That is a more severe charge than if you had just left your doors unlocked. So just a point of contention. I don't know if count that for what you will, but
I don't understand your point.
What's that?
I don't understand your point. What? How? So what?
Address the analogy, yeah, because he's trying to say that like just because the person's still in the wrong for breaking into someone's house who is unlocked, who left their door unlocked, that wouldn't mean you wouldn't say to the person, why do you leave your door unlocked? You probably shouldn't do that. Not that I agree with this analogy. It's just you weren't addressing it with that statement.
Yeah. And like, oh, I would respond to that by saying, like, still, like, it's kind of what I think Rose was alluding to where you're analyzing something and noticing like something like a correlation that may be happening, but not offering a solution. So, like, even if I were to concede the point that if women or people in general were to wear a more promiscuous clothing, that it would increase their likelihood of being sexually harassed or like abused in some way, that still is like, that's like kind of leaving something to hang thing, like, still okay. Like you should still be able to wear promiscuous clothing without being like harassed. That's not the fault of the person like wearing that clothing. It's like unless you have a solution to that, I don't see like the point of bringing it up. But I would like.
So I'm not saying fault. I'm saying
No, I know you're not saying that.
responsibility within there. So I'm saying like
Yeah.
I'm saying that if I'm going to wear sexual clothing, it seems as though like there is somewhere from wearing a potato sack to being butt naked. Somewhere in between there's a point where we can say like, yes, this is sexual clothing or it's sexual signaling, regardless of who it's to. I'm not saying that like you're walking down the road and you're sexually signaling to literally everybody, but
Yeah.
we can say that there is a point that you are probably sexually signaling.
Yeah,
And
you are. Okay, yeah, sure. That's the thing. But like again, like my point is like you're noticing like these signs of things that like may be happening. But again, like what's the solution? We can say that the outcome of that may being you being sexually harassed, but that does that mean that the responsibility or even a little bit of responsibility is on the person wearing promiscuous clothing? I would say I
Yes.
disagree. No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No. Do you have the right to leave your door unlocked without somebody coming in unwantedly?
Yes.
No.
Okay, then why can't somebody walk around naked without somebody like sexually harassing them?
They can. I'm not saying they don't have the right. I'm saying that they have responsibility. There's a massive difference. You guys are conflating a lot of things here.
I think all he's saying is that you could potentially. I think all he's saying is that you can point out to that person that, hey, maybe this is a bad idea and could end up with you getting fucked. No pun intended.
Yeah, increased likelihood. That's the thing. Like I
don't
get.
think you do have the right for walking around in the nude, do you? It's indecent exposure, right?
You don't.
Well, I mean, this is like a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
I do want to sorry because I did real quick. I did want to ask something because I thought Tom made an interesting point about like compliments. So fuck, this is gonna sound very memey, but do you guys think that there is any credence to the idea that we could expand or normalize some like competence, like for example, like somebody like a dude's walking down the street with like a bulge in his pants, right? Like, why is it not acceptable for me to say, "Hey, dude, nice bulge, nice cock," right? Like, could you maybe expand
do that more
competence
often.
within
Yeah, I
society
should.
to where like even and you could do the same like for women? Do you think that that could be something that's possible or that we should do, or do you think that it's perfect the way it is?
Well,
Was that an
should
open
and
question or
shouldn't is
controversial?
very subjective. It depends on like
No,
the
I know
person.
based off
I
of what
think
you
the problem I could see arising from that is then you get into the problem of if this is happening in, for example, the workplace, then you have the problem of power dynamics where if, for example, your boss says, "Hey, nice tits," there's kind of a bit of an implication under there, and there's a very heavy power differential there. Like that could be problematic, but I don't know if that means that you couldn't allow it maybe in public.
Yeah, I think one of the main things that Marx is getting at here, which is has to do with the thing I mentioned previously, is what he's doing is he's balancing out the sexual aspect across the gender roles, which is something I talked about, right? You're broadening the definition of gender roles because both genders are sexualized. None of them is particularly sexualized. None of them is particularly victimized when it comes to sexualization. So yeah, there's I guess a broader definition of gender roles, and in the end, you're going to end up with most likely like less harassment being directed at any one gender in that regard. So yeah, that's just I think that's what Marx is getting at mostly, which is yeah, it's an interesting point, and it's something that I talked about previously. Another thing I can add a little bit to just bring a little bit more nuance into this, and then I'm going to talk about the example that Tom Foolery gave with his house thing, is that just because you wear revealing clothing or you don't, it's not necessarily like such an easy direct relationship between wearing types of clothing and the risk of being harassed and sexually assaulted. And I know you took issue with them being lumped together in one tomfoolery, but there is a very heavy link between the two of them. There have been multiple studies suggesting that certain, what's it called, like what do you call one of the person? What do you call them? Like a sexual assault or a sexual harasser. They may target someone because they're wearing revealing clothing, or they might target people who are not, who are wearing very concealing clothing, because they're likely to believe that this person is lacking in self-esteem, for example. They may be less likely to report the incident, and a whole lot of other things. So there's a lot more nuance here to just like revealing clothing, more likely to be subject to sexual harassment or assault or whatever. The last thing I want to talk about is your equivalence with the house. And I think one of the key things here that is very necessary to distinguish is that there isn't really any like societal pressure for you to leave your door unlocked in your home. However, due to the gender roles that exist right now and the fact that we place a lot of values on women's bodies and their sexuality when it comes to how we value them as people, society sort of indirectly, pushing them towards wearing this type of clothing where they are appreciated or where a focal point of their character and the way they're valued is their physical appearance. So that's one of the key things that is very, different here. And I like looking at issues like such as this, like crime as a societal issue. And the difference between these two is that in one of them, there's societal pressure for them to do that. And then there's societal pressures against that, which is the sexual harassment that may occur from that. While leaving your door unlocked, there isn't really any societal pressure not to, leave your door locked. So
Right.
that's one of the key differences there.
So when it comes to like men and the gender role that they play, we say to men like, hey, look, you don't have to be the strong masculine person. Women, stop trying to depend on men to be that security for you. Like, you need to be that for yourself, right? And we try to like break down men's gender roles and make and really just like deconstruct it almost completely. Women's gender roles, completely fine. You want to continue to like wait for the man to make the first move. You want to continue to like be sexy. You want to continue to like use your beauty as your key or as your value in society. Like that's perfectly fine. Men, we need to like completely tear down your gender roles and hit the refresh button, right?
So where's that question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Hold on. If I'm understanding, first of all, Rose, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Just gotta put that out there. Friday Living, I do see your hand. I'm gonna go to you soon. And thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. But to you, Tom. So, are you saying that women's gender roles are never being re-examined? In fact, that's literally what's been happening for decades and decades.
No, so their gender roles are to like. I would say that men's gender roles are almost completely deconstructed, whereas women's are more like, hey, take on masculine gender roles, take on like, you know, what were considered masculine gender roles, like being leaders, being aggressive, being a leader, like those sorts of things, right? But lots of women's gender roles are not being deconstructed, whereas I feel like almost all men's gender roles are being deconstructed.
I feel like
God,
women's women's bodies. Yeah. So I feel like, and I'm definitely gonna let you all in. Don't worry, we're gonna tackle this. I feel like women's bodies in generals are constantly being deconstructed. All their whole identities, everything they're doing is being deconstructed, right? And criticized.
What do you mean their bodies are being deconstructed?
No, I mean deconstructed as in consumed as being like rated as being seen like this. Your body is not good enough, right? It doesn't meet these standards, right? And these evolving standards that you have to keep up with. And if you aren't keeping up with them, well, there's something wrong with you, right? Then you're the next woman or next girl who's going to be made to feel like shit because she hasn't been keeping up with these things, right? So I think their generals are kind of, like, again, like for instance, like how to be a mother and also a worker, right? That's always being fought over within the media, right? Especially for women of, especially when she mixed class into this, women of lower class, I mean like middle and poverty, working class, working class level, right? Their roles as mothers are constantly being questioned, and they're being criticized and made to feel less than for trying to balance these things, right? With a society that doesn't even help them. And then I just want to tackle quickly your point. I'll let you respond to everything I'm saying, and then I'm going to let Friday Living in, and then I'm going to let everyone else in as well. Okay, I just want to. All right. So then I just want to finally tackle that point about like using your face, right? Like using your beauty, right, for whatever. Like women are using their beauty, right? Quote unquote using their beauty, because so often we take away other avenues for success for these women, right? That like so often. Women, brilliant women who could offer so much to the world, right, are relegated or discouraged from taking on other roles, other maybe more respectable roles or whatever, right? More productive roles, if you will, because just how society is, because we devalue them in general. So to say like you want to continue using your beauty, well, like we put women in a corner that they have to use their bodies, right? Those bodies that we're constantly deconstructing, they have to use their bodies to get ahead in life. And that's only for some, and that's only for a few of them, right? Not even all can do that. So you can respond to everything that I said. I'm gonna let Friday Living in after that, and then we'll go back to everyone else. Okay?
Real quick, can I just say that I think it's kind of fucked up that we don't have a woman on the panel right now when we're talking about this.
Well,
like I wish we did.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
It's a struggle, man.
It's a struggle. But go ahead.
I feel like you just agreed with everything I said. So like what I'm saying is that men continue to have less or their gender roles are becoming less and less while women's have things added to their gender roles. And it sounds like that's what you just said as well, that like they're continuing to keep most of what their gender role was before with a lot more added. Men's gender roles are becoming less and less. And then like using these things within society. So like men being strong, men being physical, men wanting to fight, or, lots of those things are considered now like toxic masculinity, right? Or, these, when I say deconstructed, I mean like these are things that we're picking apart and trying to get rid of, while there aren't parts of femininity that we're picking apart and getting rid of. We're just adding more to what their gender norms are allowed to carry.
All right. I'm gonna let other people tackle this. Don't worry, Rose. You're definitely on the list. I just want to do two things. One, I'm gonna give an outro to George Nato. Thank you, George, for being here. As always, we're thankful for having you. Do you want to say something? I don't know.
Yeah, just thank you for having me. It was a pleasure as always. Politics.gg. Come and join the conversation. It's fun making a cringy race realist cry. So come and have fun.
Exclamation point Dooby in chat to get to that to find that link. But thank you so much, George. You have a wonderful night. Okay, so we'll go to Friday Living, right? And then we'll go to Marks, and then we'll go back to Rose. Okay, Friday Living, please.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so as an ex-Muslim myself, I kind of go back to the burqa issue because when we were studying it, right, they talk about the hijab and it's a covering and things like that. You have to cover yourself. And we're talking about gender roles. They go to extreme with that with Islam. You're not even supposed to look at a woman. You're supposed to look at the ground if a woman comes into the room and things like that. So it's just interesting they want to ban the burqa and things, but I think it's like an Islamic phobic thing more than it is trying to give them freedom. Because I can see where they're coming at. We're like, oh, we need to free these women because we think they're oppressed because they're being forced to wear these things. But a lot of those women think they're free wearing these things. They feel like they're outside the normal having to wear makeup and having to dress up and things like that and just have a burqa on and be able to not be judged by their looks.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's go to Marks, and then the turkey. And we'll go to Rose.
Yeah, and also Tom, previously the Burke argument, like of how like wearing more like revealing or promiscuous clothing can increase your likelihood of being sexually harassed. I'm sure there's some correlation there, but it's not like a 1-to-1, right? Like even in Muslim countries where women are forced to wear the burqas, like for example, like obviously Middle Eastern, like North Africa, more North African countries, the rape rates there are incredibly high, even though the women mainly partake in the Muslim religion. So I wouldn't even necessarily say that's a 1-to-1 relation. As far as like the men and women's deconstruction, the gender roles deconstruction, I would actually say it's the opposite. Maybe you and I have different definitions of being deconstructed, but you're definitely right that the woman's gender role has expanded and that women are allowed to do more things within their gender roles. But I wouldn't necessarily say that the men's gender role has like not disbanded but decreased. I'd say that it's more or less just stayed the same. I think the whole toxic masculinity thing is just pointing out maybe negative aspects of like the gender roles, but it's not necessarily like men can't do that or like men won't do that. I disagree with the way that we're trying to deconstruct men's gender roles. I think that we had a copy more of the second wave generation, second feminism style, but yeah, that's my point. Sorry.
Do you know what lookism is?
No, could you explain?
So lookism is something that I guess is being brought up more and more, where we see that good-looking people within society are treated differently. They get more things. People are more welcoming to them. They're more likely to be more inviting to them, or smile, or be nice to them. Want to give them things, and when it comes to like people looking good, or people like wanting to treat someone differently based on looks, do you think that's more likely for somebody who is a woman or a man? Like, do you think that we see beauty more easily in men or women?
In our current society, women.
Yeah. And so if I said that like there was something that we needed to deconstruct, and right now I'm going to call it toxic femininity, where they use their looks to make people more inviting to them, to get benefits that other people wouldn't get, get jobs that others might get. Would that be so ridiculous?
That wouldn't be ridiculous, but I wouldn't necessarily attribute that to look at them. I mean, there's various actually, it's kind of messed up. There's various, like, psychological studies on, like, the more attractive you are generally in society, and this goes for men and women, you just get treated better. Like, you can take that to your more of your advantage. Like, men do that, too, generally speaking, men
Please
who are
tell me
more
you're gonna
attractive.
tackle this. If you're not gonna tackle this, I'll tackle this for you, Marks.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll get wait, yeah, I'll tackle this, but I just wanna kinda still like, men who are more attractive, like, get better rates of job interviews, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as, like, women, being, like, held up to standard, I mean, sure, but I guess that, like, that gets into the vote of more of toxic masculinity. The reason why women are so held up, in society for, like, based off of their looks isn't necessarily because of women, it's also mainly because of men as well.
Mhm.
It's because of, like, things like the patriarchy. Men only view women's worth based off of their bodies and what they
Yeah,
have done for her.
but
That
we as men are also raised in this patriarchy, right? Like we're raised to value those things as well. We are brainwashed in the same system to value these things, and then automatically give more when we're confronted with it. Correct? Patriarchy affects men and women.
Yes,
yeah,
sure. And
yeah.
we're trying to deconstruct, or not deconstruct, or sorry. We're trying to rid ourselves of a world where we act like that, right? But like, okay, so and I see your hand, Salty Sam. I see your hand. But so it'll be after this will be Rose and then Salty Sam. Okay. But that first of all, I think this idea of women using their looks to get to these better jobs is completely fucking overblown. Completely overblown, right? It's just this is a trope that's used to devalue once again devalue women and their accomplishments, right? Like if a woman it happens to be too beautiful, right? Judged too beautiful, then she must have used her looks to get to that position. That's what society tells her, right? Tells us all is that must have played into it. It wasn't her brains, it wasn't her hard work, it wasn't any of that, right? It was her body. That's what got her there. So I think this is overblown. Now, does this happen? Of course it fucking happens. Of course it happens, right? People use that. Men and women using their good looks to get get something that they want, right? Like this is the thing. We get that, right? So we're not being naive here, but playing into this idea that this is some sort of large scale issue, right? That even compares at all to the like for instance when we talk about toxic masculinity, part of that is like the violence that men perform on women's bodies, right? When they're not getting what they want, right? Or just cause, right? Like that's what we're talking about, toxic masculinity. And to compare that to maybe some women somewhere are using their bodies to or their good looks to get to a higher position. Like these things aren't comparable. So, but don't worry, you'll get a chance to respond to all this, I promise. So we'll go to Rose and then we'll go to Salty Sam. But don't worry, Tom, you will get to respond.
Can you repeat your last part again? What's not comparable?
Oh, the toxic masculinity and the toxic femininity. Because, like, for instance, like toxic masculinity oftentimes has to do with violence and like fucking femicide. Like International Women's Day, people were celebrating all across the world, right? And part of it, especially in South America and Latin America, they're doing demonstrations, like writing the names of all the women who've been murdered by men, like in like within the year, right? And it's an incredible list of people, women who've been suffering from that. So yes, these things aren't like comparable, at least toxic femininity as you described it there. So, but don't worry, I'll let you respond to all of this, I promise. Go ahead, Rose, and then Salty Sam.
Yeah, so there are three things I want to mention here that I picked up. One underlying issue, I suppose, because I guess we're all kind of, railing on Tom a bit. So I think there's one thing we need to solve there before we can really move on. And that
Bro, this is what I live for. Everybody
Wonderful.
at once. All on Tom. Hey, by the way, everybody, tomfoolery. I got Vosh this weekend. This Wednesday, I got Sock Done Left. I got Demon Mama. Whole bunch of people on the socialist panel. Wednesday.
Wonderful.
All right.
I wait for the day that I'm going to be the one that's in a 1v whatever situation. That sounds like fun. Anyway, so one of the things I want to throw off right off the bat is that I think that in general, just Tom, if you make more prescriptions, that'd be super helpful, I suppose, to get more of your minds, because there's so many descriptive ones, and it's confusing for the rest of the panel, I suppose. Like exactly.
Before you respond, I've said, like, when we come to like how we deconstruct masculinity, I feel as though it would be helpful to do the same within femininity and how we react to these social norms.
Yep, that's one of my next points. Before I get to that, I want to point out something Mark said that I don't know how many other people picked up on, but you said that, you know, like sort of the intersectional change of gender role should have sort of like, you know, stayed around the second wave. I just want to put that out there. We probably don't want to shift the discussion to that because that's pretty much a different topic. But if we are to have a more discussion on gender roles and stuff like that, and what ways we want to move, you know, like social progress when it comes to gender issues, I'm happy any day to defend third wave intersectional feminism when it comes to that. So that's something that I'm putting out there. Now, the thing that I think like a statement you made, Tom, that I suppose like fundamentally displays maybe a perception of like slight towards like men in society that I think we need to unpack more, is that when you talked about, for example, women being, you know, it's becoming more acceptable for them to act masculine, you characterize that as an expansion of what it means to be a woman. However, when we talked about the other thing, when you talked about, you know, being a man and how it's more okay to, for example, be more feminine or be, you know, weaker in society or like stuff like that in general, you characterize that as a narrowing of what it means to be a man. I'm just curious why, you know, pretty much similar behavior for both gender roles, why you characterize one as an expansion and one as a narrowing of what it means to be acceptable.
So I don't think that we're like actually adding anything to men. So it's not like we're saying like, hey, be more compassionate, make, you know, be better with your child rearing. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what, you know, be more beautiful. I don't know what it is that we would add to men's roles. What is it that you think that we're adding?
Yeah, I mean, I will agree to some extent with a general underlying sentiment you have in that what it means to be a woman has expanded a lot more over the past few decades than what it means to be a man. That's why there's a lot of discourse right now surrounding toxic masculinity, because we haven't seen the same expansion of what it means to have the two different gender roles.
I disagree with you there. I disagree with you there,
Really?
Rose. Yeah, like I think feminism has actually opened up all kinds of paths for men, like as well, right? Because there is a thought that and it still exists today, but like it's been disappearing, that men can't be caretakers, right? That instead they have to be just the providers, right? The fact that we have the concept of like the stay-at-home husband, right? That's an expansion of the gender role, right? The fact that we have men who are I guess allowed to take care of their kids. Like we expect that men should be competent in this area, right? Be competent within the household, like taking care of the household, to be competent to like cook, right? To be competent to do all those things that we usually would say, well, of course wife would do that, right? Like it wasn't even a question before, right? But now it's a question. Hey, like how are we going to split this, right? The household, like it expands like what marriage means for us, and expands what masculinity means, right? It doesn't mean like I come home, right, and like dinner is ready for me. I sit down, I like drinking a beer, watching TV, while my wife, who may have been working herself that day, right, has come home, done all this, and is taking care of the kids. And please don't bother me because none of this is my problem. I'll eat and then I'll go to sleep. So that's an expansion of gender roles, I would say. But I'm sorry, I did interrupt you, Rose.
There are some expansions. Just I think there's more.
Yeah. No. Wait.
Sorry,
can I just respond to what Prime said?
Fine.
Yeah, okay. So the statement I made was that men's gender roles have expanded. They undoubtedly have. I just don't think they have expanded as much and as rapidly as the gender role of women over the past few decades. So one of the examples, I'm going to hinge heavily on one of the things you talked about. So stay at home versus have a career. Which of the two do you think is more just like generally prevalent or more acceptable in society? The stay at home dad or the career like mom?
if okay, so it depends on what the metric you're judging here. Is it are you saying has it been widely accepted by society, or that we've been introducing these concepts in, right? And if you're talking about like the adoption by society, then certainly the career woman has. But like if you're talking about just introducing new concepts, right, into masculinity, into what we consider traditional gender roles, right? If you're talking about that, then yes, there's a whole bunch of concepts that have been introduced. Now, whether again, if society have actually grabbed onto them, that's a different story. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and that's the point I'm making fundamentally. Is that sorry, I'll speak in just a minute. Stardust? How do I say your name?
Stardust.
Oh, yeah, Stardust. Yeah, you can go ahead. You can finish what you're saying.
We'll go
thank
to Rose, then Salty, Sam, and then you, Stardust. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing I was going to say, that was the only point I was making, right? When you expand the gender roles, it's obviously like a multi-step process. It has to first be like, I guess, theoretically conceivable for a lot of people that this is an acceptable thing. Then you have to work for a lot of people's like individuals, like, inherent biases that they have towards certain behaviors. Then you have to work towards like people expressing them and people actually, taking out this. There's like a whole lot of different steps in the process when you normalize something socially. And the only point I was making is that the classification we have for what it means to women is a lot farther down that process for a wider range of things than the one for men is. Of course, they're both growing. Of course, I'm in favor of both of them growing. I, in the long term, would see gender roles practically have no significance on our day-to-day life or whatever. But yeah, that was the only point I was making there. There was the thing I pointed out for Tom, but I've been speaking for quite a while. But yeah, there was the just quickly respond to what Tom said before. What are the things I would like to add to male gender roles? Well, things like, for example, making it more common to have stay-at-home husbands, making it more acceptable for men to express their feelings generally, making it more acceptable for men to have like feminine interests, making it more acceptable for men to appear in a feminine way, wear feminine clothing, for example, have makeup. There's like a very large number of things that I would believe like you would classify just general good things, because men will have ability to express themselves in a wider range of ways. Those are some of the things I would add to that to answer the question. But yeah, fundamentally the thing I want to get at was why you characterize the expansion of men as like a contraction and the expansion of the woman general as an expansion, and why there was that disagreement there. But
you ended up agreeing with that, right?
With what?
You ended up agreeing that like men's gender roles are lessened while women's gender roles are expanded.
I don't think they've lessened. I think they have expanded, but not as rapidly as that of women.
So you think
that's what me and Prime were talking about.
Well, right, but I wouldn't say that they're gaining as many things as they're losing. I would say that they're losing more things than they're gaining.
I'm sorry. My problem in this conversation right now is that like this is like really nebulous. Like they're gaining more, they're losing. Like unless we're like literally listing out these things, right? Like it's just like a nebulous feeling of like how gender roles are sort of shifting society. You understand what I'm saying, Tom? Like this is like, are they gaining more? Are they losing more? But like we literally
Can I
have
add
to
some
sit down.
structure to this real quick then, Prime? Can I add some structure to this? So I think maybe the reason why you're thinking that women are expanding more and men aren't really expanding into anything that's beneficial is because men are always in these positions of power and women are always are in these positions of servitude. So you don't really have anywhere for men to expand into that's beneficial or gives them any kind of an upper hand. You have women that are expanding into those positions that are actually being given those opportunities, whereas men have always had those opportunities. And really the only way for them to go is basically to have these expansions into more duties and things that aren't seen as particularly powerful. That's where you're seeing that change.
I like that.
I would actually disagree with that. Oh, actually, you go straight. Sorry.
Yeah. So I do want to.
Go ahead,
I would like to also contribute to this conversation. I see what you're saying as far as and I agree with Clarice here. There's the reason why you see this expansion is because it's generally women weren't given these opportunities before, right? And obviously there is like where would men expand into? So to respond to that, I think yes, we're seeing men's role kind of expand in a lesser way, and in the places that I would see that is like paternity leave, right? like recognition of male sexual assault, things like that, right? These are real issues that are slowly being drawn more attention to, right? I get that it's not anything near what females are right now experiencing as far as like the growth of their role, right? But it is a process, and I think you will see more of it because we've already seen an expansion of these things, and there are people like there's the men's liberation movement, which is supported by a lot of feminists, and they advocate for men getting paternity leave equal to women, and men getting taken more seriously when they report assault, when they report harassment, things like that. So
let's go to
Yeah,
Salty.
agreed.
Let's go to Salty Sam, who's been waiting very patiently, and then we'll let Tom respond to all of this.
Yeah. So one thing I just wanted to address real quick that I think we've kind of struggled to really address is I think Tom actually raised a really interesting analogy with the comparing leaving your door unlocked to a whatever we would deem as a significant enough degree of sexual clothing. And I was kind of trying to figure out, because I knew there must be some way of kind of refuting that. And I think the best way to kind of explain why that analogy doesn't fit so well is because with leaving your door unlocked, you're essentially either choosing to leave your door unlocked and gain essentially no benefit from it and leave yourself vulnerable, or you're choosing to lock your door, which is really simple, and you're not losing anything by doing it, and you're just gaining something. Whereas with if you were to remove the option of wearing sexual clothing or anything like that, you're essentially removing an entire form of expression for women. And in addition to this, another way that you could kind of refute this analogy is because I would strongly expect that there would be a correlation between like a woman who the majority of society currently would deem as more attractive, and those who are deemed more attractive being more likely to be sexually assaulted or sexually harassed, and that's not something that you have any choice over. So I think it's just not really an analogy that that actually makes sense to me.
Hold on. No,
Okay,
we've
so
already, like, for the most part, we've all already agreed that wearing more revealing clothing means that you're more likely to be sexually harassed. And that doesn't mean that, like, there's not going to be sexual harassment anyways. What we're talking about is
Yeah.
more likely. And when I say sexual
No, I
harassment,
agree.
I'm
And
saying
this is why
who's
unwanted sexual advancements,
and
right?
this is
So,
why I
like,
was refuting it specifically by saying that it's disanalogous because of the fact that you're actually infringing on an entire form of expression for those women. So you're not choosing between this binary be safer or be less safe with no losses really either way, with the leaving your door unlocked or not leaving your door unlocked. Whereas with clothing, clothing is a form of expression, and if you're limiting what a woman can wear, you're limiting their expression. So they're actually actively losing out by this by being safer in this sense.
yeah, sure. The hypothetical was only to explain, like, how we view it as far as, like, victim blaming or responsibility in these matters. It wasn't supposed to be like a full spectrum of all things
So,
encompassing sexual
yeah.
harassment or women's clothes.
We got it. Well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go to start. I'll go to Stardust next. Yes, and then yeah, go ahead, Stardust.
Okay, so one thing I would say about this whole talking point about what people wear and things like that, as I heard Prime say earlier, when it comes down to it, it doesn't matter what you wear. It doesn't matter how you carry yourself. If somebody, what a rapist does, what an assaulter does, is they look for the most vulnerable person, and that doesn't matter what you wear, right? So, if you want to talk about like people expressing themselves, things like that, we could talk about how men can walk around without a shirt, right? And men can walk around without a shirt and they don't get sexualized to the same extent that a woman would get sexualized if she were walking around without a shirt, right? It's still not an invitation. It's not an invitation. Like what you wear is not an invitation for anybody to do what they want to you.
And to add to that, hold on. I just need to get this out there. Don't worry. And Tom will be able to respond, and Ghosty, we want to hear from you as well. But to add to that, like clothes, skimpy clothes don't sexually assault you, right? Like men do the sexual assaulting, right? So like, yes, you can say that an outfit might increase the amount of negative attention directed towards a woman. But in the end, that outfit doesn't do the sexual assaulting. It's the men that do that, right? And so it's just the men that should be changing their behavior and not the clothes, right? Like clothes aren't doing it. The women who put them on aren't doing it. They aren't actually asking to be hurt, right? It's the men who are actually doing the assaulting. So it's the men's behavior that needs to be changed, not the women.
And generally it goes back to when you again like if you look at like the type of people that assault people, the type of people that exert their will on other people without their consent, those are people who view you as lesser than, right? They view you like livestock, essentially, right? It really doesn't matter what you wear. Like, yeah, people will make the argument like, oh, what were you wearing? You know, maybe you shouldn't have been wearing that. What were you doing? Maybe you shouldn't have been doing that, right? But at the end of the day, if somebody is not viewing you as an equal, then that's generally like, that's what it is, right? And I mean, another thing is like men can wear like gym shorts, right? And like sweatpants. And how many times have we seen a bulge in that and not grab, like, we don't do that. Like, it's not an invitation. It's not an invitation for me. It's not an invitation for me to grab you. It's not an invitation for me to grab you in any way, right? Or comment on you in any way, right? I'm not commenting on the.
But you internalize those feelings, right?
Let me finish. Let me finish. All right. I'm not commenting on, like, I'm not going up to you in the workplace and commenting on it, right? I'm not going like, I'm not going up to you in the street and commenting on it, right? Not to the same extent that we see it in the opposite direction, right? So it's just these are like normal human social things, right? It's not even about assault at that point. It's like, just be a normal human. Like, don't be weird. Basically,
none of this is about assault whatsoever. We're talking about sexual harassment, and people keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger.
There's an umbrella. There is an umbrella.
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk, when
it comes from the same place.
When we
Guys,
talk about
I've got like 100 notes here from like 1,000 things that I got to respond to.
Don't worry.
I got to get some words in.
Yes, don't worry. You will.
When you talk about sexual misconduct, right? There are levels, right? There's misconduct, there's harassment, there's assault, and these are all different levels, right? But you could say, a lot of people will talk about rape and say sexual assault, right? Even though it's not specific, right? When we talk about sexual harassment, people will, these are umbrella terms, right? And they kind of feed into each other. So I understand we're not talking about rape. We're not talking, about like specific physical contact, right? But somebody coming up to you and making a comment about like, nice nips, bro. Like that's not something that I would do. I apologize if you've experienced that in your life, but that's not, and it's something I would heavily discourage any female from doing, right? Just because you're, going for a run in the park with your shirt off doesn't mean like it's an invitation for me to say anything about your body.
Okay,
right? So yeah.
So I want to get Tom in here to respond to all this stuff, then we'll let Ghosty in. But sure.
I mean, the problem here is now I'm gonna go over 50 points, and on each one, there's gonna be a disagreement.
Don't worry,
and
don't worry, don't worry,
and
don't
then
worry.
we're gonna go
We're gonna let
around
you. We're
again.
gonna let you get them all out. We're gonna let you get them all out, and then
right.
we can yell at you for being wrong on every single one of them. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So me, like on an interaction by interaction basis, I realize more and more that I do treat people differently based on how they look or how much they smile at me or, you know, how pretty their eyes are or something like that. Right. Like it. And I do think that with women, they are just naturally perceived, or maybe not naturally, but to me, naturally perceived as better looking. So they're going to get those better vibes or nicer reactions just almost automatically. I'm not saying that toxic femininity is the same as toxic masculinity. I'm only pointing out that if there was toxic femininity, this is probably what it would be. Men's relations or men's roles have been like, you know, don't be too domineering. You don't necessarily need to be the leader like in a relationship. You shouldn't be so aggressive in like finding women, but yet we're not like changing it to where women should go out and make the first move to find men. Men are still expected to wear gendered clothing, while like women are more able to kind of wear men's clothing or women's clothing. You know, men are not supposed to wear makeup. These are areas where women are more and more expanding into both gender roles, yet men are, for the most part, staying in their lane and just kind of decreasing on some of the gender roles that they have. No one's saying that it's an invitation just because you wear clothing that is more sexual. I'm saying that when you do this, if you understand that it is more likely, again, you can get sexually harassed no matter what you wear. But if we say that willingly know that it is more likely that you will get sexually harassed and wear it anyways, then somewhat you are consenting to a certain amount of unwanted advances. So I'll stop calling it sexual harassment so we can stop conflating a whole bunch of different things. Because I'm not talking about rape. I'm not talking about sexual assault or anything like that. And then the point that men should change their actions and not women. I think men should change their actions for sure. But I think that, again, the only thing that I'm pointing out is a responsibility factor. So like if I get in a car, again, I know people are going to get in accidents. I'm not going to be like, I'm not wearing a seatbelt. People should just drive better. People should just be safer drivers. I'm not wearing a seatbelt. Like, no, if I go flying through my window, I'm not like it's my fault for just not wearing a seatbelt because I know that this is a likely thing that could happen, that there can be bad drivers out there. And so I'm going to put on a seatbelt as a precaution. There you go.
Right.
Okay.
I agree that there needs to be more burden on women to do things, so like to like make the first move, things like that, right? And that's something I think that will naturally occur as women feel more safe in spaces to make those moves, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off. So go ahead.
It's fine. I just need to get down this list. But thank you so much, Stardust. So Ghosty has been waiting. Then we'll go to Rose and Friday Living, and then Rose, and then Fanatic. Okay. But guys, can we like speed this up because I can't be here forever. I can't be here forever. So Ghosty.
Well, I mean, basically, just it's about common like respect to individuals. If you see somebody or like you're working with somebody, you should probably not assume that like a commenting on their body is going to be interpreted in a positive direction. You should probably just assume that they might not like it. So you just need to be aware of like your comments to people, and how they might like negatively perceive them. That's basically it. It's just giving people respect to how they might view themselves if they have insecurities or not.
Okay, thank you. Friday Living, Rose, then our good friend Mr. Fanatic.
Okay, one point I have against the whole like it depends on what they're wearing and stuff is like if we look at countries like where they're wearing niqab and body coverings, there's still high accounts of sexual assault and sexual harassment there, even though there's nothing being shown. They're wearing loose clothing and everything, so I don't think it matters.
Thank
You
you.
don't think it's more likely? That's all I'm saying. Is I'm not saying that. I've said numerous times, like, you can get sexually harassed no matter what you're wearing, but I'm saying it is more likely if you wear revealing clothes. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that because they have no revealing clothes and they still get sexually harassed in the same amount.
That's hold on.
They're
The
not any
same
shit.
amount.
Just a quick
Oh,
address
yeah,
to this.
higher.
You can't really say that because I think the comparison to leaving your door unlocked actually does fit in this scenario. In that, if everyone locks their door, houses are still going to get broken into, which is why specifically discredited that.
Okay, so let's
analogy.
sorry,
I've said this so many
I don't want
times.
to focus on this
With the
analogy.
expression
We got to move on. Sorry, we got to move on down this list. Sorry. Don't worry. Okay. Well, we got to move on down this list. So, maybe not because I don't have time. I don't have time to be here all day. So Rosavist and then Fanatic.
Yeah, so a few points here. Again, I'm going to put more I'm going to discredit some of the analysis that have been passed. The car thing analogy is, I think, is also disanalogous in the way that a lot of the reason why we wear the seatbelt is because accidents happen when driving, not because people are intentionally driving around trying to hit you with their car, right? So if that been the situation, have there been, like madmen driving around, literally trying to hit as many cars as possible, then the action wouldn't be, oh, well, it's kind of your fault for not wearing a seat, but then it would be, okay, the state needs to do something, or whatever. We need an external party to stop the perpetrator of this violence, of this problem or whatever, from doing that thing. Or while with, sexual assault, it's very clearly an intentional thing that's taking place, right? It's not just an accident that happens, I suppose, in that way. So that's one of the ways it's different. And then because the door analogy was brought up again, key difference here is the social pressures of having your the door locked versus women wearing that type of clothing. Society generally reinforces women to wear that clothing because we value women a lot of the ways by their appearance, as a society typically values women. So there's a pressure to do that. There's no pressure for you to leave your door unlocked. Furthermore, one thing, I guess I'm granting an olive branch here to Tom. I think one of the issues why people are taking so much issue with your statement of you're subjecting yourself to more risk, whatever. So typically you have some form of responsibility. Even though I disagree with that in a lot of ways, most of which have been laid out already, I think another thing that should be done here is, once again, you need prescriptions for this, right? Are you going to say that, okay, so women shouldn't wear this clothing? You're missing the next step. And that's what's, I guess, aggravating a lot of people on the panel, is because you're not saying that next step, and that type of ideology is used to justify things.
I've made the prescription over and over. The prescription is more responsibility. The understanding of this scenario, that is the prescription, to understand it and take responsibility for it at the same time. Wear all the sexual clothing. It means wear all the sexual clothing you want, with the understanding that you are consenting to a certain amount of sexual harassment at the same time.
I don't know if consenting is the right word to use there, and also that the word of taking responsibility, I don't necessarily believe that's I acknowledge that something could be a prescription. I'm not quite sure, but even then, there were the things I mentioned before, how it's not quite as simple as wearing revealing clothing makes you more likely to be sexually harassed, assaulted, or whatever. There's conflicting research on that, so it's not that clear either. So there's a few issues with that. I want to go back to the thing that you and I have been arguing about most of the time, which is you saying that gender roles have been contracting for men. So you laid out a few examples for this. Number one, you said men are less dominant, which I'll get to in a second. And then the other examples you used were examples of clothing or makeup. Note that clothing or makeup is not something that has been reduced or taken away from men. It's just something that men haven't expanded to yet. So that's not the same thing as saying that they're contracting because we don't have the same options in clothing or in makeup as what women do, for example. Now, when it comes to the less dominant thing, and you often bring up toxic masculinity, at least per my understanding of it, seems less to be don't do this thing. You shouldn't do this thing. You shouldn't be this. That, what it mostly says is it's okay for you to be this other thing. It's okay for you to be more sensitive. It's okay for you to show weakness. It's okay for you to do yada, yada, yada. If anything, that to me is an expansion, the fact that we're focusing on toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity isn't necessarily a sort of role that men fill so much as a restriction on what roles that men can fill. And through talking about toxic masculinity and addressing it, what you're actually doing is you're expanding the possible alternatives for men to be able to act, you're not preventing them from being toxically masculine or whatever in that regard. So I'm still waiting for an example of gender roles for men that have been contracting and that have been disappearing.
For you guys to keep saying that it's going to happen eventually, or we're moving in that direction, is not the same thing as it has happened, or it is currently the way it is. We're talking about current societal norms right now, and for you to keep saying like, "Well, we'll get there eventually," like that's not the same thing. To
But
say
you said
like,
they were
"Oh, well,
contracting," so I'm
yes,
waiting for you to give me an example of them contracting.
currently, I have given numerous examples, and
Can you
to
give me
say
one
that
again because I addressed them?
Yeah, let me pull this back up.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll wait.
So
All right. Hurry up,
Ooh,
and then because I need to move this along. I got to move this along. I'm sorry, guys. I just don't have time to be doing this all day. So go ahead.
So I put being leaders in a relationship, being the breadwinner being more aggressive to find partners. Men are
Okay,
wearing
let's take the ones you mentioned so
and
far
wearing.
because okay. So once again, the clothing things, it's not something that's being stripped away from men. It's not less acceptable for men to wear any type of clothing. It just hasn't expanded in the same way that women's clothing is. So that's not a contraction by definition. Now, the other thing you talk about with being the leader of a relationship. Now, what you'd characterize that as men are no longer, encouraged to be leaders of a relationship. What I would characterize that as, and what to me seems more accurate, is that men are free to not be leaders of the relationship, or free to not be necessarily the breadwinners, or for that not to be like the default modus operandi of how relationships function. So that to me just seems like an expansion of what it means and what it's allowed to be a man, not a contraction of it.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to Miss Fanatic. Miss Fanatic, I'd love to hear from you on this. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I feel like this conversation, you guys are kind of like, I feel like tomfoolery. I wanted to come on here and steel man him, and then like right when I got on, he started saying like, well, no, so technically you're bearing the responsibility. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to steel man that. But ultimately, I do think that there should be a lot more nuance when it comes to these kind of conversations. I absolutely recognize like without
Salty,
even getting
can
it.
you mute your?
Salty, could you mute yourself, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I thought it was...
Please, Fanatic.
Yeah, without getting into like anything prescriptive at all, you can literally just point out that hey, like these are the things. There's a purpose in certain kind of clothing and the way that women will present themselves, which can be sexual. And
But
sometimes
there is a
hold on,
problem.
let me finish. Can I?
Okay.
Come on, man. I just started. It's cool. Anyway, there's plenty of times where women do things that are intended to be sexual, and in those cases, the idea that we would sit here and the idea that we're going to just completely ignore that as it pertains to like office relationships, right? Like where women are doing things that are intentional to present like that they're doing with to project sexuality and then say, well, all the harassment is all in the fault of the men in these situations. I wouldn't excuse the sexual harassment, but what I would recognize is that there are sometimes where things are inviting behavior. We see these things in like nightclubs. Women go to a nightclub literally wearing specific clothes, doing specific things with their faces, with their presentation, specifically for sexual invitation. This happens on a regular basis. Sometimes when you get a booty call, women present themselves with specific things with sexual presentation. So some things they can do that are sexually inviting, and I think there is a degree, and I don't know exactly where that line is, but there is a degree where sexual presentation would be inappropriate because of the response that you would be likely to get. Because, what sometimes women at an office can be sexually presenting with the intention of picking people up. Office relationships happen all the time. Office hookups happen all the time. So then it does become completely on the man to determine what exactly is this presentation. Is this presentation sexual, or is this presentation just her trying to be attractive and trying to feel good about herself? Which both, whatever. Both of them are acceptable, but it's a fuzzy line fuzzy line to try to understand. That's one thing. And then secondly, something that Stardust said that I just thought was just absolutely wrong. The idea that like women don't do a lot of the catcalling, that doesn't happen. Women don't make comments about bulges in freaking in sweatpants, and women don't grab men's junk. Like this is just absolutely not true. And I think that's part of the thing that we're talking about as far as expanding the idea of what sexual assault is and what sexual harassment is recognizing that these things are happening to men. It's crazy to me that in this panel we can have a conversation in which people are making the statement that we're becoming more aware of what's happening to men here, and then you have somebody in the exact same space saying this doesn't happen to men at all, or this is not not women don't do this, when women absolutely do this. It happens on a regular freaking basis. I don't know that it happens as frequently as it does with men, but it absolutely happens. It's absolutely inappropriate, and a lot of times we don't even know that it's inappropriate because we're just used to it. We see women doing these kind of things, we experience it, and it's just whatever, that's life. And then you recognize later on, like, oh, I didn't know that was even a problem. I think a lot of women are going through that, where they're recognizing, like, wait a minute, I didn't know that these things were so inappropriate, but it's what's been happening, and you kind of normalize and accept these things. But yeah, I think that just needs to be corrected.
If I can respond to that,
No.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
yeah, if I can respond to that, I guess I don't mean to say that it doesn't happen, right? I guess for my point of bringing that up is like for and it's obviously just anecdotal, right? Like it's not something that I would ever cross my mind, right? And it's not something that I think would cross any of my friends' minds, right? Obviously it's fucking weird if somebody does it, and don't fucking do it because it's fucking disgusting. But I think that there definitely is like we're slowly like advocating for like more awareness for men getting assaulted. um uh I think that like it's a very real issue that people face, right? As far as like presenting sexually, it is very complicated, it's very nuanced, right? A club is still something I would say like very different from a workplace. And I think even if it seems like somebody in the workplace is presenting in a way to get that type of attention, I feel like it's inappropriate. It's just not something that anybody should engage in.